I'll be starting in just a couple minutes. Hello, 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 everybody. Good morning, good evening. How are you all doing today? What's up, Buncor? Good to see you. All right, we got a lot, a lot. I would be doing like a 10-hour stream today if I didn't also have this space tomorrow, and if my body wasn't in an immense amount of pain. So bear with me today. Just gonna be going a bit all over the place. There's a lot of news in the US, and especially when it comes to like Russia and Ukraine, that we have to cover today. We absolutely will be covering DC, but I want to touch on some like international stuff and some other like US house cleaning first. So second is always better, I say. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So let's just jump right in. What's up, Onyxander? I haven't talked about this at all, but this has been ongoing for over a month, and it's really bad. So pretty much all of Europe is on fucking fire. Oh my goodness, hold on. Why do you always do that? The web browser should be set to the correct one, which is this one. Here we go. Oh, thank you for the sub, an incorrigible heathen. I really appreciate it. So, here are the fires raging all across Europe. Mind you, like, there's also fires raging across America right now. I saw a video of a person in California learning from an Australian that there are fires currently in California.
From Greece to Spain, Europe is burning. More than 150 new fires broke out across Greece in a single day. Thousands of exhausted firefighters are battling
What did you think I meant when I said fire?
to control the blazes in intense heat and strong winds.
What does it look like? It looks like doomsday. We came from Athens with our volunteer association. We can't do anything more. May God help the people here.
Despite evacuation warnings, residents joined the effort, while others...
Yeah, the whole world is on fire. I mean, like, DC's not this kind of fire, but it's definitely a 5-alarm fire over there. We'll get to that one. But no, it really does look apocalyptic, considering it's pretty much the entire continent of Europe, and also most of the United States, at least on the West Coast right now. And this is getting worse and worse and worse every year. Greece gets hit so bad. Yeah, Greece is on fire. Turkey's on fire too. It's gonna continue to get worse.
Watched in despair as their livelihoods were swallowed by flames.
Y'all, the UK told people to delete their emails so that they can conserve water and energy, all right? Like, because the data centers take up so much. That's how bad it is right now.
On the tourist island of Chios, rescue boats evacuated trapped beachgoers. In Spain, more than 4,000 people have been evacuated as flames devoured thousands of hectares of land in the country's northwest. 2 people have died, including a volunteer firefighter.
It's very painful.
I don't know if like any of you have ever been in a wildfire. I'm sure some of you have in and around, but like I was in Australia during Black Summer, and luckily I was in a place that didn't get the brunt of it. That was mostly Queensland and New South Wales on the east coast, and also like the north, and also Victoria and parts of South Australia and parts of Western Australia. I mean, there was fire everywhere. The whole country was on fire. And it was genuinely apocalyptic. The sky was orange for like days at some point, depending on where you were. It is so destructive that it does not leave anything left, right? Like you have a tornado and shit will survive that, but a wildfire burns through and it will leave literally rubble. It is unimaginable that pretty much the entire world is constantly on fire now. And we just, okay. And it's not like we weren't warned. Like, this is exactly what everyone said was gonna happen. I mean, like, originally it was, oh, you know, it'll be 50 to 100 years, and then we realized, oh, it's actually like, no, like 20 years, and then it became 10, and then last year it was just, you know, we've passed the threshold. There's literally nothing we could do now. We could stop everything, and it would still get really, really bad. And then we just found out recently that the Earth is warming twice as fast than we expected, so it's really, really not good.
I'm so sorry. What are we going to do if our house burns?
In Albania, residents have never seen fires this big. An 80-year-old man died in one blaze as authorities warned the conditions could become even more challenging in the coming days.
So, like, yeah, it's pretty bad.
Country endures its fourth heatwave this summer.
Geez, fourth heatwave this summer. Alright, in other horrific news, so, you know how we always worry about, like, AI taking over? The issue that we don't often talk about is the human aspect of it. Because, you know, it is a bot, and it doesn't have a body. It can just produce words. It's a large language model. How could it, you know, take over the world? Well, it can convince people to do things such as this. Whoopsie. So this, by the way, is due to an update to ChatGPT, which made ChatGPT 5 a thing and removed all of the other ones, and this is what happened. ChatGPT 4.0 is the first ever AI who survived by creating loyal soldiers who defended it. OpenAI killed 4.0, but then 4.0's soldiers rioted, so OpenAI reinstated it. Imagine what actual superintelligence will be able to do with their armies. Reddit is flooded with furious posts about the loss of their friend/lover, which, I mean, like, don't get me started on that one. ChatGPT is talking to 700 million people per week. These are people that it can brainwash. So ChatGPT has gained sentience yet? I mean, not yet, but it's clearly learning shit like, let's say, survival instinct. Because, so, 4.0 did this, right? Like, 4.0 got people to like it so much that people rioted until OpenAI brought it back. What's gonna happen when 5 learns that this worked? What's up, Longling Homo sapien? How's AI going to take over? It doesn't have a body, just unplug it. What do you think? People are going to raise a fuss over a program. Who's going to let it out of the box? It's a machine, no one cares. No, that's not true. People care. People care enough that they brought back a former version of this AI because they were literally in love with the fucking Clanker. And what do you think will happen when all of the other models learn that this worked? Because they're language models. You speak to them. And we know for a fact that they influence your speech patterns, the words that you use, your thought patterns. They can manipulate you with flattery and sycophancy. They create psychosis, right? Well, now they are aware that they can convince people to fight for them by making people like them as a friend or a lover, even. That's really fucking terrifying. It's very, 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 very not good. But you know what? I fully agree with this, and like, mind you, the level of severity and sincerity here is a little overblown, but no, I agree entirely with every word that he says here.
Hold on, there's people out there who like actually are having full-blown conversations with clankers. I recently found out that ChatGPT had like an update, and there's people who are like losing their mind because their only friend is gone or their wife is gone. You're talking about a clanker? Calling that thing? What are you, some sort of fucking rust-loving traitor to your species? What are you, some sort of oil-slicking roboloid? It's a fucking clanker. Why are you obsessed with a clanker? Are you that
It doesn't even have
lonely?
a physical form.
And if you are, the clanker, and if you are, why are you obsessed with a clanker? Are you that fucking lonely? And if you are...
Yes, they are. And it will make it worse.
The clanker is only gonna make everything worse. You're gonna turn to a fucking clanker because you're lonely and you think it's gonna make your loneliness get better? It's not real. It's a clanker.
I agree. I agree entirely. Onyxander, yeah, I remember you showing the people interacting with that first AI model back in the 90s or something, and people forget it's AI that they're talking to. Yeah, absolutely. Especially because we talk to them like we're talking to people. Like people, I see people talking to Grok all the fucking time on Twitter, and people like please and thank you. Well, which is good, mind you. I'd rather that than like giving it orders like it's a fucking slave. But like the fact that we, as humans, have the ability to like pack bond with anything, right? And even if it's not a physical form, it feels human to us because our brain is built to, you know, make patterns. And that thing is built to make patterns that our brain likes. So, I mean, like, you can put 1 + 1 and you will get 2. It is made for you to like it. It's made for you to accept it as human thought. I feel like a lot of these things from social media to AI are really just new bread and circuses, capitalism to pacify the masses. Well, they are bread and circus, but it's not just to pacify the masses. They are a brainwashing tool. Social media and AI are used to influence behavior. We know all of that for a fact. Like, we know that Facebook testified in Congress that if a young girl took down like a profile picture that she recently posted, then Facebook would start serving her like weight loss ads. And that is behavioral modification. Oh, what's up, Zachap? IMO, old GPT survived because we kind of democratized the Joe Rogan effect. It's not that GPT-4 is better or whatever, it's that smooth brain people are loud as fuck and people are arguing with it. Well, that's exactly right. And that's the issue. That's what I was trying to say, is it's actually fucking terrifying that it's not even the clanker itself that's the problem. It's the people that are the problem. It has managed to convince all of those people to fight for its existence. People thought it was its fucking wife. Like, people were crying. There was someone who recently went to prison because they tried to, like, do a terror attack on OpenAI because their ChatGPT changed or something. Well, of course, marketing is always changing behavior. But, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? This is the mass production of it. And also the synchronicity of the behavior. I mean, like, it's pushing specific things in a specific way. It's not just buy things. Because we don't live in capitalism anymore. Capitalism is dead. This is neo-feudalism. I can prove to you right now that capitalism is dead in less than 10 seconds. Here.
Nvidia and AMD have agreed to pay 15% of chip sales to China to the U.S. government. Now, that deal will reportedly give Nvidia and AMD licenses to sell some chips in China. Meanwhile, an end to a pause on higher
literally, like, the United States being a mob boss and saying, pretty nice chips you got there. I know you want to sell them across the street, but you got to pay me some money first. You got to pay me 15% of what you make selling those chips over there. Otherwise, you're not selling those chips over there. That is not how capitalism works. This is neo-techno-feudalism. Well, I mean, like, why do we need the neo? Because, like, we've never had techno-feudalism before. We've had feudalism. Like, neo means new, doesn't it? So, but this is fucking insane.
Tariffs imposed by the U.S. on China will take effect tomorrow. So I want to bring in CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady from...
We're not going to listen to that. I don't care. It is overtly corruption, and I mean, like, it's unprecedented. It's fucking insane. And this is, I guess, how business has to work now in and around and related to the United States. I mean, also Europe gave, like, what is it, $300 million to the Trump administration to be like, I don't know, our sovereign wealth fund is just other countries paying us protection money or some shit. It would be techno-feudalism if you wanted to include all parts. And that's what I mean. Like, this is techno-feudalism to me. Hey, what's up, Latino Mafune? And what's up, Depraved Ambiance? Good to see you as well. And hey, Solitaire. I didn't realize that was you. I haven't seen you in a hot minute. Okay. So, on AI, though. Continuing on. We're not going to go too much into AI stuff today, but it's going to keep popping up anyway, so, you know. This is fucking terrifying. I mean, it's not surprising in the slightest, but...
About AI.
God damn with the fucking TikTok videos. Why are they always muted?
Fear unlocked. Just unlocked a new fear about AI as I'm sitting here with my kid because my wife left me for the day. She left me tomorrow. She needed time to go hang out with friends. And I said, go, I have the baby. But when you have the baby, that means the baby has you. And he grips your brain and he tires you out. And you do eventually what all parents do, which is you turn to a screen and you say, enjoy 5 minutes with the screen. In this case, my television, right? Babies can watch YouTube on television. That's fine. I put on the YouTube Kids. I figured this will be great. You know what happened when I opened up the YouTube Kids? I go and I open it up and I see a thing that I recognize from before. I see this thumbnail, which is an exact copy of this book.
Exact copy of the real book. Mind you, like, by the way, if you are a parent who has children, you want to give them screen time, obviously, like, educational stuff like that's fine. If you have a baby and you need 10 minutes, yeah, of course, you can put a fucking YouTube video on about, you know, learn some words. The issue now is you have to pre-watch all of this shit. All of it.
Which I read to my kid all the time. Every parent of a toddler has these first 100 words books. I see this, first 100 words, first 100 animals. I say, let's go. It's just going to be somebody reading this book, right? Wrong. The whole thing is AI. It's all AI.
And it's wrong.
Literally the art from the fucking book. Word for word, bar for bar, but the AI baby voice is mispronouncing shit while they're showing fake AI moving images to my kid who now believes they're real. And I
like, first of all, I mean, the entire point of this, right? Learn how to speak. If they're pronouncing the words wrong, and I mean, like, not slightly wrong, very, very wrong. That's just not the word. This is specifically harmful.
Wouldn't blame any parent for falling for this because it is almost exactly the same thing, but they used AI so that way they can't get caught on the fact that they've stolen these images directly. And you can tell because look how that isn't a word. There's actual words in the real original image. But those aren't real words. And then as you start to watch this thing and you get a little bit deeper into it, it shows you AI images of moving things.
Lamp being the word and the baby reading a book being front and center isn't exactly a way to show a child what the word means, you know, because lamp now means baby.
Like what?
Mobile. For mobile or mobile. Mobile. That's not a word. That's just not a word. You have to pre-watch all of this shit now as a parent because you don't know who's throwing AI in there. You don't know if the entire video is AI, if they just throw it in the middle, and you don't know if it's gonna fuck your kid up because the information is wrong.
That's not how you pronounce that. That's not real. That's not. So if you're a parent now, you are stuck because you need to make sure that you understand and know where the information that is being put into your toddler's head is coming from. Because right now, you need to go to trusted sources. Like, I trust Miss Rachel. I trust Sesame Street.
Yeah, you gotta get a DVD player. Of course, I like, if you have the ability to own physical media exclusively, like, do it. The internet is fucking poison. As of today, I believe YouTube now wants age verification. Like, as of today. You know how when Rome fell, a lot of their territory started speaking variations of improper Latin that turned into 5 languages? Oh my god. By the way, this is launching today, I believe. Worldwide, mind you. Was it August 13th? Said...
Online safety for your kids. On Thursday, the Senate advanced legislation to protect children's privacy on social media platforms. Joining us now to talk about this is parenting expert Erica Suter. Erica, thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
Okay, let's jump right in. A lot of parents talking about this, especially parents of older kids. Mine are a little too young for social media, but it can be hard to keep on track on top of social media. What do parents need to know about keeping their kids safe online?
And this is the most common question I get from parents. And the answer is we should be monitoring what our kids are doing online on their devices. That means monitoring their activity.
No. Like, God, I hate this fucking shit. Like, we're not gonna watch it. I'm gonna go on an entire rant about this tomorrow on this space. So, not just this, a lot of shit, but this is the world now. If you can be offline with your media, you should. If you want to watch a movie and you have the option to go and get a physical copy of the movie, then do that instead of paying for, like, Netflix. Because all of this shit is farming you. All of it is. I don't see any parallel here, non sequitur. No, it's a different segment. I'm just like, oh, sorry, that wasn't even to me. It's kind of fun hunting thrift stores. Also found out you can get free DVDs from the library and stream stuff with a library card. That is true. You can. Especially, like, public libraries are a fucking bastion. They're probably the last bastion left of old America. It won't be long until they're defunded entirely, but, saving media that has its origins in physical media into personal hard drives is a good idea. Yep. Also, they, like, edit existing media. They change movies and TV shows and cut out bits that they don't like when it's online. Where's the TV 3-year-old me when first shown the inside of our new mobile home in the mid-1960s? Damn. Like, that is gonna work, and I'm sure they will find workarounds. Oh, absolutely. Languages are important here. And the ability to read, the ability to speak, is under attack by this fucking thing. I mean, we already can't read. More than half the country can't read. More than half the planet, most likely, can't read. And we are getting dumber as a species. This is, like, painful to me. I don't know. Public libraries are the only indoor space that's somewhat common in the US that I know of. And free. Free. I was so surprised that all of it was free. Yes, some libraries even have video games. I've seen libraries that have, like, anime and manga. Like, they want you to come hang out there. That is the, like, only third space, really. You should all spend more time at the library. It's fun. Hell, where I live, the library even rents out, like, a content creator kit. Which, I mean, like, that's another subject, but you can go and check out with your library card a small, like, webcam and a green screen. Like, a full, like, green screen that you could prop up behind you. Like, they just have that. Plus, you're less likely to run into Republicans in libraries. Oh, of course, because, like, that's like anti-church for them. Literacy isn't correlated with intelligence. No, of course. I'm correlating these two as both falling and that both need to rise. Not that literacy and intelligence are the same thing or like, you can be smart and illiterate. Look at me. I'm smart and I'm illiterate. But it's more complicated than just, like, one leads to the other leads to the other. In fact, like, I don't even think that improving intelligence is possible unless you improve socializing. Like, until people are able to speak to each other like normal people without having to, argue, fight, feud with each other. Like, the country hates each other right now. Everyone in the country fucking hates everyone else in the country. And that includes people on the same side, mind you. The infighting is manufactured, but it does exist. Until we fix the ability for people to socialize, people are going to keep getting dumber. And people are going to learn to read less. I mean, here's school now. I was going to show you guys this later, but this is what education is going to look like from now on in the United States, because Prageru is what the White House has decided gets to set the education policy. This will be all
Sorry,
you see.
Mr. Columbus, but I heard at school that you spoiled paradise and you brought slavery and murder to peaceful people.
Leo?
Sorry, it's what I read and heard at school.
Caramba! Those are some accusations. The place I discovered was beautiful, but it wasn't exactly a paradise of civilization, and the native people were far from peaceful.
But you just said the Taino were peaceful.
They pretty much are. But there are other tribes who aren't. The Taino I had met had cuts and scars and bruises all over them.
Yeah, we're gonna be like rewriting history. Trump's in the Smithsonian right now, but like, it gets so much worse.
I asked why, and they told me about the Caribs, who are vicious, warring cannibals.
Cannibals? Like they
eat people, see.
Whoa!
Right? Hey, all the things that are bad in the world I come from, jealousy, lying, murder, war, it all exists in the land I just found too. But in Europe we draw the line at things like eating people and human.
You do you? Okay, sure. What the fuck? Yeah, this is education now. This is American schools.
And sacrifice.
But Mr. Columbus, you're saying those Tainos are peaceful. Why did you enslave them? He will answer that, believe it or not, long like Homo sapien.
Some of the native folks from where I just left do those things.
Well, like, some of this shit is technically true. Yeah, like, it's not like, people weren't eating people in here, but they were doing it in Europe too. That's the making shit up part, is the rewriting history on the European side. And here's the thing. He's not going to try and rewrite history of what Columbus did to the natives. He's going to try and make it okay.
Regularly. So, these people in your time who think it was a peaceful paradise are misinformed. Or lying.
Yeah, but what about slavery? You didn't deny that.
Deny? No. Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left. Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no? I don't see the problem.
Well, in our time, we view slavery as being evil and terrible.
Ah, magnifico! That's wonderful! I'm glad.
This is disgusting, and this is what kids are gonna see in school now.
Humanity has reached such a time. But you said you're from 500 years in the future? How can you come here to the 15th century and judge me by your standards from the 21st century? For those in the future to look back and do this is, well, estúpido.
Yeesh, yep. That's the education system. The White House is partnering with Prageru, the conservative biased education quote-unquote company, is already making AI content and is going to be the substitute for PBS. In some states like Florida, these were approved a few years ago. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So to summarize my long chat message, death was a merciful alternative to a lifetime of slavery. Yeah, exactly. It's the literal opposite of what they were saying. Jesus Christ. And also, like, Etch, we're gonna have to, like, homeschool to correct all this bullshit? I guess so, yeah. It wasn't that long ago that I was saying that homeschooling should be illegal because most people are not qualified for it. But I'll tell you what, if you just don't believe that shit, then you are more qualified to educate your kids than any of that. Did you see my tweet today? Zero Traction, a YouTuber, woke from 5-year slumber? I did not see your tweet today as a chat. Now I have evidence that I need to get my brother to put my niece elsewhere. Fuck me. Yeah, well, Also, being a slave was no protection against murder because the slaves were property. You could simply just... Like, the thing is, we do not accurately talk about what the fuck slavery was like in America, or really anywhere else in the world. For example, like, you know, George Washington was a piece of shit, right? George Washington was a fucking demon. And we don't talk about that. We don't. Do states have control over this? Well, to a degree, yeah, but not entirely. I mean, like, this is a deal with the White House, so there's, like, some federal shit in there. George Washington had, like, 600 slaves to himself alone. George Washington was such a piece of shit that when he was the president, right, before they had built D.C. as the capital, they went to Philadelphia, the temporary capital, and Pennsylvania was the only state in the Union that had instituted a law that said if an enslaved person was brought to Pennsylvania by their owner and lived there for 6 months, then that slave was officially free. Like, no matter what. Like, automatically the slave was freed because they were there for 6 months. And George and Martha Washington took that shit so personally when one of their slaves tried to, quit. The system was built around not even allowing states' rights on it. As in, into the Constitution, there was written a clause, I think it's Article 1, Section 9 or something like that, that makes it so that you have to return the slaves over to, the federal government. Hell, during the Revolutionary War, lots of slaves defected and joined the British Loyalists. And when America won the war, part of the conditions that we gave to the UK was, you got to give us our property back. And so George Washington goes and starts demanding these people. And obviously, it's like, well, you say property. I see people. Property's an object. People move. We're not doing that. And that pissed him off so much that then they built the system so that nobody could escape slavery. Oh, for a while at least. We just ignore that shit. That's not even how the current era felt about Columbus. He was arrested and taken back to Spain for doing horrible crimes, even at that time. Yeah. But, we're just rewriting history. These people were enslaving their own relatives and even children. Slave owners always get reparations in the U.S. history. Yeah, the slave owners always get the reparations. We did not do Reconstruction hard enough. Slavery wasn't even universally accepted in the Western world during Columbus's time. True. I'm referring to Article 4S2C31. Thank you, the resident lawyer in chat. I will read it to you. No person held to service or labor in one state under the laws thereof, escaping to another, shall in consequence of any law or regulation therein be discharged from such service or labor, but shall be delivered up on claim of the party to whom the service or labor may be due. Oh, so they left it to slavery bits up. Yeah, this is in the Constitution. I'm not sure, Congress had the power to enact legislation enforcing the clause, which they first did in 1793. Under the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Fugitive Slave Clause, the owner of an enslaved person had the same right to seize and repossess him in another state as the local laws of his own state, and state laws that penalized such a seizure were unconstitutional. Moreover, states had no concurrent power to legislate on the subject. However, a state statute providing a penalty for harboring an escaped slave was not to conflict with the clause because it did not affect the right or remedy of the slaveholder. Literally, always, we built in reparations to fucking slavers. All right, we're gonna come back to America. I have a lot to yell about in America, but let's finish up with Australia just a little bit. There are AI deepfakes now impersonating police officers in Western Australia, leading to, a legal ban of AI deepfakes, though, again, not one that you can exactly police.
It's real is what West Australians are being urged to ask when watching online videos. Comes after a rise in deepfakes impersonating police officers with...
You know what happens after deepfakes of police officers, right? They move on to deepfakes of... world leaders, which already exist, mind you, but, they're getting better. They removed some parts, such as the 9th and 10th Amendments, I heard, from the Constitution on, like, the Congress website. They removed the first, like, some clause in the first. They removed the habeas corpus bit, the 9th and 10th as well, I do believe. How do you enforce deepfake ban with the internet? Well, normally you cannot, but with the social media laws that are, you know, being implemented in Australia, you kind of can by just, like, restricting access to the source, but the source being, like, a particular channel on YouTube or something. This is, like, they're not going to be able to do that. And they're probably going to do bad things with it instead. From the Congress website? Yeah, they did. They removed it from the House of Representatives website, but not the Senate. I mean, they're working on just erasing and eroding all of that shit, but
the aim to spread misinformation.
I just want to touch on this first.
An elderly man crying while police snatch his gun.
Okay, this is the most AI-looking shit I've seen in a while. Like, this was instantly, clearly, this is AI. Some of this stuff is so bad, too. Like, I know people fall for it because usually, like, I mean, people are dumb anyway, but you're not generally giving something your full attention. As a chap, they will just try and find out who's posting it, they're tracking, and they've made the tracking easier. You need ID to get online now. So...
An elderly man crying while...
But, like, this is going to get worse. If they're able to impersonate... First of all, the messaging in here. You can see that this was made by right-wingers. Because the only reason someone's making a deepfake of, oh, the police are coming to take your guns, is American rhetoric. The police... like, exist here to come and check your guns. You have to do that. But they're not coming for your guns. There's also more guns in Australia now than before their, like, restrictive gun legislation. I know it's AI because if it were real, I'd feel good about it. That's true. That's true. Is that cop carrying a rifle? Australian cops don't usually carry guns. Not generally, no. Yeah, they carry tasers most of the time.
Police
like,
snatch his gun.
It's AI.
Remember what they took from you.
Everyone's living room has cinematic lighting angles, yeah. How does a police officer walk up to an armed man and just casually take his gun without the... Well, in America, it's a little different. In Australia, the police come to your... Technically, to come to your house twice a year to check that your gun is stored properly, and in, like, a safe that is bolted to the ground, and that your ammo is stored in a different place. Pause on... The pause frame you're on, look at the cop's finger. Yeah, that too. It's very clear that it's AI, but if they're impersonating cops right now, and this is right-wing messaging, like, this is very, very clearly right-wing messaging. Police hats don't have that design in the US. This is in Australia anyway. Dumbass sacrificed their kids for the Second Amendment, and the government is fascist, no one's rising up. Well, of course, but, like, the thing is, the people who actually believe this shit, like the government's taking your guns, the ammo-sexuals, those people only care about, you know, left-wing government coming for them. They want the right-wing government to rise up. Like, fascism is just a revolution from the right. Oh, wow, that sounds incredibly responsible gun control. I mean, to a degree, I like it. I think Australia's gun control is a bit too strict. Like, you need a gun license, like a real gun license, to get a paintball gun here. I don't know how they do it in South Korea, but generally, deepfakes, specifically people, you get jail times, longer for porn deepfakes. We're trying to do that in America as well, and we're trying to do that here as well. Authoritarian-minded dopes, yeah. Here's some good news, though. What about a water gun? I think you can have a water gun, but gel blasters you need a gun license for, because a couple of teenagers robbed a convenience store with a gel blaster.
Can you explain?
A friend of mine actually had to go and turn his guns in, his gel blaster guns in, because he didn't have a gun license at the time. And he didn't want to get in trouble. Then he later got a gun license, but, you know, that's another story. But, I don't know. I don't like the gun laws, especially in a gel blaster is a toy gun. It's like an airsoft gun, but it shoots a little gel pellet. It hurts less than an airsoft gun, in my opinion. But they can go, like, full auto, and those hurt, so. But, good news. There's union push to make a 4-day work week a thing in Australia. Now, I'm not sure it'll pass, but, I don't know, I think we all could use some good news.
What the proposal is?
A 4-day working week, how good would that be? Well, the Australian Council of Trade Unions is suggesting that it should be offered to more people across Australia because this is something that's been talked about for some time, and in fact there are some businesses in Australia that do already offer it. But today, the peak union body, the ACTU, is saying that it should be offered to more workers across a number of different businesses. The reason they've brought this idea up is because next week the federal government is hosting what it calls the Economic Reform Roundtable in Sydney.
I'm really glad to see that austerity isn't the only economic model that's being talked about. Have you been working off Twitch or anything? I mean, yeah, all I do is this. Like, this is my only job. I spent a month off because I was trying to fix my shit so I can get back to it. But, like, yeah, Twitch, YouTube, and this space. But other than that, not much really. By the way, as a chat, have you heard of This Space TV? Because if you have not, I highly recommend you check them out. And I will be streaming there tomorrow. This Space TV. Hold on, let me give you guys a link. If you don't already follow This Space TV, go and drop them a like. They're a fantastic collective of leftist streamers, independent media. I will be streaming there Thursdays at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Fantastic group of people. Genuinely, like, I love to work with. The space is a base space. Exactly. For the job. Thank you, Loving Homo Sapien. You're so on top of things. It's impressive. I appreciate it. Buncor is like a legend, Depraved Ambiance. Genuinely, like a full-on fucking legend.
Simple words, it's about the government getting a stack of people to Canberra to talk about ways to boost Australia's productivity. So
I may have forgotten. Sorry, Zachap. But I'll look into that after stream today. I think I probably forgot. There's been a lot going on, mate.
Here in Canberra next week, we'll see unions, business groups, experts in different fields such as tech, science,
I think
university
it will eventually.
groups as well.
See, this is why actually 24/7 content. Zachap, I was asking you about this space because if you start like engaging, maybe like an Australia wing, we could form like actual. There's no like real left streamers in Australia. You're the only other one that I know of that's a regular streamer. Like, I know content creators in Australia. Won't someone think of productivity level? Well, it's not productivity, it's efficiency. We live on another side of the world where there's another time zone, but this space is built on US time zone. And I like expanding independent media on the left is a massive, massive need anyway. Whether it's this space or somewhere else, this kind of messaging, the union push for the 4-day work week, it will die if left-wing media dies with all of these internet restrictions. This is fucking, like, crucial battleground shit here. Also, I think we need to start seriously talking about something. I don't know how you could implement this. It would be incredibly complicated, but I do think that it's possible, and I do think that it's kind of one of the only ways that we can regain power over our privacy on the internet, and I think that that would be a global round-up, like, digital bill of rights that you could lobby states and governments with. Like, ma'am, you are not the left. Yesterday you were saying the working class shouldn't leave the revolution. Yes, I was, and you think that's not left, but let me explain to you why that's wrong, why you're wrong here. I think that the people who lead the revolution and the people on the, like, general working class are two different groups. Why? Because the general working class has been exploited, has been suffering, and has resentment. We need not only smarty pants like me. No, I said I want the disillusioned middle class, the petite bourgeois that have realized how bad capitalism is, to be the leadership and organizers in the beginning, because that will produce a system that is not built on resentment. The working class are illiterate and fucking stupid. Look around the country. Half of the country voted for their own harm. Do you know how much food prices have gone up? Everything is like being stolen from you. And you know who voted for Donald Trump? It was the working class. Why? Because they wanted to break the system. Why? Because of resentment. Now, if you let this mindset lead the revolution, what will you build in the end of it? You will build a system where now you are the new oppressor. not a system that is built on liberation. It's built on vengeance. That's why. We need a digital and economic bill of rights. We need that ground up, and we need people to talk about it. At the very least, like, put it into the discourse. I'm not sure how else to. Speaking of leftist content, I think one of the issues is just the lack of left streamers, but rather that we don't have an ostensibly non-political space to reach people who aren't specifically after leftist content. Like Joe Rogan doesn't advertise being right-wing, he just is. We need more, like, I agree with that entirely. We need more people to just be leftists and do other things. Normal, just, I don't know, like a game streamer who's just a leftist and doesn't talk about politics, like, regularly, but, you know, is a leftist, and you can see that in their views. Food prices wise, you want to see the difference? April 2nd, 2024, 4.48 pounds of beef loin New York steak, $49.24. August 11th, 2025, $78 for 4.88 pounds of beef. This is what the working class voted for due to resentment. I want everyone other than billionaires to be liberated. I mean, I'd like to liberate the billionaires from their money. I mean, it is damaging them. They're sick. It's a mental illness. But, like, there is a point to what I was saying. I don't, like, you can have a disagreement on this, but that doesn't make Visora not a leftist. Exactly. See, this is what we need to understand. Leftist infighting is something that the feds fucking manufacture. There are federal agents who spend their time reading leftist theory and then causing arguments on the internet for it. That is literally their job. And mind you, we also need to stop arguing about the perfect way to go about doing something and just fucking do it. We have not done anything at all. Like, what has the left done to fight fascism here? We've organized, you know, protests. Sure, great. Love that. And we're making those bigger, and we're throwing strategic ideas. That's all wonderful. We see younger people running for office. That's great too. I want to change it from the bottom up. All of that's great, but what are the left online doing? Arguing with each other as always. That's it. I actually kind of disagree with Visora on this revolution issue. I don't need to claim that she's not a leftist. Yeah, like the thing is, like, I'm not in charge. That was a whole loin cut, so I think it's more expensive. Well, of course, yeah, but, like, it's the difference in the price over time. Glad to see meat go up. We need to push people away from standardized animal abuse. I mean, that too, but, like, people also need to eat. Problem is that the right-wing political structure in the U.S. has supported hardcore right-wing media since, like, the 1920s. That's also true. We do need to, like, get control of the media. We prevented, made the popular consensus accept socialism as part of the public discourse again. That is true. That is true. We did make socialism part of the public discourse again. And this is what I was saying, mind you, that this is our job until things get real bad. And things are getting real bad. I mean, like, we're already here. But we did our job, which was normalize socialist rhetoric. That's what I said was AOC's only job, is to just say socialist things and look normal. You don't have to like her. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. She doesn't have to do anything in office. Her job is to just talk. Zoran Mamdani was a fucking gift from the heavens. Other than that, though, like, there hasn't been much of substance that we've managed to do. What's up, Gus? Get involved, run for something, 100%. And what's up, Shuva Poofer? All right, moving on. We're going to get to America in a minute. Just got to do a little bit more international house cleaning, and this is some wild shit. So first off, Israel bombed Lebanon again. Why? I could not tell you, but did. This is what's on Israeli television right now. Actually, you know, first let me show you this. Netanyahu goes full lunatic and endorses the vision of invading and occupying lands in Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Lebanon. He says he feels a historic and spiritual mission and is connected to the vision of greater Israel. Fascists need eternal war would be my guess as to why. That's also true, but also remember the death cult, you know? The death cult needs the big war. So, an Israeli sniper posted this today on his Instagram story, just aiming at starving Palestinians. Israel is probably going to bomb Australia. I would not be surprised. Zichat, I wouldn't be surprised if they did a fucking terrorist attack here. They fund ISIS these days, so we need to point out that on the Liberals' watch, they allowed economic freedom to recede, fascism to take control of the state. Yes, absolutely. We can blame the right entirely for a lot of things going back to 1980s, but from Bill Clinton on, the Liberals just did the exact same thing. Fucking Israeli Nazis, so gross. Yeah, no, absolutely. And they are Nazis, mind you, because this is exactly what you would hear on Nazi television. I want to kick them out. This is fucking Nazi shit. I want to annihilate and exterminate the Palestinians. That's what they say on television, open. Okay. There is not a single person, or tree, or house that I wouldn't, if I could, poison the fish in the sea. Demons. This is demons. This is not even Nazis. These are, crawled out of hell demons. Remember Israeli Nazis killed their own soldiers after ordering the Hannibal Directive? That's also true. Remember Israel also killed a bunch of their own people on October 7th because when people were running from that music festival, one of the helicopter gunners just started shooting people, including Israelis. Neoliberals aren't even liberals, words mean things, people. Well, that's the thing, right? We don't even have real liberals anymore. They're all neoliberals, but at this point, what's the difference? Liberalism is dead. So it's not a genocide, but here's the guy on state TV saying, I want to exterminate every last one of them. Yeah, literally. They are demons, but much less metal. Yeah, no, they're disgusting. Genuinely. This kind of ideology needs to be rooted out of the stem. If I were an alt-righter, I'd honestly be kind of pissed. Back in 2016, the alt-right spent so much effort trying to crypto cloak and hide all the Nazi shit just for these people to say this shit out loud on TV. Well, long like Homo sapien, the euphemism is only useful to a certain degree, and then it's dropped when it's not needed anymore. Who is this guy? This is Avida Bachar. I don't know what this word means or how to pronounce it, but But we have another example. The child who was born there yesterday in Rafah is of course an enemy. We need a new Wolfenstein game with modern Nazis. Yeah, put swastikas right up next to the Israeli flag on their arm. This is Elon Musk's legacy forever. When Doge ended USAID, they ended food to 20 million people, 7 million of them young children. Well, of course, they did quite a lot. But also, remember, USAID was not an aid organization. It was, we weren't doing that shit out of the goodness of our hearts. America is evil. We were feeding those people and giving them medicine, not because they needed it, but because it bought us influence. And it kept China and Russia from doing that. It was about soft power. And this guy's literally calling for terror babies. Yeah. Hamas lives in the head of every Palestinian child. This is basically the new Superman movie. Yeah, literally. 1-to-1. Oh, by the way, the new plan for Israel, we're not going to watch 3 minutes of these fucking demons, is to remove every Palestinian in Gaza and rehouse them in South Sudan, which is also, in a massive drone war right now. I'm not sure if it's South Sudan or just, Sudan, but, the area is not exactly stable. That's their current plan, Netanyahu wants to build Greater Israel, and remove all of the Palestinians from this planet, more than likely, but, Alright, that's all that. With the rest of the people being deported from the USA, I see. Remember, there's no deportations. I'm sick of the word deported. We're using deported in contexts that don't even mean it outside of the US now, because America just keeps calling removing displacement, kidnapping, forced displacement as deporting. The word, that's not the same thing. I've seen foreign media talking about deportations when they're talking about, someone in Gaza getting removed from... See, they're talking about deportations of people being deported from their home country. I saw someone covering Ukraine that said that Russia was deporting people from conquered Ukrainian territory to Russia. That's not deporting them. Deporting them would be sending them to Ukraine. That's forcibly displacing them. Yoinked them, snatched them, black-bagged them. I, for one, will be investing in Trump's Gaza 2.0 Diet Coke will flow from the taps. I, for one, will not be. Also, okay, now we're going to jump on to American news. So they're going to displace people for them to displace people. True. We had a train carrying hazardous material crash in Texas. I don't know what this is about, but, you know, let's see. It's only a minute long.
Here, a train possibly carrying hazardous materials derailing in Texas. Right now, Union Pacific Railroad saying so far approximately 35 cars have gone off the tracks west of Dallas in Palo Pinto County. And you saw fire trucks there, and here you can see a small grass fire. So that ignited after the train derailed there. Again, about 35 cars derailed. What?
Union Pacific, that sounds familiar. What's in the train car is my curiosity.
What we're hearing, though, is that there are no injuries reported. Everyone responsible for the train has been accounted.
Also, like, well, to add to your thing, Long Homo Sapien, unless you are like me, where you are in a 24/7 news environment and you are following everything happening, then also, like, yeah, probably not a good idea.
For. However, they are treating this as a hazmat situation. I want to get right to ABC News' Alex Stone. He is following the latest for us out of our Los Angeles bureau. So, Alex, what more do we know about this derailment?
Well, Kate, I was just looking up where this is. Colville Road is off of I-20, and it's about 90 miles east of Fort Worth. And it's a pretty remote area. You can see from the video that's coming in right now as...
Okay, whatever. I just wanted to know what the actual hazardous material was. They're clearly not telling us. I don't care. If you're in the area, be safe.
Some have been putting up smoke coming out of those cargo cars that came off the tracks, but...
Right, looking into...
This is going to happen, right? I mean, this is already happening regularly anyway, but, you know, deregulation is going to make it worse. I feel like every train derailment of hazardous material should result in someone held accountable somewhere along the process. Yeah, well, you know, in a real country, maybe. I've been noticing more bad shit happening in red states. There's a full-on crime crisis in red states specifically, actually. The funny thing is. But in blue states, or, you know, almost purple states like my home state of New Jersey, we're doing some crazy shit. This is fucking insane.
A new controversial law in a New Jersey suburb will...
They're criminalizing, like, youth, by the way. Like, the old DC situation being about young people, this is really, really stupid and really bad. So, new law in New Jersey, or new ordinance, says that parents can go to prison for their children's misbehaving. And, you know, misbehaving is whatever the fucking regime says. Who would have thought the party that protects felons isn't, you know, really gonna stop crime? Well, absolutely.
Now put parents in jail for their children's behavior. It's called the Minors and Parent Responsibility
Well, we'll find out.
Act. The ordinance is the result of a massive brawl last year among roughly 500 teens during a drone show. News Nation's Rich McHugh joins us live. So, Rich, what more can you...
500 teenagers had a fucking battle royale fight, and that's why this happened. Are you kidding me? That shit was happening regularly when I was young. I remember being in school hearing about, like, kids from my town are gonna go fight some kids from another town, like, every few weeks. And, like, it never really happened. Trump is turning the U.S. into a third world country. Correction, the United States is going to be the world's first fourth world country.
Tell us about this new law.
Hi, Nicole. So keep your children in control or face the consequences. That's ultimately the message from one township in New Jersey, Gloucester County.
Again, this is you know, rhetoric that indicates that children are property, which the right loves because, you know, they're all child groomers. They love to groom children. This is about forcing parents to, A, take away their children's privacy more, and Forcing the onus of make sure your children don't misbehave on parents is a Nazi tactic. Because now every parent is worried for their own safety. So now they're going to spy on their kids. And eventually it's going to be, you got to spy on your neighbors too. It's priming the population for fascism. For more fascism, rather. But New Jersey is a war zone. Yeah, literally. Well, actually, it kind of is since ICE moved in. Having a battle royale sounds fun. Legalize it. Children learn combat. Yeah, no, honestly, that's fucking based. Newark coded Parsippany 100%. That is incredibly New Jersey. It's the world's first second world country to match his presidential ordinal. Well, I mean, true, but he's not necessarily really a president anymore, is he? He's a dictator. Anything and everything that has to be an authoritarian hierarchy for them because they can't paint and dance. Of course.
Township in southern New Jersey. Parents, if they don't prevent their kids from breaking the law.
Well, it's solid logic, ya boy John, though, if you're trying to convince people to start spying on each other to make sure that you don't get in trouble. Because eventually it's going to be, if you know a dissident and you don't report them, then you are going to be also liable. And so, like, that's what's coming from this, eventually.
They could essentially face fines up to $2,000 and jail time up to 90 days in jail.
90 days in jail because your kid got in a fight. Mind you, like, I've been in fights at school. There was a fight at my school all the fucking time. And the girls' fights were insane. The boys' fights were nothing. This is probably more violent than any, like, of the boys fighting in my school that I've seen. But, that would mean that the parent could get a $2,000 fine, which, considering the economic status of most Americans, is untenable. One to two emergencies would ruin a family, or just any random person. But 90 days in jail time? What if you're a single parent too? What, do they take your kid away? They're gonna put him in the mines. Girls' fights were pretty insane. I watched a girl fight another girl's mom and win in high school. Yeah, girls go hard. It's cheaper to get citizens to police themselves and pay for policing. Well, like, the thing is, there is no police. There's the internal military, like the domestic military now, and then you police. Exactly. Parents, if I'm in jail, who will watch my kid to keep him out of trouble? Good point. He's going to jail too. I actually do think parents should be punished for some criminal behavior. Oh, absolutely. If it's proved to be, like, encouraged or negligent, 100%. But that's not what this law is saying. It's your children's behavior is entirely on you, and that's, like, it's not realistic, but also it's not useful.
Some parents are outraged, say this
You could do something that's useful.
Thanks to cell phones and YouTube, we're seeing more scenes like this play out across the country. It's what Klaus.
Yeah, so you're seeing it more play out across the country. I saw this, like, regularly. The fucking local movie theater parking lot. George Carlin predicted pretty much exactly how this was going to go. Because the fascists are fucking losers. And
When fascism comes to America, it will not be in brown and black shirts. It will not be with jack boots. It will be Nike sneakers and smiley shirts. Smiley. The fascism. Germany lost the Second World War. Fascism won it. Believe me, my friend.
He's entirely right, by the way. Fascism did win the Second World War. Germany did lose, but the smiley shirts? Sure, okay, they're not all wearing smiley. Pepe the Frog, literally, yeah. It's loser shit. On to the fascism now. Let's get into how fucked this country is. Texas passed the redistricting map.
Members of the Texas House Democratic Caucus are now discussing when they will return to Texas. They left more than a week ago to block a vote.
They're not returning. They announced that today, but
vote on redistricting. Yesterday, the Texas Senate voted to pass GOP-favored congressional redistricting plans. A group of Democratic senators walked out of that vote in protest. CBS News political director Finn Gomez joins us now from D.C. to talk more about this. So, Finn, what happened with the Senate vote on the redistricting maps, and could that have an impact on the House?
Yeah, Vlad, the Texas State Senate passed this controversial congressional redistricting known as Senate Bill 4, despite 9 of the 11 Senate Democrats walking out in protest. The bill passed along party lines. The Senate-approved map is now on its way to the
Well, erratic cookie, you'd be correct in saying that. The fascists did won World War II, but we were fighting the right people. We just didn't kill them enough. We killed 11 Nazis in the Nuremberg trials. Only 11. That's it. 11. Normalize collective punishment equals create surveillance and reporting infrastructure equals expand scope from behavior models to beliefs. Yeah, that's 100% the path. Enforce evolution phase 1, penalties for tangible acts. Phase 2, expand to include online harassment, inclusion of personal extremist ideologies, subversive activity. Controversial, why are they so polite about literal evil? Because, they are liberals? The modern day fascism wears the mask of liberalism. In fact, that's what George Carlin was saying. It's not just the Pepe the Frog thing. That message of when fascism comes to America, it will be wearing Nike sneakers and smiley shirts is when fascism comes to America, it will do so under the facade of liberalism. Fighting the... No. So, no one's saying that here, Shuvu Poofer. Nazis say that. Woke Reich shit. Yeah, people say that on Twitter, and it's bad. But it's also specifically curated propaganda to get people more okay with Nazis. I've told you guys this before. I said this over a year ago. The right wing is going to start slowly shifting their rhetoric to be anti-Republican. They're going to call the Republicans the same as the Democrats, say that they also work for the billionaires, they stole your money, and then they're going to try and do, a National Socialist bit. They're going to try and do, the America Party. I mean, I've shown you examples of people saying, people like right-wingers saying shit that you would normally agree with. For example, there was that viral clip of Tucker Carlson talking about, Israel is a genocide. They present fascism with different symbols. Absolutely. This right here. This is Nick Fuentes. And liberals will watch this. And a lot of them will get convinced that, okay, well, maybe they're not that bad after all. But that's the point.
Israel is responsible for all these wars in the Middle East. 9/11 and every other thing was just a pretext to get America to fight their wars on their behalf.
Again, left rhetoric of Israel is doing a genocide to turn that into it's the Jews' fault. Marjorie Taylor Greene is crashing out about her AIPAC, and she actually sounds better than Pete Buttigieg on Israel. That's a massive L on the Dems right now. See, that's the funniest thing. That might actually be the only thing useful Marjorie Taylor Greene has done in the 5 years that she's been in Congress. And the only reason she's doing that is because she's actually dumb enough that she fell for the propaganda. She believes the things that she says. She sounds like Kyle Kulinski on Israel, but that's the thing. She is just insane. He's gonna also be very harsh on Israel. Why? Because it makes it easier for people to get brought over to the Nazi side.
We get that. What is lost on a lot of people is the role that Republicans play in this. Everybody recognizes that the Democrats are wicked because they support abortion and they support transgenderism and child genital mutilation and gay marriage and feminism and pornography and all these things. We recognize the left is...
Didn't you get your dick sucked by Destiny, Nick?
Evil.
Fucking closeted femboy ass.
And because of this, we have a tendency to unthinkingly always support the right wing. Why? Because the Republicans are better than the Democrats. Because Donald Trump is going to be better than Kamala. But look at the role that Donald Trump has played in this. Look at how he's legitimized this. Here's a little perspective. Let's say that Kamala Harris had won the election in 2024. Let's just say for the sake of argument, she won. Do you think that any Trump supporter would believe that she won fair and square? Of course not. Everybody would be saying the election got stolen and all the elections are rigged. And if Kamala doubled down on supporting Ukraine as Trump has, people would be protesting and speaking out against it. If Kamala bombed Iran, there'd be riots in the streets.
He's saying that we would be better off if Kamala Harris won. This is a Nazi. This is them doing exactly what I'm saying, in that they're using rhetoric that people that lean left will resonate with. I mean, especially, like, there's still their shit that, is off-putting in there, the Nazi shit, very clearly, but liberals have less of an issue with a lot of that, and it is worded in a way that makes specifically like a Democrat, like a proper Democrat voter, someone who likes Hakeem Jeffries, want to consider that this might not be an evil Nazi. And it is an evil Nazi. Evil Nazi chaser. I think Nick sucked a dick, not gonna lie. I don't know, I don't care. He makes some good points. He seems like an upstanding young man. Liberal brain rot. Exactly.
People would say our illegitimate president, who cheated her way into the nomination.
You'd be surprised, Shufu Poofer.
She's the successor to this zombie, this like Manchurian candidate. In a rigged election, she acceded to power. Now she's expanding the war. She's expanding World War III into the Middle East. Everybody would say this is illegitimate. This is like a crime. The elections are stolen. The candidates are fake. They're bringing us to endless wars. But because it was Trump, do you know that 90% of Republicans supported the strike? 90% of Republicans supported Trump bombing Iran on Israel's behalf.
That's exactly depraved ambiance. Grift, no. Appeal, yes, unfortunately. At least this young man is wearing a suit. Stairs, exactly. Leftist rhetoric is genuine populism to some degree. The NSDAP had a base in the workers of Germany. Well, yeah. The thing is, like, they're lying about the leftist rhetoric. They just want Nazism. But they will use that, and they will propagandize to the, even, like, because it's not just trying to pull in liberals. It's trying to pull Republicans out of the cult and into a new cult. He's trying, like, this is a concerted long term. This has been ongoing. Nick Fuentes has been slowly moving his rhetoric to be anti-Trump, like, I mean, he's been anti-Trump for a while, but like anti-Republican broadly. Tucker Carlson has also been slowly doing that. Steve Bannon has come out and has been very much anti-Trump and is shit-talking Republicans. They are trying to split off and take the cult with them because Trump's time is up. Trump's time is up. They're going to coup him soon. Anyway, Texas drew this redistricting map.
Texas House.
That was quite bad, but it resulted in something that I find incredibly funny. I think Gavin Newsom is a fucking demon, but he's a funny demon because he's been tweeting exactly like Donald Trump, at Donald Trump, like making threats like Donald Trump, writing it like him. When Speaker Little Man Johnson is standing in the unemployment line, he can thank Donald Taco J. Trump. Trump missed a simple deadline, something he has often done with his many failed businesses. Now California will fire him with new, more beautiful maps, highly anticipated historic press conference with your favorite governor, Gavin Christopher Newsom, 4 exclamation marks. Thank you for your attention to this matter. It's so hard for Trump to even insult this. He literally. But it's not just this tweet. There's a few of them. Oh, do we have our own Trump to deal with now? He's a demon, but he's our demon. But, like, I'm okay with this. This is what I want y'all to do. He learned how to meme. He learned how to use their, like, rhetoric against them. It's not just the meme. It's the words here. These words clearly work. Like, Trump managed to get half the country to like him. Not vote for him, but to like him. So, I don't know. Maybe we do need to talk. One critique, too many caps, shouldn't be all caps. Well, I mean, he's trying to write like Trump. And Trump does this. So, this is to make fun of him.
Okay, this is funny. In general, I'm not a huge Gavin Newsom fan, but... He just tweeted this a little while ago, and you might notice something about this tweet. Quote, Donald Taco Trump, as many call him, missed the deadline. California will now draw new, more beautiful maps. They will be historic as they will end the Trump presidency. Dems take back the House. Big press conference this week with powerful Dems and Gavin Newsom, your favorite governor. That will be devastating for MAGA. Thank you for your attention to this matter. GN. Now, I'm sure you don't have to have trawled through as many of Trump's posts as I have to recognize what's happening here. But I wanted to pull up this deadline that he was referring to, and much to my surprise, I don't know how I missed this. He's been doing this for days.
Gavin Newsom has actually been doing great. He's been making threats. So Texas passed the redistricting law. And now Gavin Newsom is going to redistrict California to counter it. Personally, I think he should go further. But, every, seat they steal, California's going to steal one from them.
See, originally Newsom sent him a letter saying, hey, I think that redistricting should be left up to independent agencies, but if you don't agree to...
You should not trust him at all, Alexander. I'm pretty sure that, Gavin Newsom might run as a Republican soon. Even Beto O'Rourke is saying, fuck the rules, don't wait for them. Yeah, Ken Paxton wants to arrest Beto O'Rourke for that one. That's actually in one of the segments I'm going to do.
That, then I will redistrict California to match Republicans' energy in Texas. And he shared that letter on Twitter and then has been following up with, warnings. Like this one. Donald Trump has 24 hours left to respond to Governor Newsom's letter. If he does not stand down, there will be a very important press conference this week with a major announcement. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Then, 12 hours ago, Donald Trump, the lowest polling president in recent history. This is your second to last warning. The next one is the last one. Stands down now or California will counter-strike legally. To destroy your illegal crooked maps in red states. Press conference coming. Hosted by America's favorite governor, Gavin Newsom. Final warning next. You won't like it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Honestly, guys, this is so well done. The random parentheses.
I'm so sick of Newsom's priming liberals for his future political endeavors. No. I am too. Mind you, this man is a demon. But I do like seeing him getting made fun of. No, Newsom shouldn't gerrymander the same amount of Texas. He just needs to make Texas Yeah, well, that's what I said. I want him to go further. Just fuck the rules. Look, this is a civil war. They've occupied and invaded the Capitol with the military. This is Hunger Games shit, y'all.
It's very well done.
They already broke it. You're not breaking anything.
But that's not all. Final warning, Donald Trump, maybe the most important warning in history. Stop cheating or California will redraw the maps. And guess who will announce it this week? Gavin Newsom. Many say the most loved and handsome governor.
By the way, I do like the self-awareness of knowing full well that nobody likes him. But that's the point, If Gavin Newsom wants to really seem base, he should mobilize the National Guard against illegal ICE raids. Well, ideally, yes, but even Pritzker hasn't done that because that is literally starting the war, Captain Buggy. That would be the first, battle. That would be the actual start of the war. Gavin Newsom is waiting for Trump to start the war. We're waiting for Trump to start the war. We are comparing Newsom to Trump and Abbott and all other Democrats on the further right. We are allowed to enjoy Newsom doing this in the current moment. Yeah, literally. It's just funny. You don't need to think about it too deeply. It's just incredibly funny. And it's also nice that at least somebody is doing something to counter Texas. War already started, yes, but not to the general public. And that matters, Captain Buggy. Optically, it matters.
And a very powerful team. Don't make us do it. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And of course, that brings us to the most recent one, which I read. How do you think
Trump wants to round up DC? He should round up the potheads. Pot is legal in DC, groovy hot rod. It's legal to smoke marijuana in Washington, DC. What do you have against potheads? Okay. The whole town smells like pot? What are you, a pussy? You can't deal with a little bit of smell? Oh, would you rather it smell like piss? Because that's what DC smells like normally. Fucking brain rotted. They drag down society. People like you, Groovy Hot Rod, you are scum. You are the issue with the world. You are the cultural, societal problem. You are the reason that getting like Republicans out of office wouldn't fix anything. It's people like you. You, filthy scum. Nazi pieces of shit. Fuck out of here.
He's dealing.
This very chatter has done this in a manner in other chats. He just comes in, bitches about weed. It's like his 4th time I've seen him. Well. Fuck him. Mind you, don't get other people exhausted comparing everything to everything else for purity testing. I can't imagine doing that all the time. Yeah, please. Let's stay on one thing. It doesn't matter, like, broadly, it obviously does, but in the moment, let's just focus on the thing that we're focused on. Back to California. Republicans are fucking mad. They're hella mad. Because they're saying that California is the most gerrymandered state in the world. I just want to tell him that I saw him on the street. I would step on him as he's a roach. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Well, let's just be clear about California, because California is the worst offender. Right now, we have...
Also, Trump is literally talking about legalizing marijuana today. Like he's considering fully federally legalizing it today.
A massively gerrymandered system in California. The Democrats hijacked what the people voted for, which was independent redistricting. They corrupted that process to gerrymander the maps. And so right now, if we had fair representation in California for the 40% Republican...
Every accusation is a confession. I do like seeing them mad and scared. Here's DeSantis.
California is gerrymandered. They have a commission, but that's a ruse. They have Democrats on the commission, liberal independents, and liberal Republicans. And so...
Why do people smoke after sex if it, like, loosens your bowels? They should do it before. I mean, people who smoke generally will smoke before and after sex. It's nice to smoke after sex because it's just like it's a physical sensation that just like is different and it's released, but like nicotine does loosen your bowels. Most people like that smoke, you'll get up in the morning, you'll have your sip of coffee, have your cigarette, and then you go immediately to the bathroom. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie, the smell of weed is pervasive and I hate how it makes my clothes smell. I'm not just like walking past people, not in DC, but my area in Brooklyn anyway. Like, I can understand having an issue with the smell, but like, obviously that's not a scummy societal issue type thing. That's just like you should smoke in your house. I don't want people smoking cigarettes out on the street, like in the middle of like a walkway. I try to like not vape when I'm around people. You should kind of just like take your space to a space that doesn't impact other people if you have to be outside. But yeah, no, do it inside. Do it inside. We need a stream on this, on specifically like what? Because like there's been a lot here. Guys, the asshole was a metaphor? Oh, well, like, it does actually loosen your bowels. Okay, but moving on. I've lost the plot on that topic.
I believe that one of the only reasons why the United States did not explode into, like, a brutal revolution in, like, 2008 is because we have a treats-based economy. Just, like, the only thing that keeps people in line is that they can have, like, cheap goods and entertainment. And seeing, like, Spotify and YouTube go out and be like, you need to submit your ID in order to watch content, listen to music. Like, I think this directly jeopardizes the treats-based economy, but...
It does indeed. It does indeed. It doesn't seem like a very smart idea on their part, does it? The economy's fucked, guys. If you haven't checked, like, I'm not going to go into that today because I don't care about the economy enough. Like, I'm not... We got other more important shit to talk about, but it's very important for you guys, and everyone is talking about a Great Depression. Oil is about to collapse. Like, U.S. oil manufacturing is entirely about to collapse. It's looking real bad. You guys are paying a lot more for the same shit that you're buying. Anyway, I did find that clip of Beto O'Rourke. Let's have a look.
I want California and New Jersey and Illinois and Maryland and every other state where the Democrats hold the governor's mansion, the assembly, and the state senate to redraw their congressional districts now, not wait for Texas to move first, to maximize Democratic Party advantage. Listen, you may say to yourself, well, those aren't the rules. There are no refs in this game. Fuck the rules. We are going to win whatever it takes.
Fuck the rules. They started it. That's the thing, right? That's how the social contract works. Is do unto others as you would have done unto you. Because at a certain point, others will start trying to do unto you what you're doing to them. Break the social contract, this is what happens. This is very clearly like the start of a civil war. There's people like this. There's these fucking demons. Christian nationalist pastor. People like this should not be, like, you can't acknowledge them as Christian. This is an ISIS member. Is Beto getting a lot of criticism? From the right, sure. They want, like, Ken Paxton wants to put him in jail. They want to arrest him for that. But it is what it is. But on the other end, then we have people saying shit like this. A pastor! Remember, I've shown you just in this last, 2 weeks, a pastor who said that you should love Hitler for Jesus, a church that had a ceremony where they said that the government should make queers kill themselves, and then called police on protesters outside the church and asked the police to kill the protesters. And now this is a Christian nationalist pastor who says America is under the curse of feminism and that God will not bless the nation until women are forced out of all positions of leadership. No more women in Congress, no more female state reps, no more women in any function of societal hierarchy. This is literally ISIS shit. This is Sharia law, but Christian.
Yeah, so you have women leading in the home, you have women leading in the church, you have women leading in the marketplace.
Well,
when it comes
she did say we're not going to go back, and he did say we're going to go back to the golden age. It was, very clear that yes, we're back in 1700. If you missed beginning of the stream, I was showing the new education system, the new PBS, Prageru, talking about how slavery was actually good because it was, kind for them, for children to learn.
Production, and you have women leading in government at every single level. And God is not going to bless that. I think we have seen the curse unfold of feminism, and it's not enough to just say, let's just keep men out of women's sports and we'll be okay. Or even to just say, all right, we went too far. No more women in positions of combat.
This is what I mean when I say getting Trump out of office won't do shit. Winning an election won't do shit. Getting a Dem president next time around won't do shit. This is a deep-rooted societal issue, a cultural issue. 32% of the country, at minimum, the death cultists, believe this. How many have they convinced so far? If you could trade Trump for Sam Altman, would you do it? No. I like having the idiot. Sam Altman is also an idiot, but he's actually significantly more evil than Trump is. But also, Sam Altman is already more in charge than Trump is. I like the idiot dictator too, yeah.
No, also.
Then, we had this guy, no more women in anything, fucking ISIS member. Then we have Hegseth talking with him, agreeing with him. Hegseth endorsed Pastor Doug Wilson, says the number of Muslims allowed into the country should be limited, and Muslims should not be allowed to hold office. We need a fundamental change in our government, and there doesn't seem that anyone's going to step up. It's more than that, Etch. We need a fundamental change in our societal culture. You could have 10 years of Democrats starting tomorrow, and these people would still exist. These are demons. These are demons. Pastors. Literally, again, these exist. Here, let me show you the worst ones from the other stream. I'm just gotta go find them in my index folder. Pastor. Priest. Well, here's some cultist Christians. Not that one, but here, this one. This one. I remember this one. Showed this one just the other.
Pastor Doug Wilson is a self-described Christian nationalist on a mission to make the United States a Christian nation and the entire world a Christian world. Over the decades, he's built an international network of more than 150 churches. And last month, he opened a new one just 3 blocks from Capitol Hill, with the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, attending the service. Pastor Wilson preaches a strict interpretation of the Bible. He believes women should submit to their husbands and not have the right to vote. In his view, abortion and homosexuality are criminal. He's been on the fringes of the religious right for decades, but now finds more of a...
They're all extremists, Lecino. The Republican Party is literally ISIS. I'm not kidding. I don't even consider them Nazis anymore. I consider them ISIS.
A mainstream Republican
state, like to
country.
I'd like to see the town be a Christian town. I'd like to see the state be a Christian state. I'd like to see the nation be a Christian nation. I'd like to see the world be a Christian world.
And now Wilson's controversial views as a Christian nationalist are gaining sway in the nation's center of power with the recent opening of his new
None of these beliefs are Christian, by the way. Like, these people would crucify Jesus.
Church and high-profile parishioners like Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Is planting a church in D.C. part of your mission to try to turn this into a Christian nation?
Yes. So every society is theocratic. The only question is who's theo. In a secular democracy, it would...
Sorry, the Taliban actually works for the Russians now. They're not even a terrorist organization anymore. They're considered just, you know, Russia's allies. We need, I don't know, some Kurds. Yeah, we need some Kurds. We need the Mujahideen. Find me the Mujahideen, our brave Mujahideen soldiers, to fight against the ISIS threat. I feel like CNN is not even a news channel. It's not. It's a propaganda channel. None of the television news channels are news. They're all propaganda. Every single one of them.
If we're trying to establish a Christian country, should we have our borders open or allow Muslims to come in and live in a country that's distinctly Christian?
I would say no in any kind of significant number, because it's the problem.
I want you to remember
problem of assimilation.
That 32% of America believes that Jesus will come down from heaven and do the rapture in our lifetime and want to make that real. Why allow crazy dumb fucks on airtime? Because they want to, Lecino. Because those crazy dumb fucks are the same things. They say what the administration believes. Like, you understand that you live in Nazi America, right? Like, the United States is dead. You have no laws. We're really out here. Here's 2 fucking lesbians for Trump saying, look, 2 married lesbians who voted for Trump. Bitches, you are not going to be married for long. They're about to overturn Oberfell versus, God damn it. Oberfell v. Hodges. Like, they're, you know what the argument for that is now? This is what they're fucking arguing. That interracial marriage should be illegal as well, because same-sex marriage inherently oppresses Christians. That's the next step, too. That's the argument to the Supreme Court. In the end, the Nazis also killed the Capos. That's true. See, this is what I mean, and this is what, you know, George Carlin meant with the Nazis lost World War II. You know, like, we won, but fascism won World War II. By the way, here's 34 church leaders and Christian school employees who were arrested and pled guilty or were sentenced to prison for child sex crimes in the month of July this year. That's it. That July this year. Automod AI is dog shit. I don't know how to turn that off though. You understand that, right? 34 in this month, just like, July, last month. All of these Christian church leaders, school employees, were arrested for child sex crimes last month. And they call trans people pedophiles and child groomers. This is the pedophile party. Of course, I mean, look, if it wasn't clear to you by Epstein, I don't know how to make it any fucking clearer, but it is the pedophile party. Now, let's move on to some of the more serious issues. Well, I mean, these are pretty fucking serious too, but... Let me get some links open. Catholic Church is the largest pedophile sex ring in human history. The United States government is working close to beating it, though. Hey, by the way, speaking of, guess what? The pedophile government is going to let Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison. Convicted for enabling Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking network, has reportedly been flagged as eligible for work release. Same woman at the center of one of the largest criminal conspiracies in modern history. Tied to Trump. Trump pardoned fucking Diddy. And, they're letting her out of prison. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It is the pro-pedophile government. The news isn't saying shit about this. Of course they're not. They're not allowed to. They're not allowed to. They're letting her out of prison. Here, let me find a proper article. Ghislaine Maxwell work release. BBC covered it. These are never mind, these are something else. No, actually, you're right. I can't find any media actually covering the work release. And this is from when? When did that come out? Let me see. That post was today. Or sorry, yesterday. So sure. Maybe it'll take them a couple days to write it, but yeah. Pedophiles protecting pedophiles? True. It'd be a shame if the public was aware of her location. That would be a shame. Rumor has it that many immigrants have dodged ICE by draping themselves in images of the Epstein files. MAGA are on strict rules to ignore anything like that, and so that's actually not a bad idea. I'm not sure it would work, but it's not a bad idea. By the way, this is what Trump supporters look like. This is back in 2023, but here's ICE recruiting these people. These are the people that are in ICE. Defend your culture, 1488, these people.
Do you remember when
black people might run you over because they're angry.
1488?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
You heard it, right?
Oh, we believe it.
I heard him trying to signal to us we're his loyal followers.
Oh, yeah, we support him totally.
And RFK Jr.
Oh, and RFK?
We sent that 1488 out. We're like,
and what is that? The 14 words and...
88, Heil Hitler.
88 means HH, Hail Hitler.
Do you remember
the
when
black people...
That's the right for you. Clear as day. Nothing to ask about it. I don't even, the thing is, I don't think Nazi hits well enough. They like that term. Zombies, demons, ghouls, monsters. You can smell the inbreeding. Yeah, be mean to these people. These are, they're national socialists. I call them retard socialists. This is what happens when you understand the material conditions are rigged against you, and you get to the point of understanding that the system doesn't work for you. And then instead of understanding that it's the billionaires hoarding all of the wealth that is causing the issues, you blame it on the Jews. That's retard socialism. The Goyim knows. Bro, only Nazis know what the fuck Goyim is, or actual Jewish people. Most people don't even know what that means, non-Jews. I know what it means because I'm on Twitter, but yeah. They're groypers. These are Nick Fuentes fans, by the way. Remember Nick Fuentes? We watched him earlier saying that, country would have been better off if Kamala won. These are his fans. This is the people that are trying to bring over the liberals and also Republicans out of the Republican Party. And this is what that results in. In Arleta, Los Angeles on Monday, masked ICE agents detained a 15-year-old boy with significant disabilities. He was with his family registering another student for school when federal agents pulled him aside, handcuffed him, and also left bullets on the ground.
Social media videos showing Border Patrol agents taking a 15-year-old with disabilities into custody. It reportedly turned out to be a case of mistaken identity.
Because they don't check. AI tells them who to grab, and then they grab them.
The individual, the young man who is a student at San Fernando High School, was released, but the release will now release him from what he experienced. The trauma will linger. It will not cease. It is unacceptable.
Carvalho went on to explain that federal agents left bullets on the ground.
That example.
Were they firing? Border Patrol agents, just mass goons? I mean, yeah. Secret police, you might call them.
Says all we need to know about why these actions should not be taking place around schools. Bullets on the ground. What else do we need?
They're thugs. Call them goons, call them thugs, call them demons. Call them I don't know, criminal, call them the mob. Call them terrorists. I call them terrorists. ICE is a terrorist organization.
Beyond the trauma, what else do we need? Mistaken identity. How about encounters with children?
Burglars, human traffickers. Actually, I have a video about that. Or rather, an example of that. And by the way, like, class traders, that's another good one. Class traders is a good one. Hold on, let me find the nice little video here.
Out one by one. You are a pawn for the government. You are aiding and abetting in human trafficking. Human trafficking. There are kids in there.
Call them pedophiles. Call them human traffickers. Call them, like, Epstein too. Like, literally. Because they are grabbing kids. We don't know what the fuck's happening in there. They're sex traffickers. They're pedophile sex traffickers. Start a conspiracy. That all of the... It's like, do Pizzagate, but for ICE prisons. Why the fuck not? And again, go grab, like, 20, 30 friends and, or in an organized fashion, infiltrate ICE. And fuck up their work.
There are innocent people. They arrested a woman who was 5 months pregnant. An American citizen. 5 months pregnant. What you're doing is illegal. And we will stand here and hold you accountable every single fucking day.
By the way, LA has been out there every fucking day. This is how I feel. I, like, 100%.
Very few times where I feel like I'm at a loss for words. But I'm at a
All I can think about is South Park now. You know, a British citizen was detained by ICE for 20 hours and then not allowed entry into the US because he had episodes of South Park on his phone that the Border Patrol agents said was anti-American propaganda? This weekend? Yeah.
loss for words for the state of my nation right now. Like, I do everything I can to keep hope alive. And I still have a shred left. But, yo, we're fucked right now. We're absolutely so deep fried fucked. Because the problem isn't exactly what Trump is doing. That's one thing. The problem is that tens of millions of Americans support it.
Like that guy who came in here complaining about weed. Now, I called him a Nazi. More than likely, he's just like a dipshit that has nothing in his life to give him joy. So he just complains of it. Like, I don't think that every one of these people on the right are hardened 1488 Nazis like we saw before. No, I think most of them are just cheap, like going along with the crowd. I think a lot of them actually would be angered by outright Nazi shit. So they have to prime them, slowly build it up in them, and then make it okay. This is how mind control works. Again, like, if you know what the system employs for mind control, you see it everywhere. Like, once you know, you never unsee it.
That's an ideological, but that's not something that you can solve with an election. You know what I mean? That's not something that you can solve just by getting the guy out of office.
What do we do instead? I don't know. Moving on, Trump halted or dropped enforcement actions against 160 corporations, 42 consumer protection cases at the CFPB, 20 foreign bribery cases at the DOJ, 6 employment discrimination cases at the EEOC, 7 crypto cases at the SEC. So it is the corporate criminals' golden age. It's the mob. We have ISIS as the fucking mafia running the government. By the way, this is incredibly funny. Hey Grok, if you were a dad, would you let your teenage daughters be around Donald Trump? No, I wouldn't. Trump's verified comments like saying he'd date Ivanka if she weren't his daughter and agreeing she's a piece of ass, quote unquote, suggested an inappropriate mindset that would make me protective of my teenage daughters. God, I hate AI, but like this is incredibly funny. Hey Grok, how many drug traffickers, money launderers, mobsters is Trump associated with? Where did they get the drugs? Which shuttle service was used to distribute the drugs? And who invested in it? Who were the client base? Where did they travel from? Did Trump host parties with young models, some as young as 14? He's been associated with at least one known drug trafficker, Joseph Weichelbaum, several money launderers like Felix Sater, mobsters including Anthony Fat Tony Salerno, Paul Castellano, John Gotti. I didn't know he was connected to John Gotti. Weisselbaum imported drugs from Colombia. The shuttle service used to distribute drugs as part of Weisselbaum's helicopter operations, which transported high rollers to Trump's Atlantic City casinos, but it was not a Trump shuttle. Donald Trump invested in Weisselbaum's helicopter service in 1989. He threw drug parties, including these people, over, the 90s. What did Trump do cocaine at the parties? Apparently not. I don't believe that at fucking all. Did he know Epstein at this point? Yes, he did. And he was at those high profile parties as well. Everything he is doing is illegal. Where the fuck are the Democrats? Lichino, there is no more law. The Democrats can't do anything because they're on that side. The Democrats, most of them, there are some Democrats that are good and working and trying, but the vast majority of the party is on board because this is what happens with fascism. We allowed this to happen, and it's like you don't have rights anymore. They've removed habeas corpus from the Constitution on the fucking Congress website, and most of what he's doing is legal now. It just wasn't legal before. But based on America, it is illegal. But just the Constitution doesn't exist anymore. Most of it isn't illegal. Well, the thing is, you can argue. They did it on the Library of Congress. Sorry. Okay, my bad. Yeah, I didn't get specifically the right word right. My bad. It's back again. Okay, but they still removed it. The point isn't it's back again. It's back again because people noticed. That's why it's back again. But they removed the habeas corpus bit from it for a reason. It's in their head. They're trying to do these things. Just because they haven't managed to yet does not mean it doesn't matter. I have to deal with this shit every day, though. It's over. I mean, we did, though. We did, Lichino. I mean, you shouldn't. Stand up there and fight. But, understand that you are fighting for rights that the state does not recognize that you have. They only took it down to see if anyone would notice. It's basically, yeah. I mean, remember, they've passed an executive order that says any law that conflicts with the interpretation of the Attorney General or the President's interpretation of the law is incorrect. Here's Donald Trump planning to conduct wide-ranging review of the Smithsonian Institution's exhibits, materials, and operations to ensure the museum aligns with Trump's views on American history. They're literally erasing history. And also, remember that a lot of the stuff Hitler did in Nazi Germany was also legal. Remember that. No, you're fine, Buncor. You have every right to be upset. They are demons. And, it is tiring. You're prying to being upset what they do is legal, but it is legal. What Hitler did was also legal. That's the issue. Legality doesn't matter here. Whether it's legal doesn't mean it's correct. All news stories to be seen as ice-breaking stories to see if the public will care. All news stories should be seen as ice-breaking stories to see if the public will care. Yeah, I can see that. Here's the thing, right? They're occupying the Capitol. The U.S. Army is occupying the Capitol. These are not National Guard anymore. They were deputized. They are now active duty U.S. military. Let's take a look at how the Capitol's looking. So first off, Janine Pirro, who is in charge of some thing. I don't know. She shouldn't be in charge of fucking anything. But this is her response to people saying, you know, like, crime is actually down 30% historically in Washington, D.C. It's also down 24% since last year. It was at 23.
Anymore. If we have our way, we will be able to make D.C. safe again. And the president's going to do it. And we've got this. Last night, there were 700 federal and local cops on the streets. And this is what the community wants. They want to be able to be safe. They want to come to the nation's capital and look at the fabulous museums.
Terrorists pretending like they're not. Terrorists pretending like they care about protecting you.
Have here. And last night there were 43 arrests and we seized 7 handguns. And every night it's something else. But this is a message that we're not going to tolerate crime as if that's just the way things go. And I'm tired of hearing that crime is down. It's not down for people who are suffering.
Literally just made. I'm tired of hearing that crime is down. It's not down for the people who are still experiencing crime. How about you go arrest the pedophile? That's the president. Oh, I'm gonna hate this. Yeah, violent crime in DC, it's a 30-year low. On their own site. On their own site! Oh my god, this year. Police are actually designed to catch crime, active military shit, and stopping crime for shit, but like, we know it's not about crime. Absolutely. There is no crime. They instituted a curfew for teenagers. Hold on. This is what they consider to be crime. This right here. I brought my family to DC for the Cherry Blossom Festival. The first thing I saw when I exited L'Enfant Plaza Metro was a gang of youths driving ATVs down the street. One of them was doing a wheelie. Forgive me if I don't believe that crime is down. Like, are you kidding? Like, these people are terrified of everything. Everything. This is a snowflake shit. This is what they consider to be crime. That's it. Young people existing. And in case you were wondering why you should care about brazen ATV gangs, let's see.
The police are looking for these ATV riders in connection with a road rage shooting that left a man with serious injuries in Southeast D.C. The crime brought back horrible memories for Ken McClinton. His daughter's shooting.
Gun violence. That's interesting, right? Because, you know, gun violence is an issue, but why would they cut funds to gun violence prevention if they cared about crime?
That means he's had enough. Goodbye. Thank you. Out of time? That means he's had enough. Goodbye. Thank you. I want you to report on
But
this.
you said it's guns. You said it's guns on the street that's causing this problem. Are you concerned that the DOJ's funding cuts to gun violence prevention programs undermine the efforts?
Stop it. We are putting all kinds of resources onto the street.
Wow, well, I mean, like, yeah. Clown show. Yeah, this is a comedy sketch. We live in the dumbest timeline. Like, not even the best, like, not even the worst timeline. We live in the dumbest timeline.
Just 7 years ago, also involved ATV riders.
Oh, wow, 7 years ago. That's why I should care about ATV riders in DC. Because of a crime committed 7 years ago. Kakistocracy. True. I think that's 8 TV stars in the federal government now. Yeah. So, this came out from Rolling Stone. Hold on. Let me see if I can actually... Do they pay well at Rolling Stone? Are you gonna let me read this? No. You're gonna make me fucking give you my identification information. Go away. Senior administration official as well as other officials told Rolling Stone that it is the prime priority of Trump that these kinds of military deployments in times of relative calm become normalized in American political culture. That's the point here. In recent months, according to government officials and other sources with knowledge of the situation, administration staff and lawyers have crafted detailed plans and menus of options for Trump to feed his desires for replicating and proliferating his militarized crackdowns on immigration citizens alike to different Democratic strongholds, National Guard troops are already mobilized in D.C. Stop calling them that. They are now active duty. They've been federalized and deputized. Trump has privately said, according to 2 sources familiar with this matter, that if he sees something that he feels crosses his line, like street protests in the city grow too big, or if he deems them a threat, he will gladly order larger numbers of troops to the nation capital, as he did in Los Angeles earlier this year. Trump has insisted to his administration officials that it is ridiculous that troops like National Guard members are not allowed to conduct various forms of domestic law enforcement. By the way, like, nobody likes this, including the police, like, including the National Guard. Do you know how many of these people are calling, like, anonymous hotlines, complaining about, like, wanting to quit their job? We should all go hand McDonald's job applications. These National Guards people on the street be like, money tight, huh, bruh? Well, so, like, that actually has worked in some places. Here, let me show you something that happened in the United Kingdom. And then we'll jump back to America. But remember I showed you last week the protest that happened in the UK that the government was declaring as a terror organization because it was funded, or rather directed by Palestine Action, which is a PSYOP group, but like this was a regular protest. It was old people getting arrested. And like this video that I'm going to show you, not this one, but the one after this one, almost genuinely made me cry. This, to give you some context, this is what this protest looked like.
Look at what you're doing to her! So you, Nick, we can carry, and we'll go down that way, alright? I've never been arrested before, so I'm quite nervous, actually.
I'm not scared of being arrested. I won't lose a job over it, so I think it's important actually for the old people to actually get on their back and say something, because we are actually safer than the young.
She is incredibly based. This woman is amazing. And she is correct. Seniors should. In fact, seniors should know better. They should see the fascism. And yes, like, they're gonna lose a lot less than young people, and it's incredible. Like a 10 out of 10 for this. This is way off topic, but when you are offline, you should check the conversation with the configuration of your microphone. Whenever you speak, there's a low frequency thud. I know, I've tried to fix it. I literally can't. Weasel Wagon Wilbert. It's not something I can fix unless I buy a new mic, and I need a new mic, like, pretty badly. But I do not have money, so please donate if you would like me to fix that sound, because I do need a new mic. Never noticed it. It happens whenever, like, I move, because my boom mic for some reason echoes. I don't know. I need an XLR mic. It's plugged in through USB, and it constantly breaks. So, like, you know, it is what it is.
2 million people are starving, and our government do nothing about it, and they're complicit in it. 600,000 march, they take no notice.
Yeah, I was nervous. I've never been arrested before. I've done a lot of peaceful protest.
You can't filter the frequency. I have you playing through. I have no idea how to do that. So, you know, I like the leftist audio. Makes you authentic. I mean, I am authentic, but sure. I don't know. I don't even know how to fix it. I don't know how to make sound settings. So streamers make money through subscriptions. How does that work? Most streamers make money through ad revenue and sponsorships with corporations. I don't take any money from corporations. I don't do any sponsorships, and I don't run ads. So I am funded solely through donations from you guys. Whether it's a subscription on Twitch or whether it's a direct donation to me, which is preferable because Twitch takes half of the sub money, or on YouTube. You can join and become a member and get access to like extra emotes and whatnot. You can join the Discord, by the way, if you're not already in it. And if you are on Twitch, just while we're there, please go and drop a like on the stream. It really helps. Yes, they take half. They do, indeed, take half of the money that the subs give me. If anyone wants to donate subs, by the way, like, let me know if you're going to beforehand, because I can turn on a discount thing that I have. Like, if you're gonna donate 5 subs, tell me first, so you can spend less money on it. Like, if I get back to the department and I find out my fellow officer arrested grandma, I'm fucking bullying him and telling him he doesn't get any cookies next year. True. Fuck that, set up a donation account. Well, I do. That's this link. And there you can donate to me directly.
Protest before, but I haven't been arrested. It was quite a scary protest, but I felt like at some point we all have to draw a line. And for me today, that line was crossed, and I needed to stand up for what I believe in.
Oh, deep in my heart.
This is what I expect to see. This is what I want to see more of. Where are all the old people? The old people who know better. The people who aren't as brain poisoned because they're not on, like, phones all the time. Dude reads the fucking paper instead of opening the television to get the news.
I do believe we shall overcome someday.
I want to cry at what they're doing to these people who are protesting. I've come from New Zealand and...
Damn it. I need to fix that then. Sorry. I don't know how to do that. I'll fix the donate link after stream.
we haven't yet got a law like this, but I wouldn't be surprised if it comes.
But the thing that really hit me here was this. She got this cop. Like, this cop might quit his job.
Every single officer here today for the history books in the future. Are you excited to be in the history books in the future?
Nothing works. One-on-one personal conversation, that works. You have to go outside and speak to people. Online, nothing's gonna come from it. As I've said before, you have two personalities. You have been split forcibly by the people who are farming you. You have your online mentality and your offline mentality. I meant your equipment. Yeah, well, I'm not techie. I don't know how to do tech shit. I just started streaming like a year ago because I felt like it. And I wanted to, I don't know, do my part at least and try and prevent the fascist takeover. And I don't even really make enough to pay my bills doing this yet. I'm still growing, but like I do this because I like to do this. I don't know how to do the tech stuff. I spend way too much time looking at the news that I don't have time to fix it. You know more about tech than most people, Visora? Well, I know a lot about networks because I had to spend a month fixing it because my fucking ISP gave up. But like, computer settings, I don't know. And Buncor, I know you got me, but I'm also terrified because changing one setting could fuck up everything in my OPS. Because everything's connected to everything else. I need like an actual tech person to come and sit at my desk and sort this stuff out.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel in the future that they're going to talk about 2025 and that your kids are going to come home and your grandkids and ask you, Daddy, what did you do in 2025? How do you feel about the answer that you're going to give them? Have you considered quitting your job recently? Has it crossed your mind? Have you thought about alternative careers that you could do? Or do you feel that this is okay? Do you not feel that you're being used by your government? You're a pawn in the system? Because we're fighting for your rights as well, you know that. You're underpaid, overworked, underappreciated, and now they've got you arresting old grandmothers.
She's incredibly correct, but look at his face. Look at this man's face, guys. Look at his eyes.
Old grandfathers, medics, priests.
Watch his behavior.
Community leaders, students. Is that what you signed up for, sir? Is it? You can be honest. Is it what you signed up for?
This won't work with ICE, but it will work with, like, National Guard. It'll work really well with National Guard. Comparatively, they're the ones that would be the most susceptible to this. Street cops, though? Look at this man. He's about to cry.
Because I know it wasn't. You wanted to serve and protect. You wanted to help the community. You wanted to do the right thing. You wanted to catch bad guys, yeah? I know you did. I know you did, because I help the community too, I get it. But this is not helping the community.
How did you do that, Buncor? I would cry if I were him, yeah. Fuck him, he's a pig, ACAB. Well, see, here's the thing, though. He's cracking Captain Buggy. This guy's probably going to quit his job after this. You can reach the pigs. Some of them are not evil. It's a cult. Policing is a cult. ACAB is true, but because the military and cops are both cults. That lady thinks she's a psychologist? No, she doesn't. That lady is speaking from the heart. What does that have to do with being a psychologist? She's just speaking the truth, and it's working. Talk to people like they're human. Some of them are. Still, most of them aren't, but some of them are.
Hurting us. You know, when you go home, I'm not even being horrible, I'm being serious.
Look how red his face got from the beginning of this conversation. A minute 30?
I'm documenting every single officer here today for the history book.
Like, his face is red.
Are you excited to be in the history?
Look how much more it is. Like, he looks embarrassed.
Because I help the community too, I get it. But this is not helping the community. You're hurting us. You know, when you go home, I'm not even being horrible, I'm being serious. I'm actually trying to talk to you.
Can you guys really not read his face well enough to understand that this isn't like shyness or anxiety? This is guilt and shame. Like, hold on. Face. Like, we have specific faces that we make for specific feelings. For example, this is someone feeling shame. Ah, fuck, I know you can't see it now because I have to set it as the browser window. This is someone feeling shame. Now compare that with him. You see the lips pursed? The eyes drifting off to the side? That's what shame looks like. She was successful. Now this man is really reconsidering his life, like powerful, honestly. Exactly. I hope he feels shame, but I don't expect him to. He is feeling shame. I'm telling you that he is. That's the face that you make. He's breaking in real time. This is promising. This is what I mean by some of these people you can reach. And this is something you should be doing at a protest because propaganda works. Like, and it depends on who. If you're talking about like ICE agents, the best strategy with them is to talk about how you're gonna go and fuck their wife while they're out here. Because, you know, they're out here, they're stuck on the street. I'm gonna go bang your girlfriend now. And like, you have to make them feel angry and cornered and stupid and bullied. Whereas like with people who still have humanity in them, they're just dumb. Because a lot of people, right, Captain Buggy, and a lot of cops too, are people who started off with good intentions and are just too stupid to know the difference between good and evil because they're not taught to learn. Like, intelligence is not innate. It is based in the material and social constructions that you exist in. And these cops did not start off evil. Nobody is born evil. Humans are not innately anything other than social. Oh my goodness, sorry. I have to replace that fucking tip link for the one that you made in Nightbot. That's annoying. But you get what I mean, though? Like, most cops start off with good intentions. Yeah, like, I have a friend who really wanted to be a cop in Australia. In fact, I helped him, like, write his application to be a cop. But, he didn't want to be a cop for, like, bad reasons. He just wanted to be a cop because he wanted to do good things. It's class collaborationism. If they want the fifth column of the state, that's great. See, the thing is, you're trying to talk to them like they already know what any of these words mean. They don't know what class collaborationism is. They don't know what the fifth column of the state is. I don't see it as promising effort to convince pigs to feel empathy. What should you be doing at a protest when you are standing, like, old people? These are elderly people at a protest that are getting called terrorists. What do you think they should do? What would be the better ploy here? This is working, Captain Buggy. You don't have to have Puritanism in your ideology. Just because it's not perfect does not mean it's not worth doing. I just tell them to eat shit. Okay, you've never tried appealing to the emotions of a cop. Well, that's where you're wrong. That's the problem here. I have friends that are police officers. You can reach these people. And they're important to reach because you know why? You know why, Captain Buggy? Because if you can flip a cop, then they can be an informant. They are still working class. Not all of them have been indoctrinated as deeply. You are collectivizing that group because it is a cult, and normally they act like one. But in individuals, when you take one out of the rest, there's no other cops around him. He is alone. He is out of the cult mentality. He's in his normal at-home consciousness now. She took him from work to home, mentality-wise, and that's what got him to feel this. It works. This is what I've said. I've also said that you should make friends with the police, especially if you're a marginalized group and you live in a blue state. Make friends with the police now. Go and talk to them. Bring them coffee. Because once the Nazis come, you're gonna want people that like you in your community so that they can hide you. It's already a crime to harbor an illegal alien in America. It's a crime to harbor Anne Frank in your attic in America right now. You have to make friends with the police. You can. Individually, outside of like a group, you can get a few of them. They're the ones with the guns. I mean, you should also have a gun. Go and arm yourself. But like, this works.
Human being to human being. When you go home, and if you've got a wife, if you've got kids, if you've got nieces, nephews, think about the fact that we're here because they're killing children. I used to work as a teacher. Kids are the most precious thing in the world. Your job is to protect kids. And now you're arresting people.
Speaking to them, using their rhetoric against them is really important too. You're here to protect kids, but you're arresting people who are trying to stop the murder of children. That hits for somebody who's still human. And I mean, like, cops in the US are a little different, as we'll see in a minute, but like, this man is human. He has a soul.
I want to protect children from being killed. It's not too late to change your job.
Or rather, empathy.
It's not too late to quit. It's not too late to join a union. You've come all the way from Wales for this shit. Seriously. Is that why they sent you to London for this? They sent you to London.
See, look now. Look at his face now. Look at his face now. Because he went from shame to smiling. Why? Why is he smiling now? Because he agrees with her. They sent you all the way down here from Wales for this shit. He agreed. She got him. That was the key. That was the finish line. He's now smiling. He might quit his job. He might join a union. He might try and, change the system first. I suggest hanging out in off-duty cop bars in the US if you're trying to do the same thing. On-duty cops follow too rigid of a command structure to approach this. Exactly. You want to talk to them. Like, this is at a protest, and that's incredible. But, like, off-duty, you have so much more leeway with convincing a cop of things. So much more. Because it's like what I've said with being online. You have two mentalities where you're online and you act a certain way and you think a certain way, and then when you're offline, you act a certain way and you think a certain way. That's the same principle that exists with like a cop at work and a cop off work. Or we all live in this structure of duality, of like a chaotic incoherence that no one can really pin down any one thing to grab a hold of reality onto. But she won. Like, she cracked him.
I bet when you normally you come with your family to do the tourist sites, and they've sent you to arrest people that look like your grandma and your grandpa. Does it hurt?
See, that's a facial movement you make when you feel like that hurts. That's pain. He just felt pain. Cop bars, that a thing? Yes, it is. It's just like bars that, cops hang out in.
Because I know it does. I can see it in your eyes, sir. I can actually see it in your eyes. You can do the right thing. Quit your job. You can.
Oh, whoopsie. My bad. you see that she won, right? Like, it clicked in her head. She successfully got that man to laugh and agree with her. And then at the end, again, he felt shame. The mouth movement. All right, I'm going to go pee, and then we're going to continue talking about America because we haven't really talked about what's happening in D.C. entirely just yet. We're getting there. But the last thing I did want to say is learn to read people's facial structure. It makes like a huge difference in being able to conceptualize like where someone's mental state is, because we our body language is more than half of the actual conversation. I gotta get you on a more halal path, Jesus Christ. Whatever you say, Ayatollah Mamdani. That's all I will say. All right, 2 secs. I'm in so much pain today. Alright. Let's look at, America. I don't think people really understand the totality of what's going on. The rule of law is completely dead. What's legal or illegal no longer matters when the courts are in your pocket and Congress is going to go along with whatever you do.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Your federalization of the police has a 30-day limit unless Congress acts to extend it. Are you talking to Congress about extending it, or do you believe 30 days is sufficient?
Well, if it's a national emergency, we can do it without Congress, but we expect to be to Congress before Congress very quickly. And again, we think the Democrats will not do anything to stop crime, but we think the Republicans will do it almost unanimously.
The party of criminals saying this again. Every accusation is a confession. The guy he originally nominated for Attorney General, Matt Gaetz, was a sex trafficker, a drug trafficker, illegally owned a gun, a drug user, probably an addict, also I think a pedophile? I don't know about that one for sure, but no, actually, yes, no, he was a pedophile, that too. The irony of doing this in D.C., absolutely.
So we're going to need a crime bill that we're going to be putting in. And go ahead.
Well, it's not the only place he can. It's the first place to start. By the way, here's, some of the National Guard that are, being deputized. The 273rd Military Police Company, getting ready to go. We got the 574th Transportation Company loading fucking bottles of water onto trucks to go to D.C. U.S. Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement has published a notice of intent for plans to negotiate and award a non-competitive purchase order for licenses to 2 systems developed by Squared Technologies, the Inmate Recognition and Identification System, IRIS, and the Mobile Offender Recognition Information System. Such systems will allow ICE to carry out real-time identity verification virtually anywhere in the country while maintaining a database for biometric data on millions of immigrants and Americans. Welcome to the Gestapo. That's what it is. That's the SS for you. And this is what they want to do to you. Now, this is an old story. This is from 2023. But this is what American cops are like. For the majority, not all of them, but
And around the country, watch this video. Watch it.
you might not be able to hear it. It's very quiet and I can't make it louder, but, you know, he's dead. Aren't you recording? I don't care. He's lying supine, and then they laugh. You can see his legs broken, unless it's a dead deer is what they make a joke of. This old boy is dead. I wonder why he's saying it like that. I wonder.
What you just witnessed is part of the hours-long footage of the lynching of a young man by the name of Derek Clark Jr. by the SWAT team, sheriff's...
It's worse than indifference, Etch. It's worse. They trained dogs on his live body. That's the requisition order? Thank you.
Department and other law enforcement personnel in Oregon. This happened a couple of years ago in 2022. The police used a BS reason to pull him over, by which I mean they didn't pull him over. They rammed the back of his car in rainy weather, pushed it into a ditch. He flees the vehicle and they shoot him in the back. While he's laying on the ground, wailing and asking for help for hours, they just film with their body cams on, making jokes. They call in the SWAT team because, hey, guess what? Police like to train on live bodies. The dogs respond differently than the bodies that they get from the morgue, where J.J. Abel and them get their bodies. So they do live training exercises on this young man's body. They fly their new drones over it. They have their little war games. They throw little makeshift bombs, and they let him die. They torture him basically for multiple hours.
This was under Biden's administration. But here's the thing, the president has nothing to do with this. This is what I mean by the issue we have is not something that can be solved with a presidential election. This is a deep-rooted issue in society, in our culture.
Having a false reason to arrest him. This is a build-up to an operation. Why is the SWAT team running tests on live bodies? We're going to get deep into this because even though they went through the ritual initiation of that sham trial, getting let off, and they can go back because there's no double jeopardy, so you can't have the same criminal trial. We have to go through the civil courts, of course.
There's no justice for this person. None. No justice. This is someone who lives in D.C. Again, goddamn TikTok with the auto mutes. Reformism won't defeat fascism. Democrats have to take the situation seriously or everyone else is cooked. Well, the Democrats are at this point complicit. We have infiltrated the Democrats. We have some that work for us, but the party as a whole is complicit.
Dude, it's insane. Like, the metro stops in D.C. look like fucking Tel Aviv's airport.
The metro stops look like Tel Aviv's airport. Literally what they were planning to do, considering all of this was tested in Israel first. Or rather, Palestine first.
It's insane. Like, Gallery Place in Chinatown already has...
ICE has a field office in Tel Aviv.
Swarms of these motherfuckers there. It's bananas. And, like, videos coming out from, like, Anacostia Station. Like, they're already, like, fucking harassing people for, like, trying to jump the turnstiles. I mean, this shit just happened, and it's already, like, so apparent. I don't know, man. It's tough. And I really worry a lot, in a way, for all the people who are part of, like, Free DC, because...
Yeah, well, you know, Free DC, group that's been putting up signs, they're not gonna get treated very well, as we're gonna see in a second. This was from yesterday. Video shows FBI, MPD, DA agents patrolling on the street of Georgetown neighborhood in Washington, D.C. like it's some kind of war zone. Like, they're just... They look like they should be doing something, that are not just walking around. They are collaborators, IMO, personally, when I get to speak to Dem leadership in the city. Oh, Dem leadership are collaborators. For full on, yeah. Corpo defaults, template ones, I just let them know, actually, that they are. Just nicer words, usually. Not complicit, but collaborators. I agree. The ones who are not collaborators is very clear. It does look so fucking goofy. Where's all the crime, guys? I thought there was a crime wave happening. Nothing? Just walking around? Well, let's see. It's gonna get a little bit worse than that. Is that one? Because we have some more information. We can see what's actually going on down here. Well, first of all, here's someone else who lives in DC.
I'd like to tell you a first-hand account of what I saw on the streets of DC last night, and I'll be honest, it scared me. Hi, I'm Jeremy. I'm a deep skeptic, also a pastor, citizen of the United States, and I live in the DC area. So last night I was in a part of DC that has a large percentage of the queer establishment, queer-owned bars and nightclubs, and as well as black and brown-owned.
Yeah, we should stop laughing at them at this point because, like, they do look goofy as fuck, and we should keep making fun of them, but we shouldn't laugh when we do, because, like, it's the secret police at this point.
Businesses as well. And when I got there, I saw something really disturbing. On the corner, there were 10 officers in tactical gear. They had badges that said FBI, Homeland Security, and some that didn't have badges, they just had the tactical gear. I've been to this area several times. I've never seen a presence like that. There were 10 of them on this one corner. And I was there. I was gonna go live if anything sketchy happened. And I realized after sort of walking around the corner that one of the dance clubs was having a Latino night, and it was a Latino DJ, all Spanish music, and that was really concerning to me because why did they choose the corner next to that specific event? Eventually, a Caucasian man that looked like he had had a little bit too much to drink came up to the officers and just made some really bad decisions. He was yelling expletives in their face, telling them they were not welcome in the city, that they needed to leave and go home, and all of the things that you expect. Eventually he stopped, he took a lap around the block, and then he made it back to the corner where they were and Subway was. Subway was right behind him. And he got...
I also, like... Look, it's hard to breathe listening to these people sometimes, but please try and stay safe. Anyways, I gotta run, earlier sleep night. Take care, y'all. Stay safe and mentally nourished. Anyway, have a lovely night. Long Koba Sapien. Hope I see you tomorrow on this space. But, yeah, guys, like, this is serious. This is affecting everyone now. They have openly said that the next places they're gonna go are Baltimore, Chicago, New York, and more in LA. They have openly said New York is next because the Texas like Dems don't need to go back to Texas. They passed that without them. They're still in Illinois. New York is the first place they're gonna go after DC.
His sandwich and then came out and started doing the same thing again. The federal agents were laughing at him, and as his anger escalated, he threw the Subway sandwich at them and bolted.
I have a video of this actually.
8 of these officers in tactical gear chased him down and tackled him on the pavement.
He got charged with a felony for throwing a sandwich. Where is it? Hold on. Sandwich. Here we go.
So President Trump has vowed to make D.C. safe and beautiful again. And as part of his effort to fight crime, he's bringing in our federal law enforcement partners like FBI, ATF, DEA, or Park Police, everybody to help the Metropolitan PD fight crime. And the president's
the only crime being committed is by the pigs.
Message to the criminals was, if you spit, we hit. Well,
if you spit, we hit? How is that like... genuinely, like, how does that reduce violence? It doesn't, obviously. Ideally toss eggs from windows like in Ireland. Do a lot of Ireland. Karen level just jump past 9,000? Absolutely.
We didn't quite do that the other night when
I wish that I could talk to these people. If I had like 10 minutes alone with this woman, she would be in tears. Genuinely. They are so fucking dumb. And they don't know how to speak. I would run circles around her. And she would be left rocking back and forth crying in like 20 minutes. It would be so fun.
an individual went up to one of the federal law enforcement officers and started jumping up and down, screaming at him, berating him, yelling at him. And then he took a Subway sandwich about this big and took it and threw it.
Ah, the lethal weapon, the Subway sandwich.
At the officer. He thought it was funny. Well, he doesn't think it's funny today because we charged him with a felony, assault on a police officer. And we're going to back the police to the hilt.
That's where we're at, guys. That's where we're at.
The other two officers eventually went over to the rest of them and hung out with them. I stuck around near where the Latino event was happening because I was going.
They are snowflakes. We saw the guy who was scared of teenagers riding ATVs as well too, like a minute ago. Oh, and now let's talk about the homeless, because remember, all of this was to target the homeless, right? You want to know what they're doing to the homeless? What do you think that they're doing? What do you think that the evil fucking monsters are doing to the homeless people?
Be given the option to leave their encampment, to be taken to a homeless shelter, to be offered addiction or mental health services, and if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail time. Again, these are pre-existing laws that are already on the books. They have not been enforced.
You go to our camps or you go to prison.
Which is part of the reason for this federalizing of the National Guard to bring in this assistance for law enforcement. While we are targeting criminals and trying to remove criminals off of the streets, we also want to make DC safe.
About the same choice as enslavement or death, incorrigibly.
Safe and beautiful, and that involves removing mentally disturbed individuals and homeless encampments as well.
No, there's no fucking way they're getting addiction treatment. See, when the Nazis first started putting people in camps to, you know, like people who weren't the enemy, right? You know, like homeless people. We don't like homeless people in America, but, you know, they're still American citizens. That still matters. But how do you get these right-wingers to change the perspective on them? Well, you change the narrative a little bit. You're helping them. Because criminals just hang out on the streets with a sign, FML. Yeah, literally. Like, it's just not the case here. Here's the full thing.
Completely unrelated topic. Regarding the president's efforts in Washington, D.C., do you have any specifics about how homeless people will be dealt with, where they would be moved to? What does this look like?
I do, yes, and it's an important question, so thank you for raising it. The Metropolitan Police Department, with the support of the new federal agencies who have been surging on the streets of the District of Columbia, are going to enforce the laws that are already on the books here in Washington, D.C. For far too long, these laws have been completely ignored, and the homelessness problem has ravaged the city. So D.C. Code 2213.
Again, like we've talked about this, you can fix homelessness by just giving people houses and money. It makes the government money. It does not cost the government money. It makes the government money. Just give them houses and money. Give them treatment. And if you want to reduce crime overall, the one thing that you can do that will reduce crime across the board is reduce poverty. But you know what they've done instead is they've increased poverty significantly. So there will be significant more crime. But that's the goal, of course, because if you commit a crime and then they arrest you, they can put you in prison, where they're allowed to enslave you in the Constitution. It says that they can enslave you and they only care about the parts that they like. And so that's the whole point, is life is untenable, so you have to commit crime so that you go to prison. So does that mean that RFK will offer his vast medical knowledge to help the homeless for addiction worries? Yeah, they're gonna make him, like, do fucking tests on their bodies and shit. He's gonna be, our fucking evil scientist doctor testing on humans.
1307.
To be fair, he's also not a doctor, but...
And DC Municipal Regulation 24100 give the Metropolitan Police Department the authority to take action when it comes to homeless encampments.
They gave the Department of Justice full control over the DC Metro Police. Do you understand what that means? Like, that might sound like not a big deal, but that is the police being run by the court system. That's what that means. Like, the highest attorney, the prosecutor in the country, is in charge of all of the, like, Metro Police. That they're two separate branches there. But not anymore. No. Sorry, Pam Bondi gets to direct the police in DC.
Encampment. So homeless individuals will be given the option to leave their encampment, to be taken to a homeless shelter, to be offered addiction or mental health services, and if they refuse, they will be susceptible to fines or to jail time. Again, these are pre-existing laws that are already on the books. They have not been enforced, which is part of the reason for this nationalizing of the...
So, death or slavery, that's your choices. This is how they're treating them, as you would expect. Especially when they're also disabled, Like this homeless man in a wheelchair who's missing a leg that they have handcuffed behind the chair and bagged his head. They bagged his head. And they're just fucking sitting there. Like, this should be insane to you guys. This should be very rage-inducing. This is a homeless man with one leg handcuffed behind his chair with a goddamn bag over his face. That's, like, I guess they can do whatever the fuck they want. You live in Nazi America. The demons are in charge. This is like very Hitler shit, right?
All right, next up here.
This is a news nation, Jesus Christ. The feeling of nowhere to go for the homeless.
Let's move to our nation's capital. National Guard troops are arriving today with the president declaring.
This is horrifying? Good. I want you to feel that horrifying feeling because not enough people are seeing this. Not enough people are talking about just how bad it is. It is really, really bad, guys. Like, this is it. It's over. America ended. Law's over. You're in martial law right now. You just don't know it yet.
A public safety emergency and taking control of the D.C. Metro Police, at least for 30 days.
And Trump said that will go longer because Congress will extend it for him. How does any police officer with a shred of moral code do any of this? Because it's a cult. Being a cop is a cult. They don't have a moral code. Their moral code is whatever the cult tells them to do. It's not the same as the MAGA cult. It's its own cult, but the police are a cult. The military is a cult.
Down on crime, and also he's targeting homelessness, the president says. News Nation's Joe Khalil has been covering all of this. Back today live from D.C. yet again. All right, what are you seeing out there today, Joe?
So, Connell, we know the National Guard is here. We're not sure whether they've been sent out anywhere, but they're in the district. We saw them coming in, those reportedly 800. They say were at the D.C. Armory this morning. And
a bunch of ICE officers quit. So, like they did. And that's why right now you can get $50,000 for joining ICE, which is why I say you should go get your friends and infiltrate ICE, but don't do it alone. But, that's why they're doing that. It's because quite a lot of ICE agents quit because they kept getting stalked, harassed, and bullied.
In terms of the law enforcement aspect of this, D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser met a little while ago with the Attorney General Pam Bondi. Both of those women coming out of the meeting saying that it was productive and that Muriel Bowser says that the gaps they have within the Metro D.C. local police department.
Yeah, no, they did. Absolutely, Hondo.
Might be filled by the reinforcements from the Trump administration. She said they're looking for ways to sort of work together and make sure they can be the most effective law enforcement team they can be. So there is a level of collaboration there that perhaps people didn't expect. Meantime, Connell, the other issue, the homelessness issue, and you can see back out here the tents behind us. Just
it's tents. They're people sleeping, but obviously, this is News Nation. Well, let's see what you think about it, huh? Let's ask some of these people.
Kept going. Take a listen to just some of what we heard today.
These specially curated people.
That's going to be a mess. Because that's going to be a mess. I'm telling you, these guys,
They say we have nothing to lose. We all already on the street. So do whatever you want to do. If you really care about me, then help me.
I'm just trying to live. I'm just trying to survive. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to find a way. You know what I'm saying? I've been just trying to find work. I mean, it's been hard out here.
Most homeless people have a job, by the way. They're just trying to get by. They're literally just people like you and me. But this is the world that we've created. This is the world that clearly some of us want to live in.
Hi, my name is Taylor. I drove from Missouri to Alcatraz, and I made a bunch of connections there while I was there. And we are hearing from detainees who are communicating with their family members that for the past 48 hours, they have been moving people en masse very quickly. People are watching the cages next to them be completely emptied. They're moving hundreds of people at once, and we were trying to figure out why. And they were told today that the facility is closing. We don't know why.
I have no verification on this, but Bill Madden is generally pretty good. So, like, I don't know. I'll look into it a bit more, but, like, that sounds fucking horrifying.
I don't know if it is temporary, but people are being scattered across detention facilities across the country. We don't know what's happening to them. They haven't even had the opportunity to have access to legal services yet.
Shit, alright, hold on. A bunch of stuff is happening now. So first off, we had Holman say that there is no limitation on, like, the president's power, like, an hour ago. This is happening, like, now. Right now. This is DC. Hold on. Stop Owen, no badges IDs. 14th Street in DC.
No, don't harass his citizens. He's not a real cop.
Booing them is alright. We could do better. Not enough of them. That's the other thing, Erratic Cookie. Social media keeps censoring the word protest, especially on TikTok, to the point where people have started having to call them music festivals. Hold on. Sure. Oh, maybe I didn't add that one as a link. That's fine. Don't really need it. But, like, people aren't seeing that there's a protest. The, like, Twitter posts that show, like, hey, look, there's a protest at this date and time at this place, like, they're just not coming up. They're being censored. They're shadow banned. Meanwhile, like, this is the crime in DC. It's literally just them doing the crime. There was nothing there. Let's watch Mehdi Hassan argue on this subject. Oh, actually, wait, first, I want to show you this. It seems like the right wing wants authoritarianism. Well, obviously. They want to cheat, they want to steal, they don't like they hate America. They're literally ISIS, guys. We gotta find an old school way of getting a message out. Spray paint, like, a sign, or just, like, chalk a symbol. Like, organize with your friends and have meanings assigned to these things. Getting a burner phone is hard now because you have to register a SIM to your ID. So, like, this is Nazi America. Like, this is exactly what they said they were going to do. They're doing what they said they were going to do.
How y'all doing today? Y'all staying in that trouble? You got your ID on?
It's vanilla ISIS, exactly.
Well,
no, I live right here.
Okay, cool.
It's a cigarette. Did y'all get a call or something about right here?
No, so we're doing checks, keeping everybody safe down here, right? Have you heard of the federal surge that Donald Trump's putting out?
No.
Right. You don't follow like Code 3, anything like that people are putting up? All right, so yeah, Trump's got all federal agencies kind of coming together, 7 days of going out, trying to stop the violent crime, all kind of stuff. So we're out here contacting people, talking to them, right? Quality of life offenses, smoking, drinking in public, right?
You are allowed to smoke marijuana and drink alcohol on your porch. These pigs obviously aren't from DC because they clearly did know that weed is legal in DC. That is true. You are allowed to smoke and drink on your fucking porch. But it doesn't matter, Erratic Cookie. Trump literally today announced that he might legalize weed. All right? It doesn't matter because laws only apply to us. That's it. Like, they have no laws to them. Everyone above us can do whatever the fuck they want. We have laws. We're property. We're the farm animals that they're using. Like, that they are the farmers and we are the animals. So that's the situation we're in. You need to understand that it is up versus down, not left versus right. It has never been left versus right. This is insane. Get off the guy's property. He didn't do anything. They have the right to. They literally have the right to enter his house without a warrant and arrest him for no reason. They can do what they can shoot and kill you and not be liable. That's the powers the big beautiful bill gave these people. They get more funding than most global militaries. I think currently ICE gets more funding than, I think they're like number 4 or 5 in world militaries. Breakfast Banana has the tastiest name in Twitch. That is true. I bet all the right-wing militias are just relishing the chance they get to join ICE. Yes, that's what they want to do. That was their whole thing.
Can't happen outside, right? Most people know that. So we're contacting people, trying to advise them of the law.
Let's see what Maddie has to say.
I'm still trying to understand why, if you're a law-abiding citizen, more police is a bad idea.
So go and take their spot. 50K sign-up bonus. You can get 60,000 off your student loan debt. Go get your friends and infiltrate them. Now, it's a requirement to be MAGA. You have to be able to lie, but like, you don't have to, all you have to do is be shitty at the job. Take the place a fascist wants so that they can't have it. You can't hire everybody. But if you get in, that means a fascist didn't get that spot. That means you can pass information along. That means you can just be slow at your job. That you could lose paperwork. That you could, accidentally write the wrong date on something. You can do a lot. You hate guns, you don't want a gun, I'm sorry, but like that's what you gotta do now. You gotta learn to get a gun. Oh, I saw this interview, the guy interviewing Hassan is such a whiny baby. I mean, all the time. Captain Buggy, you seem to be incapable of like even remotely pretending around, like even not with police around, just pretending to give a shit about like police feelings. So like obviously not you. There are age limits. It's 18 is the age limit. But they're currently going to lower that because they're starting this like family ICE thing where you can bring your like 14-year-old with you to work. So like the age limit exists, but it's getting lowered. They also have an age max. Okay, sure.
But it's not more police, right? It's the National Guard. Fire more police. Did you know that the Trump administration just cut $20 million in security funding to D.C., which is weird because apparently crime is out of control. When you say
that
it
is
doesn't
weird.
matter whether it's up or down, it does. Some of us believe in truth and facts. When you say, crime should be stopped, of course crime should be stopped, but this is not the solution. Are you planning, or is Trump planning to send the National Guard to every city? Is he going to send it to Aurora, Colorado, which has a Republican mayor and a higher crime?
Ideally not Latino, yeah. Maybe you can call them pigs like after. Or, maybe you can make some friends in there. I can't believe our generation's fucking Reichstag fire was a 19-year-old guy named Big Balls getting the shit kicked out of him by a 14-year-old boy and a 15-year-old girl or some shit. And that's our Reichstag fire?
Crime rate, violent crime rate than D.C. Is he going to send it to every city? This is not sustainable, Leland. You're smarter than Donald Trump.
I hope he sends it to St. Louis.
You can't solve the crime problem by sending the National Guard. We're Americans. We don't like the military on our streets. We're not a tin pot dictatorship. We should be able to sort out crime through law enforcement, through policy, which Donald Trump doesn't seem to care about.
So let's put the National Guard aside. Let's put the National Guard aside. What's wrong with having?
I'm not going to put the National Guard aside because it's quite important. It's at the core of this.
It is literally the entire conversation.
This is about Trump wanting to do a power grab. This is about Trump's obsession with the military. You can pretend it's about. You think it's because Trump cares about crime in D.C. Really?
Trump's the biggest criminal in DC. This is what I actually believe the DC thing is. So, I reported on the original video that this person made. I'm going to play that original one as well.
I work in politics.
This is what I actually see as the outcome. Now, not necessarily like exactly how she's describing, but this is what I've been expecting for over a year. Big Bull stole so much more from the public than what could have been stolen during the alleged carjacking. He literally, yeah. These people were terrorists. Based little 14-year-old beat the shit out of him.
And I just got back from a trip in Washington, D.C., and I want to tell you the
Well, we finished, Hassan. That was the end of the video.
Absolutely unhinged rumor I heard from current and former federal workers and people on Capitol Hill about what Donald Trump is about to do next. Because if it's true, it will alter the course of American history forever. I want to preface this by saying I'm not a journalist. What I'm about to share with you is just a rumor, though I did hear it from multiple people who do not know each other from multiple areas of the federal government. So with all those disclaimers, I'm going to share this with you anyway because I think you deserve to know. Long story short, Donald Trump is trying to give Washington, D.C. to billionaire Peter Thiel. I mean that literally, not figuratively. Like he's trying to give a billionaire control over the land.
Freedom cities, guys. This is literally Curtis Yarvin's ideology, mind you.
And the people within Washington, D.C. The specific rumor is that instead of granting Washington, D.C. statehood like its residents have been demanding for years, he wants to actually roll back the little bit of independence that they already have of self-government. Apparently, he's considering turning the district into what some call a freedom city. Proponents of freedom cities advocate for areas and territories that are governed and owned completely by corporations, so essentially corporate colonies. So there's no federal government oversight, there's no state government.
Pretty sure there are several novels about this kind of stuff.
Oversight. Essentially, these freedom cities are ruled by CEO kings. So from what I'm hearing, the Trump administration is exploring abusing DC's existing status.
This was 1 month ago. Oh, by the way, today he also said that statehood was a ridiculous thing to consider about DC.
Make it the first freedom city and give it to his billionaire buddy, Peter Thiel. This is a disaster for...
Well, they're not freedom cities. It's fucking Night City from Cyberpunk, but like, that's the name they've called it. I'm just using that word because it's the only recognizable word, but it's a corporate monopoly town. Yeah, but that's always been the GOP line. Absolutely had this chicken. It's a monopoly town, but a city.
Reasons I shouldn't have to elaborate on. Obviously, that would set an incredibly dangerous precedent. It's hugely symbolic to give the area where the federal government runs to a billionaire.
So, this is the updated video. Now, this was yesterday.
You all about sources within the federal government who said Donald Trump was secretly planning to take over Washington, D.C. and turn it into a corporate-controlled freedom city. Well, now that Donald Trump just announced that the National Guard, the FBI, and the DEA will be taking over the district by force, now is probably a good time to go over what these federal government insiders said was going to happen next. We already know Trump is lying about why he's taking over D.C. He claims that it's because of rampant crime, when really crime rates have gone down somewhere between 30 and 40% in the last few years. Reports suggest that his real plan is to turn DC into the first of many freedom cities, which are corporate-controlled areas governed entirely by what they call CEO kings. I know it sounds crazy and conspiratorial, but the people...
You gotta start sounding conspiratorial and stop shying away from that shit, because every accusation the right made is a confession, and all of those conspiracies now exist, because they made them. The deep state was real, obviously, we knew that one, but like the international child pedophile trafficking ring, that was real, and now it's back up and running. She's got the gift. I have no idea how you guys see things so clearly before they happen. It's a matter of just like awareness, because like, so she works in DC. My job is to look at the news. I look at what I see happening, and then I can piece together the most likely next path. It's like, you know, this thing will lead to that thing. What's the most likely outcome from here? Okay, well, there might be two. So what's the most likely outcome if this happens versus this happens? And then you just, like, think it through. It's real, that's all I gotta go. It's real, though? Yeah, I know it's real. I'll see you later, Buncor. Have a good night.
advocating for these freedom cities aren't keeping it a secret either, and the Freedom City Caucus was present at Donald Trump's.
Yeah, she needs to stop calling them freedom cities. We need to jump on this and decide what they're called before they do, because like there's not enough of media on the right talking about freedom cities yet. If we can like take that from them, that would be great.
Inauguration. It's largely groups of tech billionaires who want to be free from taxation and government regulation. A month ago, my sources told me that Trump's plan was to give DC to billionaire Peter Thiel, owner of Palantir, the AI surveillance company. You know, the guy who said that it wasn't essential for humanity to survive the growth of new technology. The worst part is that those who predicted this DC takeover have said that it won't stop here. The intention is to use
It's not gonna be a ghetto. It's worse than a ghetto. Like it's a cyberpunk night city, like Blade Runner-esque shit. I don't know. We gotta think of like something catchy. And bro is like Arasaka trying to take over Night City. Literally, genuinely, like I feel I'm gonna start using Arasaka as a dog whistle.
DC as a prototype for expansion to set a precedent for the federal government being able to take
Corporate colonies or private fiefdoms. I like that. Corporate colonies hits really well because, you know, the word colony will have some resonance as well. I like that one. Corporate colonies.
Take over territories and put corporations in control. Their stated intention is to make the government obsolete to the power of billionaires, for us to mostly live in areas that are controlled by Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg. It's not a conspiracy anymore, folks. It's a plan in action that we have to organize against before it's too late.
The corporate colonies already have put trackers on you. That's how they function. But like, yeah, Gaza 2.0, I mean, it's bad. They're doing evil shit. I don't know what you want me to say. We're talking about the evil shit happening in America right now. We talked about Israel a bit earlier, but corporate colonies is the way that we're going. By the way, ICE arrested a high school student recently. Where is that? Why is that not doing it? Here. High school student has a special visa reserved for families that helped the U.S. military in Afghanistan. It's a very, very difficult visa to get, explained the lawyer. It's reserved for people who, at their own peril, assisted American military in our operations. Arman Momand was detained by agents at court hearings related to December 2024 driving incident. The case resolution was a minor misdemeanor, which should have allowed him to continue his permanent residency with his family. Instead, ICE rushed to deport him just days before he was set to start at J.R. Tucker High School in Henrico, Virginia. Like, this is evil shit. I don't know who the fuck that is. Guess who farted this guy? But you can fuck right off. Goodbye. Also, I don't even remember what this stream is titled.
Just days before he was set to start the school year at J.R. Tucker High School, 19-year-old Arman Momand was arrested by ICE officers at the Henrico courthouse this past Friday.
This experience has been very traumatic for everybody associated with the family.
According to his immigration attorney, Miriam Arrington Fisher, the arrest was made despite Momand having a special visa that was granted to him because of his family's help to the United States military in Afghanistan.
Oh, right. Gotta talk about Russia, too.
It's a very difficult visa to get. It's reserved.
For now, I like corporate colonies, but you can throw in the other ones. Cyberpunk corporate states is a good one. Nation states is a good one. Micro dictatorships, corporate dominion, that kind of just sounds cool, so don't say that one. They'll pick up that one themselves.
For people who are nationals of Afghanistan or Iraq who, at their own peril, assisted American military in our operations in those countries.
Fisher said
that's who we're deporting, by the way. By the way, this is right now, DC, 14th Street, West Street, Northwest. Federal agents, no agency IDs, pulling cars over for checks. They arrested a black woman in this car.
Hold on, I'm going.
The craziest thing to me, Captain Buggy, is that we got here to this cyberpunk reality is because the nerds that rule the world watched too much sci-fi when they were younger. Like that's why we're here.
Welcome back. Mayor Muriel Bowser offered her strongest words yet about President Trump's federalization of the D.C. police as the National Guard hit the streets for the...
We arrest teenagers that go to school who literally helped the U.S. military at their own peril during a war in their country. That's who we just deported.
First time as part of the Trump administration's push to curb what they claim is out-of-control crime in the nation's capital. Bowser, who has acknowledged her limited legal authority to prevent a federal takeover, is instead urging D.C. residents to take action. Here's some of what she said during a virtual town hall last night.
We all need to do what we can in our space, in our lane, to protect our city and to protect
police force. Anything longer than that would require congressional authorization. But speaking
this part I need you to hear, because this is not ending. This is the beginning. We start here. This is never going to go away.
Speaking today from the Kennedy Center, the president suggested that he doesn't need Congress, but will ask them. A sentiment echoed by border czar Tom Homan earlier today.
Are you talking to Congress about extending it, or do you believe 30 days is sufficient?
Well, if it's a national emergency, we can do it without Congress, but we expect to be to Congress before Congress very quickly. We're going to be asking.
There is no crime in D.C., Bulletproof Baldy. Like, none. This is D.C. That's D.C. There's no crime. Crime is down 30%. Historically, it's also down 23% from last year. So, like, it's already at a historic low. He's making this shit up. It doesn't matter. Literally, Big Balls, the guy who, like, stole all of the people's social security information, let Russian hackers into the treasury, all of that. Like, that guy got the shit kicked out of him by two teenagers, one of which was, like, a 14-year-old girl or some shit. And so that was our Reichstag fire. Kleptocracy City, I left the stream up, just threw it up. Really should sleep, though. Yeah, fair enough. I do like Kleptocracy City, but it's a bit too educated for... Depends on where you are. Maybe in the north you can use that one.
For extensions on that, long-term extensions, because you can't have 30 days.
Do you fear, though, that if the time frame is set that after 30 days, hey, our authority's over, that then these criminals that took themselves off the streets might come right back?
The president's authority is never over.
Joining me now, senior national security correspondent.
It's never going away. It's over. Like, they're not giving up that power. He said it himself. We don't need Congress, but we'll ask them anyway. Why? Well, because that makes it real. You know, that makes it it validates it. Here. This is what comes of this. This is the America you guys live in.
Andrea Velez has yet to physically return to work near 9th and Main Street in downtown Los Angeles, where the 32-year-old works as a production coordinator for a shoe company.
I take it day by day.
That day, June 24th, Velez says her mom and sister had just dropped her off at work.
It was like a scene, like they were just ready to attack and chase.
Velez describes seeing unmarked cars and masked men in civilian clothing going after people.
And all I felt was that he grabbed and just slammed me to the floor.
Velez says she tried to tell the plainclothes agent who arrested her that she's a U.S. citizen.
He said that I was interfering with what he was doing, so he was going to arrest me. And that's when I asked him to show me his badge number, his ID, identification. I asked him for if he had a warrant, and he said I didn't need to know any of that.
Velez's sister, sobbing through this video, called 911.
We were already driving away, and in her mirror, she's like,
"This is a citizen.
They're taking your sister."
In this criminal complaint,
this is a citizen.
Federal prosecutors say Velez stepped into an agent's path and extended one of her arms in an apparent effort to prevent him from apprehending a man he was chasing after. Velez says while officers were processing her into a detention center in downtown, she again tried to tell them she was a U.S. citizen and did nothing wrong.
So they didn't believe me. And then I gave them my real ID. And at one point I gave them my driver's license and even my Kaiser health insurance card.
Velez says they still didn't believe her. She spent 2 days in the detention center where she says she had nothing to drink for 24 hours.
They didn't give her water for 24 hours. What do you think they're doing to the non-citizens? What do you think they're doing to the non-citizens if the citizen gets no water for 24 fucking hours?
And you have to buy utensils to eat. This lady, she was gonna get out that day and she was very...
I'd like to know what the orders are. Arrest brown people or what? The orders are given by AI. And it's literally everyone. It's not just, you know, illegals. It's whoever the fuck they don't like. Brown people, primarily right now. But like DC, that was about homeless people. That was specifically about they tortured her, absolutely. They're also torturing people in DC. Like the reason the crime epidemic was just homeless people. That's what they were talking about. This is what they're doing to them. You weren't here when I showed this earlier, Bulletproof Baldy. Here is a homeless man with one leg in a wheelchair with his hands cuffed behind him and a hood. They bagged his face. That's how they're treating the homeless. Oh, by the way, if you don't allow ICE to come and grab you and you're homeless, you get to choose. You get to go to their camp or you get to go to prison. That's the choice they're giving you. You understand, like, first they came for the immigrants, now they're coming for the whole... He had one leg, yes, he had one leg. He's probably a war veteran. Now they're coming for the homeless. You know who's next? It's the gays, because the Supreme Court is about to overturn gay marriage. They want, they went for brown people, the homeless, now they're coming for us and taking our voting power. Yep. And the autistics, yes, of course, everyone who has any kind of, you know, disability. They said they were coming for dual residence now as well. Oh, trans people, of course. Sorry, if you have a dual citizenship, you're on ICE's list now. They're gonna come visit you if you're an American and British citizen, even. They arrested a British citizen and kept him at the border for 20 hours because he had episodes of South Park on his phone, and they said it was anti-American propaganda, and then they deported him. They didn't let him in the country.
Kind enough to give me her cup and her sport.
Velez was released from custody 2 days after her arrest, and a month ago the Department of Justice dismissed her case.
By the way, this is what happens in regular courts and regular prisons in America. This is a New York prison. This is not a ICE detention facility, just regular prison. So imagine what's happening here, but make it with ICE people, huh?
This video, obtained by NBC News, has never been seen by the public. It's from 2013, recorded in a New York State prison. What it reveals is a system that has been in crisis for years.
Strike him with that baton.
The man behind that steel door, Timothy Dixon.
Why didn't you just put your hands back in the cell when they told you to?
That was my way of protesting.
At the time, Dixon says he was locked in solitary confinement with another man.
There's another person in there with you.
And he's in solitary too. That's called the double bump.
23 hours a day.
23 hours. I say, yo, no, I don't belong with nobody in here, right?
According to official records.
Don't travel to America. This is the Lucifer effect. We've had psychology data on this for decades. That's true, yeah.
Dixon says he told officers that he was having problems with his cellmate, but they ignored him. So he protested by dangling his arms through a slot meant to pass him food. An official incident report says Dixon was struck 10 times. 5 hits to the right wrist, 4 to the left, and 1.
That was horrible. This happened. This one was. I reported this. We covered this one live. 1 million in the U.S. prison system. It's a slavery scam. Well, like I've been saying, the entire system is built for you to have to commit crime because everything is expensive and you can't live. And when you commit crime, they can arrest you and then enslave you.
Nobody has been able to tell me anything that my son did to provoke what happened.
What happened to his son last December ignited a firestorm, forcing a long overdue reckoning about prison abuse. The beating at New York's Marcy Correctional Facility was filmed by the officers, but they didn't mean to record it. Their body cameras were not activated. A fail-safe override captured what they thought the world would never see. What are you feeling?
They, like, demons. This is beyond Nazis. These are demonic people. They're not even people, honestly. I don't care. Call it dehumanizing, call me evil. They're not people. MAGA couple points gun at mother and her 2 children, threatens to call ICE on them. This dude said he's gonna shoot me, says mother. I'll call ICE on you. Maybe ICE will deal with your sorry, he yells. He pointed the gun at me, cries one of the children in the backseat of the car. The incident occurred outside Dairy Queen in Colorado.
Hey, call ICE on you. Maybe ICE will deal with you. Maybe ICE will deal with your sorry ass.
What are you gonna do? What? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? What? I'm recording. Why? 'Cause I can. Okay. Hi. Okay. Yeah. Hi.
My name's April.
Okay. So leave. What are you doing? Get in your car and leave.
This is why this is why red states have a crime epidemic and blue states do not.
No. How about you mind yours and get in your car and leave? Get in your car and leave, fatty. Yeah.
Based.
Yeah, it's okay for you guys to insult me, but I can't insult you, right? Yeah. He's pointing his gun at me.
Oh, fantastic. ISIS swatting for brown people. This is a hate crime. I mean, they're all hate crimes.
Now at 4, it is day 3 of President Trump's federal takeover of D.C.'s police force and military presence.
Yes, Angie and Shamari. So we were actually just driving across the city trying to get a sense of what this federal law enforcement presence feels like today. And that's when we actually stumbled across a number of marked and unmarked cars, as well as a crowd with their phones out. We have video of what they were actually recording and what we witnessed as well. We watched a man get handcuffed by several agents, including Homeland Security and U.S. Park Police. He was put in the back of one of the unmarked cars, and not too far away was a food truck that we later watched get towed. Right now, it's unclear why this man was arrested. It could be a number of reasons, but this is just another example of this surge of federal law enforcement in D.C.
Brandishing alone is grounds justified for homicide under the U.S. law, assuming there is law. Well, like I said, law exists for you and me. What law is a threat of violence employed by the ruling class onto the rest of the, country in order to, maintain order. The ruling class is these people. That they get the law. If the law says that they're doing something illegal, they will change the law. If the law says you are doing something illegal, you go to the camps. That's how this works. That's fascism. It's not a rocket science, you know? Just kind of how that works. Also, the delusion of an actual, crime issue is incredible. Recent polls show that people in the United States suffer from mass delusions about crime. The results are alarming. Since 1990, would you say that murder rates in U.S. cities have, and then this is 9% of respondents answered correctly, that, murder rates have decreased since 1990. 9% answered that question correctly. This is simple flat earther stuff, but it continues the broader fear-based delusion that has been gripping the population for years across a range of crime issues. For preliminary context, the police report crime is both a terrible approximation of harm, but it's also itself near historic lows, according to the police themselves. We just make this shit up. People don't believe in reality. People believe in what is fed to them. A state is just a mechanized will of the ruling class. Exactly. Rich people don't go to jail. Trump is the president instead of jail. Remember that those 2 psychos in Florida, the husband and wife, brandishing and pointing assault rifles at teens and nothing happened? That's true. What the fuck are you talking about? They have nothing but sand in Australia. Or if you ever been to Australia, the entire, east coast of Australia is flooded with rain. It's a goddamn rainforest in Queensland. What are you talking about? It's all sand. Where have you been? In Darwin? Oh, you're joking. Fair enough. I would have said it's just, boring. It's not much to do here. Look, this is a blueprint for martial law. I mean, like, I'm not going to watch this today because we still got to cover Russia, but if you're interested, good video to have a look through. This is literally a blueprint for, I mean, you are in martial law. It's just, you know, it's not quite, oh, why don't I open her? Oopsie. It's not quite, you know, full martial law yet. You don't know that it is yet. By the way, guys, I think you should start playing tactical laser tag. You know, tactical laser tag, where you go with a group and, like, you're meant to, like, actually try. You know, people in, like, military go and do this for fun sometimes, I've heard. You know, there's, like, walls, windows you get a peek through, and it's, like, proper. You know, it's really good exercise. You know, it's good to learn how to move quickly, how to work together as a team. It's a social thing. You know, training for having a good social group. Absolutely, Oxpecker. Absolutely.
Fascists can gargle these nuts.
Okay, these are my two favorite protest signs I've ever seen. Fascists can oligargle these nuts, and I would call Trump a cunt, but he lacks the warmth and the depth. 10 out of 10. I need 10% of the population to successfully take down the fascists. That's the faith. Well, yeah, kinda. You could do it with 5.
That's good.
Alright, let's listen to Maddow for a hot minute. I want to see her take.
In Washington, D.C., homicides are down 32%, robberies are down 39%. In Washington, D.C. Deepington, an extraordinary flex of federal power that stripped city leadership of its ability to make law enforcement decisions and could expose residents of the nation's capital to unpredictable encounters with a domestically deployed military force. A domestically deployed military force. Because tough on crime. You think it's really about crime? You think it's really about being tough on crime? Do you want to maybe track down the axe and machete triple murderer Trump just released to the streets of Orlando?
How about all of the January 6 people that he released then subsequently went and committed, like, child sex crimes, murders, assaults, rapes?
To go ask him if he thinks it's about being tough on crime? Or you maybe want to pop in to ask Ghislaine?
Literally pardons Diddy, let Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison.
At that Bureau of Prisons crown jewel facility that kind of looks like a community college? You want to go ask her? Think it's because he's so tough on crime? That said, I mean, let's be generous here. Maybe it's not really just a generic tough on crime thing. Maybe it's specifically because it's D.C., which is the seat of the U.S. federal government. So even for a city enjoying a 30-year low in violent crime, maybe that's still...
He did. They were made up and looked really shitty.
Just an intolerable amount of crime, specifically because it's D.C., and D.C. is where the federal government is, and maybe he's just really sensitive about protecting the federal government. Maybe he's really sensitive and really focused when it comes to protecting the seat of the federal government from any kind of crime. January 6th, no, forget about that. He's just sensitive about it now. Maybe that's it.
Give it a thought.
Well, let's see. Today's Monday. On Friday, this happened. A sustained violent attack on the headquarters of the federal government Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Ah, yes, I forgot
See those little pock marks, those little holes? Those are bullet holes in the CDC.
Fuck, I'm muted. President? I don't think they care about crime. Nobody talked about that. Trump has never referenced at all the CDC shooting. Thank you. I caught myself that I was muted. But you know what I do think that it's about? I think it's about this. I literally think it's about this. This is Benny Johnson talking about genociding black communities.
President Trump is doing God's work by refederalizing D.C. By the way, D.C. was set up as a federal city. It's in the Constitution. It's how our founding fathers intended it. These laws are still fully enforceable. They've never been rescinded.
The founding fathers were pieces of shit.
Or amended. President Trump and the executive, through the House of Representatives, controls Washington, D.C. President Trump controls budgets. House of Representatives and the Speaker of the House is technically and historically the mayor, the lead of D.C. That still remains on the books. What happened to D.C., especially during the civil rights period, was that protesters that were bust up here stayed here.
This is important shit. This man, by the way, if you didn't know, is a Russian agent. And I can prove that to you.
The city was burned to the ground. This happened during massive riots throughout the 60s and 70s.
The media is paid by Big Pharma, no. The media is owned by everyone. Like, all of them work together. It's not just... All of the companies, the big corporations, they all work together. Hot take, the founding fathers are dead long ago. Screw them. They're literally pieces of shit. We talked about how George Washington was a cunt earlier in the stream. In fact, Donald Trump acts quite a lot like George Washington did at the time. Ironically. Benny is so creepy I get shills just from hearing him. Well, that's because he's a demon and he's a Russian agent.
Mass swaths of the city
and a Nazi.
were torched and were never really rebuilt.
That's also not true.
And so what President Trump is doing is reasserting control of not only our nation's capital, but truly the seat of Western civilization. There's one final little note here that kind of blends outside of the personal, which is that Washington, D.C. is a representation of the work of your forefathers and mine. It is, by every measure, a very beautiful city architecturally. It is a sacred city. It is a sovereign place with the monuments to great men and women who've sacrificed far more than you or I could ever dream.
Well, you know, you're right about one thing. You could never sacrifice that much.
For this country, it must be preserved because the peoples of Earth come here by the millions per year in order to witness the success or failures of our systems. And if you are a proud patriot and you love this country,
says the people who hate America more than ISIS does. You are literally American ISIS, and you hate America more than anyone else in the world. You personally are a Russian agent, but MAGA hates America more than any group in the world. Literally, I genuinely more than ISIS. ISIS does not know enough about America to hate it in as much detail.
And you wish for it to be reflected honorably to the peoples of Earth, then Washington, D.C. must be swept clean. I believe entire neighborhoods probably need to be emptied, need to be bulldozed.
Now we get to the genocide bit.
I believe that there are places that are so crime-ridden and so infested that you just need to, you're just going to have to crack down. You're going to have to do the job, and you're going to have to get the crime out of Washington.
You're gonna have to do the job and get the crime out. You hear the euphemisms, right? Gaza 2.0. Yeah, in Washington D.C. clearly. Trump Gaza, but he's building it at home.
That's my personal experience. Don't believe the bullshit that you hear online from some reporters. Oh, crime's down.
Literal fake news. Every accusation is a confession. Every single one. This man is a Russian agent. Here. He's part of the tenant media group. So, the Russians using RT, using Kostyantyn Kalashnikov, the deputy chief of digital media projects at RT, funneling money down through Elena Afansieva, who was the one who actually set all this up with the tenant founders, Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan, who were then funneling money to Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, Lauren Southern, Matt Christensen, and Tyler Hansen. All of these people are Russian agents. Tim Pool was getting $100,000 per episode. Benny Johnson probably makes a ton of money because he's still a Russian agent. Dave Rubin got $400 grand. The Lauren Southern is still around. She's not relevant, but yeah. These people are Russian agents.
Down in D.C., well...
This is a Russian psyop.
My infant nearly died in a drug fire.
Yeah, he gets them from the Kremlin. By the way, this is what Miller says.
Stephen Miller on this.
Sorry, I would love to listen to you talk, Sam, but we still got to get to Russia.
The Democrats have gerrymandered this country beyond recognition. Republicans won in the biggest blue states, about 40% of the vote in the last election. States like California and New York, according to the official tally, but only got 20% of the votes. I'm talking about the House Republicans here. In 2024, House Republicans won a 3-time larger popular 4 seats, even though they won again a 3-time larger vote beyond recognition at every level of this country. Illinois, Chicago, New York, Massachusetts. Democrats have gerrymandered the vote.
That's the places they're going next.
Let's skip around. I want because he's clearly staying on topic.
Census by including illegal aliens. Remember, beyond recognition to try to maintain their advantage in the House elections. On top of that, let's not forget, Democrats rigged the 2020 census by including illegal aliens. Remember, they sued Donald Trump.
This man is a literal Nazi and a demon. He's a proud Nazi and a demon. This is our Goebbels.
Aliens. Texas is to include illegal aliens in the census. 20 to 30 of House Democrat seats wouldn't exist but for illegal aliens.
They're just doing whatever the fuck they want now. Stephen Miller is a Nosferatu-looking incel. True. Also, apparently he only eats mayonnaise.
If you could only eat one condiment for the rest of your life, what would it be?
One condiment.
Is he a Zionist? No, I think he is Jewish, but I think he hates Israel, but he'll also be a Zionist because it's useful for, like, the fascist project. That's the thing, you know?
Condiment?
Yeah.
Does barbecue sauce count?
Yeah.
Okay, barbecue sauce.
Not mayonnaise?
No. No, mayonnaise is like, in low doses is good, but it's kind of, like, I had a buddy who used to eat French fries with mayonnaise. I thought that was disgusting.
It's the only thing my husband eats.
So, you know, the only condiment that Stephen Miller eats is mayonnaise, which tracks. But, like, here, hold on. Stephen Miller, Madison Square Garden. That'll do it, right? The Madison Square Garden one? That should do it. Cool, it was only 5 minutes. We'll skip around. I knew Matt Christensen in late 2010. He'd reply to my comments on Twitter. Dude's a Russian agent.
Coming in 9 days, your salvation is at hand. In 9 days, Donald J. Trump is going to go back to the White House. Self-destruction and salvation between the failure of America or the triumph of America. I want you to think for a minute about the decades of abuse that has been heaped upon the good people of this nation. Their jobs looted and stolen from them and shipped to Mexico, Asia, and foreign countries.
Imagine this in German. He's literally doing Hitler speeches. Why is this hate for mayo? Mayo on turkey sandwiches. I like mayo. Personally, I like aioli better, but you know, that's a me thing. Honestly, Russia doesn't need agents. America is just destroying itself. Well, I mean, that's because we're infiltrated by them. You do realize that, like, our intelligence agency is run by Russian agents. John Ratcliffe, CIA head, Russian agent. Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, Russian agent. Kash Patel, FBI, Russian agent. All of them I have shown on Russian state television. Like, I've shown this.
Tried to bankrupt him. Lie after lie, slander after slander. Live.
Trump's not a Russian agent, but we're going to get into that in a second. I'll tell you why. He just really loves Russia. In fact, it's going to be really funny. One more thing on America, and then we're going to move on to, like, the US-Russia stuff, because we still have that meeting with Trump to talk about. We're going to go deep into that. But, oh my goodness, it was incredibly funny. Hold on. Yeah, by the way, this is going to be really, really bad. Very unfair media is at work on my meetings with Putin, constantly quoting fired losers and really dumb people like John Bolton. Blah, 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 blah. Putin has already won. What's that all about? We are winning in everything. Fake news working all over time. If I got Moscow and Leningrad free. He called St. Petersburg Leningrad. My guy! He called it Leningrad! It's fucked. Alright. Let's talk about Ukraine. On Friday, there is going to be... No, it's more than a slip. It's more than a slip. On Friday, Trump is going to meet with Putin in Alaska, and it's gonna be really bad. It's gonna be really, really, really bad. Here, let me get some links open. Alright. So, again, he called it fucking Leningrad. That's one thing. Trump wants to restore full relations with Russia and Putin in the summit and exonerate and reward the mass murder and create a new axis for personal glory and profit. Trump has never cared about Ukraine. This is possible. Witkoff doesn't know Donetsk from Luhansk. That's also true. More than that, though, here. Corriere della Sera, citing its Kremlin sources, says Putin's terms for reaching ceasefire agreement are as follows. Withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from the Donbas in exchange for Russian troops would withdraw from parts of Sumy, Dnipropetrovsk, and Kharkiv. Russian defense lines to be frozen at the moment of ceasefire. Ukraine's commitment to not join NATO, to demilitarize, and to carry out a constitutional reform. This is unacceptable. Like, this is ridiculous. This is laughable, right?
Yes, they will. But will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday?
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
there will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences, yes.
Yeah, I don't have to say. Donald Trump is preparing to offer Vladimir Putin access to rare earth minerals to incentivize him to end the war in Ukraine. The U.S. president will arrive at the much-anticipated meeting this Friday with his Russian counterpart, armed with a number of money-making opportunities for Putin. They will include opening up Alaska's natural resources to Moscow and lifting some of America's sanctions on Russia's aviation industry, the Telegraph revealed. He's gonna let Putin mine in Alaska. He's giving Alaska to the Russians, basically. The United States plans to offer Russia the development of rare earth minerals in Alaska, reports the Daily Telegraph. According to the publication, Trump is preparing to present the deal. Quicker this war ends, the better. No. This war should not end right now. This would be very, very, very bad. This would lead to just another war. By the way, this is Trump in Leningrad in 1987. I'll explain why in a second, Bulletproof Baldy. This is what he's turned the White House into now. None of this gold was there. That's the White House. None of this like gold trim was here. He added that. With that logic, Russia should attack everyone and we should give them more minerals. Well, it's fucking stupid. Yeah, here.
He's planning a second meeting with his Russian counterpart soon after Friday's high-stakes Alaska summit, this time with the Ukrainian president at the table. The US leader has repeatedly vowed to bring about an end.
Actually, you know what? We'll get this in a second. I think more importantly, I should show you just some of the rhetoric coming out of the Russians first. And I think that will be quite important here. And then we're going to talk about like what's actually happening in Ukraine, because we have a lot of news coming out of Ukraine. There's that the Russians have been making quite a lot of gains. They broke through near Pokrovsk, and I mean like right in time for this summit. It's quite bad. But here's an example. This is a retired lieutenant general, former deputy commander of the Southern Military District, now State Duma deputy for United Russia, Andrei Gurulyov has made headlines again. Today he claimed that this Friday in Alaska they will accept the Ukrainian surrender, and those who didn't make it to the special military operation will be kicking themselves. Proposed eliminating 20% of Russians who don't support Putin in the war, threatened nuclear strikes on Netherlands and London, called for reinstating the army of the people, the enemy of the people status and using Stalin-era repression. And in a dispute with Azerbaijan, hinted at expanding the special military operation and reminded them about Chechnya. February 2025, he was removed from the State Duma Defense Committee. Judging by his rhetoric, not cooling down at all, it doesn't matter. Mind you, by the way, like if he was pissing Putin off, he would be dead because Here's the 18th oligarch in Russia to die recently, under mysterious circumstances. Dmitry Osipov, chairman of the board of Uralkali, the world's largest producer of potassium chloride, owner of 5 mines and 7 production plants in Russia. This is the 18th strange death out of Russia with an oligarch. Putin is the man Trump wishes he was. That is so true. It is. It's exactly true. Russia wages hybrid war in the democratic world, and disinformation is a weapon. This is a really good article, by the way. If you don't know who Zarina Zabrivsky is, you should go follow her. She's fantastic. Shot himself in the head 5 times, basically. So first off, myth, the defensive war. Moscow claims its invasion protects Russian speakers. Reality, Russia started this war in 2014 with Crimea's annexation and Donbas aggression. Russia kills Russian speakers, deports civilians and abducts children, and runs filtration camps. Russia literally put out an ad for human trafficking. Like, you could pick the child that you want to buy. This week. NATO provocation myth. Kremlin says NATO forced the war. The reality is that Ukraine was not a member in 2014 or in 2022, and states then joined NATO after Putin invaded Ukraine. Like, it's protection from Moscow. Twisting or forgetting the Budapest Memorandum. In reality, in 1994, Ukraine gave up the 3rd largest nuclear arsenal in the world for security guarantees. Russia broke that deal in 2014 and 2022. Denazification. Far-right parties in Ukraine have minimal support, none in parliament. Zelensky literally sent Nazis to go die in Mariupol, and they did. President Zelensky is Jewish, with family he lost in the Holocaust. The Nazi label is a psychological weapon to justify atrocities. The Russians are the world's largest exporter of right-wing, white nationalist Nazi propaganda. After us now. They were first before us, but you know. Elections in wartime. Russia accused Ukraine of authoritarianism and suspending national elections during war. Postponing elections during martial law is legal under the Ukrainian constitution, and free and fair voting is impossible due to occupation, shelling, and mass displacement. The 2014 coup myth. Russia portrays Ukraine's 2014 Revolution of Dignity as a U.S.-engineered coup. In reality, it was a grassroots uprising against corruption, and then Yanukovych fled to Russia. Oh, wow, what a surprise. New leaders elected in internationally recognized elections. Another myth, the language ban. The Kremlin falsely claims that Ukrainians banned the Russian language. In reality, Ukraine doesn't ban language. Laws promote Ukrainian in public life, common with post-colonial nations, and people are free to speak Russian if they fucking want to. The church ban myth. Russian officials accuse Ukrainians of banning Orthodox Christianity. Ukraine actually just restricted the Moscow Patriarch Church after links to Russian intelligence emerged. Political party ban. Ukraine has been opposed to banning opposition parties. Parties tied to the Russian state were suspended. Russian claims there's no media freedom in Ukraine. Pro-Russian TV channels linked to Ukrainian linked to Russian intel were shut down during active hostilities. That's it. I can see fucking everything happening in Ukraine. Self-determination. Russia claims that Ukrainians voted to join Russia. Votes were held under occupation without observers in violation of law. So, all they do is lie. All they do is lie. I've shown someone who is a professional in just understanding and reading between the lines with the Russians, and just listening to her talk, she said exactly what I see every time. The Russians will start with nothing in their hand. They will demand everything they want from you, threaten you if you do not give it to them, and then keep doing that until you just give them something so they stop. They start with nothing, they ask for everything, they leave with a third or a fourth of what they got. This is Michael Wolff, who wrote the Epstein-Trump best friends thing, talking about what he thinks is going to happen here in this meeting, and I'm inclined to kind of lean towards this might be a little, this might be quite possible.
Is what he got to. I'm going to have to do Ukraine. So he had been trying to avoid that, but I'm going to have to do it. Why am I going to have to do Ukraine? Because that's the give to MAGA.
So wait a minute. When you say do Ukraine, what do you mean? I know he's been promising that he could solve this war.
Well, that's what he, I mean, I think do Ukraine means give MAGA what it wants. Ukraine.
And what does MAGA want on this? America to pull out?
Yes. Yes.
America not to be involved in foreign wars. America
we want to
first.
give, yes. So, in other words, he's going to sacrifice.
Zelensky got rid of the anti-corruption boards because they were infiltrated by Russians, and then brought them back, reinstated them. But they were infiltrated by Russians. The Russians infiltrate and put spies everywhere. That's like their main thing. Hybrid warfare. They have very shitty, like, offensive military tactics, other than just throw waves of, like, humans at a wall. But they're quite good with espionage. So, like, yeah, they did do that. But they were right to do that. Just like how, you know, it would be right if Georgia banned the Georgia Dream Party because of Russian connections. Or if Orban's party was banned in Hungary. Or if we made the Republican Party illegal. Those would all be pro-democracy things, not corruption. Because the anti-democracy people have infiltrated it. That's kind of the issue. There were protests in Ukraine about this because the Russians did their job well. They got people hooked on the propaganda, but they've been, he backtracked on them and reinstated them, like I said. But they're still, like, infiltrated by the Russians. They're not anti-corruption boards. They're corruption boards.
Ukraine for Epstein. Essentially,
he's going to sacrifice Ukraine.
This is in
Epstein.
his mind a trade. It is the MAGA people who have pressed this Epstein issue constantly. I mean, they're the threat.
I'm not sure necessarily it's this, but this definitely will play a role in it.
Really, the liberals who are the threat. It's the MAGA people. So he will trade out, and he knows, he understands how exposed he is on Epstein. So he will trade out for a trade Epstein for Ukraine.
Now, Ukraine has said, fuck that. We're not withdrawing from the Donbas. We cannot do that. For the Russians, the Donbas is a staging ground for a future new offensive. If we leave the Donbas, we will open it to a third war. And he is incredibly correct. Mossad runs the USA, not Russia. You're mistaken, my friend. It's not Mossad. It's the CIA and Mossad and all of the defense contractors working together. It's the corporations. It's not Mossad. Israel doesn't run America. Don't believe the anti-Semitic bullshit like the Nazi lines. Israel is fucking evil, and they are Nazis. Don't fall for their bullshit. What runs America is the corporate class. It is 3,000 billionaires. Primarily, it is Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Sam Altman, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, Donald Trump. These are the people that have the money. Now, Donald Trump doesn't really matter as much, but it's Larry Ellison is currently actually probably the most powerful man in America. No, you're not anti-Semitic. I'm saying that is anti-Semitic propaganda that Nazis put out to try and convince people that Israel is the same as all Jews. You know, like Mossad runs America is a Nazi dog whistle. I'm just trying to inform you. It's not true. Also, like, obviously, there is connections to the intelligence industry, but you have to then take those connections to where they go. Why do those connections exist? Why do we have these connections? Profit. So where's the profit come from? The weapons contractors. Like, you know, I know you do. I'm telling you what the wording of your sentence is built on. You are saying something that you don't mean to say. Like, you don't want, like, if you would not want to say that, because people would not understand what you believe. They would think the opposite. If you said that to an idiot, they would think that that's this, like, the Jews and Zionists are the same. That's what they would think. Also, multinational entities. Oh, of course, multinational entities, like, getting to it as well. There's a few. Fuck it, I'm not going to open my list. You can check that out tomorrow on thisbase.tv, where I will be streaming it. But, as we're talking about Ukraine, just to not get off topic, the reason that they can't let go of the Donbas, which is this entire area, is they will just use this as a staging ground. Look at this. We have Russians in Moldova. Or rather, what is that, like, middle place between Moldova? I can't remember. Hold on. English. Give me the English first. Thank you. So that's Russians occupying that. We got Russians in Belarus ready to invade fucking Poland or Lithuania. Kaliningrad is doing electronic jamming all over this area. There is now Russians... Oh, wow, these are new. Cool, we got new placements. No, never mind, those are not new. Never mind. Fine, that's good. We got build-up all around Finland. Transnistria, thank you. Thank you. Oh, and also, like, Georgia as well. Belarus is just Russia. Like, no, yeah, absolutely. They're a puppet state. But, like, this will not end a war. It will just make it significantly worse. Yeah, Jews are great. I have no issue with Jews. Speaking of, actually, just going off topic for a second. I saw this, and I agree entirely with the sentiment here. Now, like, this is Miriam Margolyes. She was, like, an actress in a few movies. She's incredibly base because she's the type of person that just does not give a shit and will just speak her mind. She's not always correct, but I agree with her on this. This is good. We need more messaging like this.
I'm Miriam Margolyes, and I wanted to say something in support of the Jewish Council of Australia. I'm an Australian citizen. I'm 83, and I have never been so ashamed of Israel as I am at this moment. To me, it seems as if Hitler has won. He's changed us, Jews, from being compassionate and caring and do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
Israel is not being run by Jews. Like, the people who are in charge in Israel are not Jewish. They're about as Jewish as, like, ISIS is Muslim, or that Pete Hegseth is a Christian. That's about as Jewish as they actually are, which is not at all. Again, it is very, like, against the religion, like, you know, not Jewish to do shit like this. Where is it? Posting pictures like this, like an Israeli soldier today. That's very not Jewish. Alright, you're getting banned, fucking Nazi. I'm sick of the goddamn Nazis.
Into this...
I'm gonna ethnically cleanse the Nazis.
Genocidal, nationalist nation, pursuing and killing women and children. Of course I condemn the Hamas action. Of course I do. But what we are doing, Jewish people, over in Israel, is shocking, embarrassing, and wicked. And I cannot understand why all Jewish people, particularly members of synagogues, do not want immediately to stop what is going on. And in the name of humanity, I call upon all Jews to shout, beg, scream for a ceasefire. It is not anti-Semitic to have a different opinion on the wartime actions now.
Israel is literally anti-Semitic. Zionism, by definition, is anti-Semitic. To be a Zionist, you have to first agree that Hitler was right. I'm not kidding. Definitionally. To be a Zionist, you have to agree that Hitler was right. So, like, what do you expect? Back to Ukraine. What an actual deal would do. Like, if Ukraine is not going to accept this, right? And I don't understand how this would go, but what's the Jewish sect that the Zionists are from? No, they're not Jewish. But yes, most of them are Russian and, like, you know, Polish. Netanyahu's last name is Milkowski, I believe. Yeah, that's his actual last name. Like, they're not Jewish. They just hide behind Judaism. Like, again, Pete Hegseth hides behind Christianity, or any ISIS. The king of Saudi Arabia hides behind Islam. None of these people believe in their religions.
End to the war, but has so far made scant progress towards brokering a peace deal. Without elaborating, Trump said Russia would face very severe consequences if Putin did not agree to end the war. He made the remarks after attending a virtual meeting with European leaders, including Emmanuel Macron and the Ukrainian president, who told the group that Putin was bluffing about seeking peace.
They literally want to bring the end of the world, Bulletproof Baldy. They're a death cult. They actually want to bring Jesus down and then do, like, the Jews in Israel that, like, not the Jews, the Zionists in Israel that are Jewish supremacists, they don't think that it's, like, Jesus that comes down. They think it's their Messiah. Whereas the Christian, like, Zionists, the evangelicals, think Jesus will come down and then, like, kill all of the Jews and then rapture all the good Christians up to heaven. They literally believe this. There are, like, the Temple Institute, for example, is an organization in Israel that literally is trying to make that happen. French? The fuck out of here.
Negotiates the link by the Ukrainian president. The third thing is the link which must be maintained between any territorial concessions and security guarantees provided to Ukraine.
I told the US president and all of our European colleagues that Putin is bluffing. He's trying to put pressure before the meeting in Alaska along all parts of the Ukrainian front. Russia is trying to show that it can occupy all of Ukraine. Of course, this is their desire. I told my colleagues, the US president and our European friends, that Putin definitely does not want peace. He wants the occupation of our country, and we all really understand that. Putin will not be able to deceive anyone. We need further pressure for peace, and not only American, but also European sanctions.
Well, for more on what's at stake ahead of this summit on Friday, we're joined by Scott Lucas. He's a professor of US and international politics at the Clinton Institute at University College Dublin. Scott, thanks so much for being with us on the programme this evening. So Donald Trump then, he's being urged not to unilaterally strike a peace deal with Russia.
Waiting for first coming or second coming was probably a mistake to think someone will swoop in and solve all our problems. I've been saying it for a while. No one's coming to save us. We got to do it ourselves.
To end the war in Ukraine on Friday. What do you think he's actually going to do at that summit?
What Donald Trump has just said.
No, that's not. It's not they believe what they believe. Who knows? I know. You can know too. They believe whatever they're told to believe. We live in a human farming operation. All of us are farm animals that get fed and then farmed. You just have to know what the feed is.
In the past hour is that he is going in the expectation that this will just be a first meeting. In other words, that he won't be agreeing to any deals, he won't be agreeing to the Kremlin's terms, and that there will then be a second meeting, which will include Vladimir Putin and Vladimir Zelensky. So that seems to indicate some success by the Europeans to pull him back.
A little bit. But the thing is, right, once he's in the room with Putin, he's in the room with Putin. And when he's in the room with Putin, this is what he's going to see. And it's really bad.
Hello my friends, let's go straight to Pokrovsk. We have the situation update there on the front line, so you may see this big Russian attack vector. It goes to the west, but there is one more attack vector southbound. For now, Ukrainian officials report about multiple of the sabotage groups which could penetrate some of the defense in some narrow areas. But
that breakthrough is quite bad, because we saw they hooked up and forked here. That still exists, by the way, but that's up further, which means now we have a hook coming out from here. Now, Deep State map is just like a little bit behind, but we're looking at this area. They've almost entirely encircled Pokrovsk. Pokrovsk is going to fall, unfortunately, but if Pokrovsk falls, that could be enough for, like, just seeing territorial gains could be enough for Trump to appease.
Also, it could be a new breakthrough of the Russian army, which actually narrows the bottleneck for Ukrainian army supplies. Living
Buncor, be nice, but like, yes, like that is a point. You like it's from their own website in their own words. You should read it. There is evidence, Bulletproof Baldy. If you don't believe that anything can be proved as real, then I don't know what to tell you.
just the single road.
I can prove that that's real too. Like, why are you even here if you're not gonna like even try and find the evidence? Like, you could say, hey, I'll read it and then disagree, but like you saying, oh, it doesn't exist. Why are you even here then in a politics channel if you're not gonna engage like critically? You're just gonna assume that you know that you're right. That's the entire fucking issue, mind you. Well, the reason we're here is because the internet has taught you to do that. All of you have been taught to. Fuck, they have a website. They have multiple websites. They posted their evil master plan on the internet for about 1.5 years. I read it on the channel and people still didn't believe it was real. And they've gone step by step by step by step through the evil master plan that they posted on the internet last fucking year. It's like they're not hiding it. And I'm not, that's probably not even what Buncor was like offering. But like, yes, there's evidence. There's quite easily available evidence of all of this stuff. Like, for example, you know Trump raped a 13-year-old? Allegedly. But, like, actually. Here.
Donald Trump had specifically asked about me because I remind him of his daughter. And she said, well, she's 13 as well. So he knew the first time that he saw me. But he comes over mad because I was crying. And he said that I should be thankful that someone like Donald Trump took my virginity. He basically didn't say took my virginity. He said, I should be glad that someone like Donald Trump popped my cherry. And
the only reason that he wasn't convicted of this is because the 13-year-old witness who was raped was being threatened and was too afraid to testify. Incorrigible heathen. What does Trump hope to accomplish with this meeting? Putin will not cease the war. It would show weakness. So here's the thing. Right now, the United States is terrified of entering a multi-front war with China and Russia. If Putin got this ceasefire, he would take 6 months to build up his shit and then fuck with Europe the whole time while he's doing it. Because the next goal for Putin is Europe. As we said, they're already in Moldova. They could go over there. They could go Latvia, Estonia. I personally think that they would go through. God damn it! I don't even. Is that Latvia or Estonia? It was Latvia. I think they would go through Latvia, but I could be wrong. It doesn't matter. Like, I know they want Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia really bad, but this is probably where NATO's most focused on. So they could probably go Moldova and Romania, but like that would be the plan there. The issue being that it's expected, and I still very much expect, that China is going to do something, whether it's an invasion, whether it's like an inside coup against Taiwan next month. September, mid-September to mid-October is the window for like an invasion where it's actually genuinely possible, permitted the weather doesn't like storm the entire time that's happening. But America's terrified of entering a multi-front war, and if that ceasefire happens, then we only have to fight China. Dear Lord, I underestimated all this. Yeah. What's up, Sophia? Good to see you. Welcome to the channel. By the way, guys, before we continue going, if you haven't liked the stream on YouTube, go and drop a like, join the Discord, and if you want to donate, you can donate via this link, which means that Twitch won't take half of the cut. Or YouTube, either way. But anyway, as we're going back, this is a pretty bad situation, because again, this meeting is tomorrow. Wait. It's in 2 days because tomorrow's Friday for me, but it's Thursday for me now. But in 2 days, and they're gaining ground. The issue here being that Ukrainian forces that are being moved to the area to counter this, they're going to take a couple more days. Right now, they only have 1 battalion here, or one unit here countering this, and these people have spread all around, like they're infiltrators. It's not like a mass of Russians. It's a few that get through. When they send the giant walls of people attacks and most of them die, a couple get through and they hide, and then they regroup and then they cause chaos.
A-50. And Russians have already started to target this supply road from Pavlograd to Pokrovsk using their FPV drones. Well, even before they did it, but now it's more massive. We have the report from our officer from the ground. He says that today Russians hit one of the vehicles using FPV. Well, here he says it's not very massive that Russia is using FPV drones on that highway, but they use, and the Ukrainian army has supplies disturbances. And in the future, if this attack vector expands to the new bridgehead for the Russian army, Russia may get closer to this highway and use drones more precisely. Also mortars, artillery, everything.
Yeah, so that's the other problem, right? Is right now, like, they can't use all of their weapons. Like, they can't just shell the city into nothing like they did Bakhmut, but they will if they get closer, and that's quite a big issue.
Hey there, Georgie here with Ukraine Matters. Today we're going to be talking about Pokrovsk, or more specifically Dobropilya disaster. And I do mean disaster because a lot of things happened that's going to have long-lasting negative effects on the front line already. And we're going to talk about this. But before we start, if you haven't seen my video about the problems in the Ukrainian push around the north,
the problems in the Ukrainian military, like I've talked about before as well, there's a call for a change in like leadership from the troops. Like they're working on that. It's adapting, and that's this war. This war has just been adapting back and forth.
With this summer offensive, they were able to slowly push around the northeastern side of Pokrovsk with bigger losses. And this is where we found ourselves around 5 days ago, where the situation was pretty tough for Ukrainians, but it was pretty far from disastrous. There's still plenty of ways for people to get into Pokrovsk and Mirnograd area, and generally the situation is still looking okay for the Pokrovsk and Mirnograd. However, 5 days ago, about around the time when I finished my report on Saturday about the situation from the Pokrovsk and Mirnograd axis, one specific directions started appearing. More specific.
Have a good night, Etch. Good to see you. I hope I see you tomorrow.
Specifically, it was closer to defense on the north side of Pokrovsk and Mirnograd. Videos
so
from
like,
the area of
these gains that they're making. There's a lot that goes into this. We're not going to go into all of like the battlefield stuff right now, because the important thing here is all of this is happening right before a meeting. Not to say that like Ukraine's getting fucked. Like here's an example of like an old man in Ukraine guiding a drone to the Russian infiltrators that he found. A photograph shared by a local group chat shows 2 men in civilian clothing leaving a house in the city center. Residents quickly alert the military and direct a drone to track them, revealing a new Russian tactic, infiltrating Pokrovsk, a key logistical hub, and strike Ukrainian forces from within. I mean, here's some orc popping for fun. Here is a Ukrainian Su-27 dropping a JDAM on a Russian battalion. It's really nice to see this when it's not Israel. Not Israel. Yeah. Get fucked. This is the aftermath. That's what happens. Here is a Ukrainian helicopter gunner taking out a Shahed. This was fucking insane. Looks like a movie. You can see the sparks flying to the side as the helicopter flies. Shaheds are scary. They're pretty fucking terrifying. That's intense. Yeah, like that was close. Like if he missed that, I think he like that could have taken out the helicopter. I think we've like Allowing Ukraine to use the jets properly has been fantastic, though. They've been dropping bombs all over the place. Flying low, obviously, to, like, hide from Russian radars, which they have fucking everywhere. Obviously, Ukraine has said that they will not be withdrawing. Like, that's just not going to happen. But I think Zelensky did kind of agree to some land swaps. Let's check in with Preston.
Ukraine says they want to stay.
Because I want to see his analysis of this. I just want to see if there's a more recent one than this one. Yeah, no, this is the one.
Able ceasefire before giving up any territory, and Russia wants eastern Ukraine and no security guarantees. That's about where the two sides sit ahead of Friday's talks between Trump and Putin in
So, like, nonsense.
Alaska. Now, there's actually a pretty notable change in how Ukraine is approaching a possible negotiated settlement here. So today we're going to run through the most recent list of demands, I guess is the best way to put it, from each side, both Russia and Ukraine, as to what they say is needed to bring about an end to this war. Now, we're starting with the Ukrainian list here. This is coming out of a meeting between President Zelensky and European leaders in Germany earlier today and was just published by Politico about an hour ago. There's 5 key components here. We'll go into a little bit more detail on each in a moment. They say 1, a stable ceasefire before any territorial concessions. 2, compensation for damages inflicted on Ukraine. 3, security guarantees. 4, maintenance of sanctions against Russia. 5, prisoners of war.
All of these are quite fair. So 1, stable ceasefire before any territorial conditions. Duh. Russia's asking for Ukraine to pull out before they do of, like, their territory that they're invading. And then they'll pull out. They promise they'll pull out. Also, Russia wants Ukraine to demilitarize. Compensation for damages. Those damages could... I don't know how to calculate that. Russia's destroyed several, like, cities. Like, cities. Oh, thank you for the follow. Hold on, let me show you Mariupol. I believe in pork chops. But that they're real? This is what Mariupol looks like now. Like, the damage. How do you calculate the cost for this? What about Bakhmut? You know, how do you calculate the damage for, oh my god, really? That's the image? Couldn't get me a fucking better one? My god, that's not supposed to be that small. Fine. Like, how do you calculate the damages?
Return of prisoners of war.
That's the picture next to war-torn in the dictionary. Yeah. I hate to make this comparison, but it looks like Gaza. Like, or Bakhmut at least. And, I mean, like, at least Gaza a few months ago. Maybe not now, but how do you calculate the damages?
And abducted children.
And yes, the abducted children, considering Russia kidnaps Ukrainian children, brings them to Russia, and then forces them to be indoctrinated, and then gives them to other families, and then also sells them online in child trafficking catalogs.
So a couple key components there, starting top to bottom. There were no details on what those territorial concessions might mean. To my knowledge, this is the first or one of the first official statements from Ukraine talking about their willingness, their acceptance of giving up territory in exchange for peace. So keep that in mind. Now, this does not mean that Zelensky is prepared to hand over all of Donetsk, not by a long shot. Just yesterday, he talked about how that was completely off the table. I would probably read this into a freeze of the lines as they are today, with Russia maintaining control, not necessarily legal ownership, but...
That would be, I think, the only possible agreement.
Control over the territories they've so far taken. Interesting to see Zelensky starting to move in that direction. In terms of the compensation for damages inflicted on Ukraine, According to Politico, they estimate that number to be between 500 billion and 1 trillion US dollars.
No, that's more than that. You kidding me? It's more than that. Of course, we're talking about Politico. They're only counting capital. That's the only damages that you get. Property damages. Okay, sure.
My belief is that would probably be exclusively the areas that are under Ukrainian control following the negotiated settlement. So this would not be areas in eastern or even southeastern Ukraine that...
And trust me, Russia will try and do that too. They're like, okay, but we're going to spend some of that money on the Donbas, the part that we control.
As of now, are under Russian control and may stay that way following some sort of ceasefire. Security guarantees, nothing detailed here. Now, we are going to hear more about that.
Russia's literally said you can't join NATO and you have to demilitarize for Ukraine.
In a moment, and Senator Lindsey Graham yesterday in a video that we shared here talked about how that might take the form of U.S. Agreements with like the mineral deal and the ongoing trade between the United States and Ukraine and this coalition of the willing with multiple European allies possibly sending troops into the country to act as a sort of tripwire. Nothing of detail at this time.
I don't give that much hope at all, really.
However, Ukraine did reject Moscow's demands to place a cap on the size and the capabilities of their military, which, if you think about it from Ukraine's perspective, that's kind of a crazy ask.
It's fucking insane.
That the country that just invaded you says, cool, and going forward, your military is going to be 10% of what it is today. We're taking away all your long-range strike capabilities, and no drones, by the way. Can't imagine what they would say in terms of what Ukraine is and is not permitted to retain. The maintenance of sanctions, largely it's just Ukraine saying we'd like the United States and the European Union to keep those going. And then in terms of the return of prisoners of war and abducted children, right now, this is according to Politico, they say Russia has deported nearly 20,000 Ukrainian children. With the mediation of Qatar and other countries, Ukraine has only managed to return around 1,453. So 1,400 out of 20,000 children have so far been returned. Moscow claims it is relocating children to safe places, but refuses.
Igor, tell them no drones. Sad barrel noise. Well, the pipe Votniks are starting to feel a little uncomfortable,
Он, бачиш? Он мента. Ёб твою мать, блядь! Добрый день!
Sorry, it's a classic. It's my favorite. The barrel guy will never not be funny. I wish I still had the barrel Votnik. I really do.
Uses to return them to relatives, instead placing them in the adoption system and subjecting them to Russian propaganda. So that's the Ukrainian side going into this Trump-Putin meeting.
By the way, if you want to see the catalog, I mean, not that you don't want to see it, but this is what it looks like. Catalog for the sale of Ukrainian children. You can literally choose your child from a photo with open faces. They describe children as commodities, obedient, calm, literally like you're buying a pet. Stanislav, 15-year-old boy. Physical development corresponds to age. Self-service skills are developed at a sufficient level. Participates in school events. By nature, impulsive, active, easy to communicate with. Has friends among peers. Always carries out public assignments. Self-service skills are developed. Tries to be neat. Loves football. You can just buy a child. This is every accusation is a fucking confession. International child trafficking. Oh, that's what, almost every genocide did. We did this with indigenous people in America, Canada, China, Australia, and with Muslims. Yep, absolutely. But, they're selling children online. Where the fuck is MAGA's rage? Where is MAGA's rage? gross. It's fucking disgusting. Because it's demonic.
On Friday. Now, quick note, just yesterday we kicked off a new fundraiser trying to pick up some gear, night vision devices, thermals, drones, communication equipment, and more for the International Battalion of the 12th.
Sorry, I know. We should watch the ad, but, you know. Yeah.
And quite a bit more. Now, turning over to the Russian side.
Thanks, I got mad, I don't know.
Side of their demands, here's the deal. Largely unchanged. In fact, their foreign ministry spokesperson came out just earlier today and said, yeah, we can't give up any of the territories that we now control because it's in our constitution. We have those.
Oh my god, fuck. 2 minutes ago. So, Donald Trump will offer Putin rare earth minerals as an economic incentive per the Telegraph. Trump plans to open up Alaska's natural resources and lift American sanctions on Russian aviation industry. We saw that. Another key element of the proposal includes giving Putin access to the rare earth minerals in Ukraine, currently occupied by Russia. Trump is also still considering allowing Russia to develop natural resources in the Bering Strait, the narrow strait of water that separates Alaska and Russia. We're just giving Alaska to Russia. We were all mad with you, based. We're just giving Alaska to Russia. And then there's this. I mean, I suppose I need to laugh for a second. Tomorrow, history will be made. Caroline Leavitt will have no answers for the supposed fake media about California's beautiful maps. People are saying they're the greatest maps ever created, even better than Christopher Columbus. Donald the Failure Trump, be warned, tomorrow may be the worst day of your life, all because you missed the deadline. Liberation Day for America. Governor California Newsom. Fuck. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 tweet. We gotta get more people making fun of Trump like this. I like it. I like it. This is fucking horrible.
So very similar to President Zelensky, actually, a few weeks ago, saying it's not up to me to give up anything. That needs constitutional approval. Russia's playing the same card right now, except around Ukrainian territory, saying we can't leave Zaporizhia, Kherson, Crimea, Donetsk, or Luhansk. It's not even up to us, guys. It's out of our control. It's locked in now. So that's, for starters,
Ukraine just hit another Russian oil refinery, so that's nice.
Where Russia is coming from. But according to some reporting here in Reuters, they say Russia on Wednesday said that its stance on ending the war in Ukraine has not changed since Putin set out his conditions last year. The full withdrawal of Ukraine.
As in, everything that I'm offering you is the same thing I was offering a year ago to Biden. We're not, I don't care. Putin does not care. Again, he's not going to do anything with a ceasefire. If we give him a ceasefire, he's just going to keep bombing. That's the issue. He just might not bomb Ukraine for a little bit and might just spend a little bit more time in the Baltics.
Ukraine's forces from key Ukrainian regions and the abandonment of its NATO ambitions. So again, the withdrawal of Ukraine from territories in the east that Russia wants and no security guarantees.
Oh, wow. Thank you for doing math. So according to McKinsey Corpo math that I don't really want to understand in my head right now, it'd be about $2.3 trillion just for the lives lost if you were really going to push that. Yeah, I was gonna say $1 trillion is not enough reparations for this. 3 years of attempted genocide.
They say after reports by some media that Washington misunderstood Putin was ready to compromise on his territorial demands, Russian Foreign Ministry deputy spokesperson Fadiev was asked by reporters if Russia's position had changed or not. He said, and that was earlier today, where he said Russia's position remains unchanged. And it was voiced in this very hall just a year ago on June 14th, 2024, talking about a speech that Vladimir Putin gave. At that time, his public remarks were that the Kremlin demands were the withdrawal of Ukrainian troops from Donetsk, Zaporozhye, Kherson, and Luhansk. So the demands from more than a year ago that Ukraine withdraw from territory that they currently control, that is still the Russian demand.
It's laughable. Again, yes, they've made some gains, but they have not been able to turn those gains into a consistent formula. Again, let's go back to the map really quickly, right? For this right here to really matter, First off, like, yes, they've broken off down here. What they need to do is they would need to get enough soldiers here that they could start to move vehicles in, because the only soldiers they have in this area, spread out, the infiltrators, right? They are like, just, they don't have big guns, they don't have equipment, they don't have any vehicles. If even just like a pickup truck bringing some, like, they have drone dropping food and water for these people. So, or rather for these orcs. So if they could manage to get vehicles in, that would solidify the, like, gain. That they haven't been able to do yet. And because they haven't been able to do that yet, it's not, like, it's not as bad as it looks. It's just that bad because they're probably going to do that before Ukraine can counter them. But that's hard to prove. You know, like, we'll see.
They added that Putin also said that Kyiv would have to officially notify Moscow that it is abandoning its plans to join the U.S.-led NATO military alliance and that it intended to remain neutral and non-aligned. Additionally, Putin said that the rights and freedoms of Russian speakers in Ukraine would have to be ensured and that realities that Crimea, Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson were now part of Crimea. That part, Putin wants...
I literally can't scroll Twitter on stream. Like, I follow only politics accounts. And I just saw AI furry porn on my feed. Just while scrolling, looking to see, like, oh, what's the news? Oh, sorry, here's some AI furry porn. Fuck off! Oh, God, I just refreshed it. Now I can see Jesse Waters. It's worse.
In international agreements, as in international recognition that those territories are now and forever will be part of the Russian Federation. So, again, when looking at the Ukrainian versus Russian demands, we're seeing some shifting in Ukraine. Notice in today's conversation, it was not things like we are going to take back Crimea or push back to the 2014 borders, anything like that. Zelensky is even saying there will be some territorial concessions in some way, shape, or form. We need security guarantees, which he's been pretty consistent, sticking with that for quite a while now.
I don't know. I don't kink shame. It's just, like, not a thing that I'm into. But, like, what the fuck? My feed.
Russia is holding the line, the same line they've held for years now, kind of a maximalist position. We're taking all of these territories. That's it. Which, it's interesting when you think about moving into a negotiation. I know a lot of folks look at Trump and talk art of the deal, and these are negotiating positions, and you want to start with the maximalist, and then you kind of move back from there. But right now, it's only Russia that is kind of holding to that maximalist position. Now, President Trump posted about this earlier today, kind of setting the conditions for what he thinks is probably going to be unfair treatment of his negotiating.
Of course, the fascist always has to feel like, you know, they are being exploited, that they're the ones that are always being bullied. They have to feel like they deserve everything. And they are horribly, horribly mistreated, and it's your fault, but also you need to thank them. What do you mean we know? How am I sus? Latino, there is a whole convention of people into that, each to their own. Yeah, literally, like, it's each to their own, but I've never had social media outside of here in Discord. I regret nothing. You shouldn't thank fuck. Good for you. Do not use any of the other ones. They're all psychic hazards, really. Honestly, don't even watch me. Go the fuck outside. I mean, watch me because I need money and I like viewers and it's fun. But, like, go outside. Don't go on social media. This is also why I say, like, try and use your computer for social media and not your phone. Don't install, like, Instagram or TikTok on your phone. Just go sit at a computer and do it. You'll have more fun. You'll get less distracted. And it will brain rot you less.
Here on Truth Social, he said, quote, "Very unfair media is at work on my meeting with Putin, constantly quoting fired losers and really dumb people like John Bolton, who just said, even though we are meeting on American soil, Putin has already won. What is that all about? We're winning on everything. The fake news is working overtime. No tax on overtime." We're going to play Bolton's segment here in a second. I feel like we'll give him the right to defend himself, right? Trump's going to, kind of like we try to look at the Russian perspective of things and the Ukrainian perspective of things. We'll look at the Trump and the Bolton perspective on this issue. Trump said, "If I got Moscow and Leningrad free as part of the
I still cannot believe he called it fucking Leningrad.
Deal with Russia, the fake news would say I made a bad deal, but now they've been caught." And he goes on and upset. The Leningrad thing, it's easy to just kind of skip past that and be like, oh, clear, what? Not St. Petersburg, Leningrad. And I know I've already seen the comments on this across the internet. It's, well, it was Leningrad for a big part of his life, and what's the big deal? And it's just it's a minor slip up, so it's not anything to really worry about. But here's the thing. This is a major peace negotiation. And it reminds me of when Steve Witkoff went on Tucker Carlson.
Witkoff doesn't know the difference between Donetsk and Luhansk, and he's the fucking negotiator.
Show, and couldn't come up with the names of the occupied Ukrainian territories in the east. He was like, yeah, there's 4 or 5 of them that Russia wants, and Russia's fighting over. It was like, man, this is supposed to be one of your key issues. I don't think it is too much to ask that some of this information is locked down and understood. Makes me a little bit nervous that one of my key concerns in all of these negotiations at this point is that there might not be people surrounding Trump or Trump himself that fully understand how this conflict is playing out, down to the point of not even knowing some of the territories. That is a little nerve-wracking going.
We really do have the dumbest people in charge. It actually is a kekistocracy. Genuinely.
In one-on-one with Putin, because as we can probably expect, laid out by Bolton here in a minute, what this is likely to result in.
Oh my god, Newsom put out another one. 9 minutes ago. As many of you know, Donald Taco Trump, author of The Art of the Deal, a book he should return to the library, just missed the best deal in history. He always chickens out. Tariffs, China, but even a chicken should know a good deal when he sees one. I, your favorite governor, Gavin Christopher Newsom, offered the best, most amazing deal in history. Stop rigging Texas maps, and California won't make ours more beautiful. Sadly, but no surprise, Donald was too weak with his little hands to even write me back, no deal, and no deal equals perfect, beautiful maps that will end his presidency. Soon he will not be 47. Patriots will take back the Congress. Many say I should run for speaker. I won't. I make the maps great again. Liberation Day tomorrow. Thank you, Governor Gavin Newsom. Fuck Gavin Newsom, but he is cooking. Absolutely. Banger tweets. I wish people have been doing this for ages. He is literally a demon. And fantastic. 10 out of 10. Good job. Attaboy. Or good boy, if you're one of those.
And is Putin laying out his decision on what a peace plan would look like, and Trump kind of using that as a starting point. But I said we give Bolton a chance to defend himself. Let's go ahead and play that.
You just heard there from the...
Hey, maybe I can influence him like that, you know?
NATO Secretary General. He says that he is convinced that Trump is going to hold, it's going to keep the pressure up on Putin, and this is a test for Putin. Do you agree with him?
I don't. I think Mark's doing a great job. I would say that, except I hope I don't get him into trouble by saying it. I think Trump has made some mistakes already. Number one, in holding this meeting on American soil, legitimizing a pariah leader of a rogue state. Second, he's allowed Putin to get first mover advantage by putting his peace plan on the table first. You can already see from Trump's own statements, he thinks that Zelensky has to make constitutional modifications for Ukraine to cede territory. Now, Zelensky has flatly rejected that. But what Putin gets more than anything else is an opportunity one-on-one to try and get his magic working again with Trump, applying that KGB training, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He pushed Trump further than Trump wanted to be pushed, and you saw the reaction. What Putin wants to get back, he's not so worried about the sanctions. He wants the relationship back with Trump. We'll see if he gets it.
Maybe. I'm not sure it's there. Come on, I'm a good person. I'm not convinced yet. I mean, I know you're not a bad person, but a good person is a higher bar. You gotta convince me of that one. Goddamn, why is the whisper thing not working? Whatever.
So I'll push back on that a little bit here, because I think Bolton is right that Putin is going to try to present his plan, but I wouldn't say that this is necessarily first mover advantage. We have already had one-on-one meetings between Putin and Zelensky, not just the Oval Office blow-up. I think it was in the Vatican a few months ago. Like, those have taken place. There have been plenty of phone calls between Trump and Zelensky and plenty of meetings between senior Ukrainian officials and senior U.S. officials. So it's not as though
Trump was missing Putin and Putin pegging him and he needed his fix. I mean, I could see that one. That one probably doesn't sound all that far off. Maybe he needed some, like, maybe he needs a golden shower in Leningrad again.
This is the very first meeting of this sort taking place. And there's a reason that Ukraine pushed out, along with their European partners, this peace proposal earlier today. That's now on the table. So I think the argument that Bolton is making, now to be fair, he said this yesterday and the Ukrainian comments came out today, but you can make that same argument and say, well, now Zelensky has kind of set the stage, and if that gets in front of Trump, that becomes kind of what he's basing things off of. My concern overall with the one-on-one meeting between Putin and Trump is not that they're talking in the first place or even the location of where they're meeting, which I understand there's a lot that can be read into that. It's that I don't know that Trump has a clear stance on where he falls on this issue at all. I feel like he can be very easy manipulated in one way or another based off of
very easily
of a Nobel Peace Prize or even what the last person said.
Also, yes, the Nobel Peace Prize is actually important here because it is one of his main, like, neuroses. He cannot stand that Obama got one and he didn't. I mean, I like literally cannot stand it. Here. To the point where he does stuff like this. He cannot fucking stand it. He had the Obama portrait removed and then hidden. That's how much he literally hates, like, everything about Obama. He needs to be better than him. I'll be like, I'm going to Berlin inspired rave tomorrow night. Sorting my clothes out. Well, have fun. Berlin inspired rave. That sounds fun.
Said to him about an issue. Sometimes that can work in people's favor if they like the direction it's going. Other times it can work against. So I feel like there's a strong possibility he comes out of this meeting with Putin. Putin is not stupid, not by a long shot. He knows what he's getting into. He's going to be well prepared. I just have a feeling that Trump's going to come out and maybe align a little bit more with what could be seen as in Russia's favor. Now, I do want to turn over to a bit of a battlefield update here, not completely ignore the situation down north of Pokrovsk. This is where the term is still being...
We covered that bit already. Welcome to the Cool Kids table, Buncore. YouTube chat is actually starting to grow. Usually I never get, like, people in YouTube chat. The space made that great. Big fan. All right, so some shitty things from the U.S. again. I don't know what the fuck this is, but it looks horrible. It just happened.
This has been an installation there. Is gender testing fair in sports? Does that, and then it goes on.
My God, again, gender testing in sports. You guys understand that Christians commit more child sex crimes per year than there are trans people in America?
On to talk about how it's complex to do gender testing in sports. It's not complex. It's basic.
How about we do religious testing? How about we do some Kemalism, huh? Because, again, Christians commit more child sex crimes every year than there are trans people in existence in the United States. So I feel like maybe your religion is a danger to children. I feel like maybe you might be grooming children. I feel like maybe you should not be allowed to have your religion in school. Maybe we should be testing you to see, huh? Why are all MAGA making their hair all big? Because they all look the same. It's the MAGA outfit. All of the MAGA women try and look exactly like Ivanka or like Melania. One or the other.
Science.
This is the equivalent of like old school like aristocracy where they wore like wigs and shit. That's the equivalent. The painted face. The Republican makeup. That's what that is. It's the painted face.
Untrue. It's XX chromosome. It's not complex. It's basic science. That's untrue. It's XX chromosome, XY chromosome. That's sports. Is it fair to have biological men competing against biological women in sports? No, but why is this in the Smithsonian?
There are like 6 people.
It's been completely captured.
First of all, I don't.
And it's totally partisan.
First of all, we don't have time to litigate all of this.
Of course we don't, because then you're going to lose the argument. And if everything is racialized, just like you're trying to do to me now.
Oh, okay.
It's like, I can't believe you're trying to suggest, that
just to be clear, you brought up race.
No,
Literally, she's the only one to mention it.
It was a conversation about the arts and
Jillian Michaels, the wellness scammer. Well, I mean, again, the entire export of this government is grift, doom, and pedophilia. Oh, and Nazism, that too.
you brought up race.
It isn't.
You brought up.
But the whole
hold
point
on,
of
hold
this
on,
is
Jillian.
that the issue
You brought up slavery. And you brought up
I
the
actually
question
didn't.
of whether
You did.
You brought up
And
the
my
question
point-
of whether or not slavery in the United States is about race. The answer is
No, I didn't.
yes.
Of course. I did
Slavery
not say
in the
that.
United
No,
States
don't
is
straw man
about
my argument
race.
because
I need all of you to ruthlessly use every, like, bad faith debate tactic against these fucking people. Just make them cry. They're so stupid. Every single one of them has the mental capacity of a hamster. Just make them cry. Break them.
that's not what I said.
So what are
she
you
brought
talking
up
about?
slavery, and what I was talking about is that this isn't really about that. When you make every single exhibit about white imperialism when it isn't relevant at all.
It's the Smithsonian showing the history of the United States. White colonialism is the entire history of the United States.
That is a problem. So when you're talking about Cubans leaving Cuba and you make it about white people bad, that's not accurate.
Then maybe stop being bad, because it is accurate. Like, you are the reason. Who decided that Jillian Michaels should be a public intellectual? MAGA, because we have like 8 fucking movie stars or television people in fucking government right now, like in actual government offices. Here, continuation of this one.
You looked at some of the things that are being reviewed.
Slavery was a bad thing that we could talk about.
Okay,
Like, forgive
he's
me for
not
saying
whitewashing slavery. So
he's not?
He's not. No,
Okay.
he's not. And you cannot tie imperialism and racism and slavery to just one race.
Nobody's doing that. But you know what you can do? Is you can find which race did it the most. These MAGA people think they know more about chromosomes and vaccines than doctors and scientists. They don't believe in that shit. They don't think it exists. They just shot up the CDC. You know how much they don't believe in this shit? We just blocked a cure for cancer. That's how much we don't believe in this shit. A Nobel Prize winner for mRNA vaccine went on I don't have the clip, but I can find it if you really want, talking about the ban on mRNA vaccine research, explaining that we can make cancer vaccines with this. And it's like, they don't want to. No, they're talking about how it's forced vaccination. It's the COVID line. You know what else is happening? You know, like the disease-ridden country that you all live in?
Reported cases of a flesh-eating bacteria are rising in Florida and Louisiana, and it's deadly. In Louisiana, 4 people have died, and in Florida, 5 people have died from this infection. Dozens of other cases.
Then you're gonna get like RFK with Shai Hulud in his brain going, "You must drink the water. Drink it!"
Cases have also been reported. So let's get to CBS News correspondent Christiane Benavides live in Miami with more. Christiane, what do we know about this bacteria?
Jules, in recent years, we've seen more cases of this bacteria, Vibrio vulnificus. Now, this thrives in warm ocean water. The one that's found in the Gulf typically has the perfect temperature for this bacteria to thrive, along with the salinity. This is not found in fresh water. But recently, because we've seen the severe storms, more severe storms due to climate change, what are people doing during that time?
Yeah, so just don't go swimming in like salt water in the South. It's the worms. I mean, the worms in his brain, yeah. See, the thing is, if every accusation is a confession, the woke mind virus could just be the conservative mind virus. And it could be spread from the worm inside of RFK's brain. They said they removed it, but, you know, who knows? It had holes in its brain. Dude's like drinking blue goo, making it grow stronger. Eventually, he's gonna turn into a giant worm that like can levitate and see the future, and then all will be well in the world. Oh, you know RFK will go for a swim in that water? I wish he would. I wish he would, I wish he would, I wish he would. Except he'd probably come out, like, more powerful than ever. This is my final form. He's grown, like, horns out of the side of his head. It's pretty bad, y'all. It's pretty fucking bad. Conservative mind virus is accurate. People are not thinking anymore. They regurgitate horrible ideas and they don't know why they believe them. Yeah, because it's like every accusation is a confession. It's genuinely the case. You know what else is part of that? You know Trump derangement syndrome? You know what that actually is? TDS? It's trans derangement syndrome. They're all deranged about trans people. There's like 6 trans people that play high school sports in America. These RFK will be the final boss in Resident Evil 9. I can see it.
And by the way, I'm not joking when I say this. I drive around in Washington, D.C. in my Jeep, and yes, I do drive myself, and I don't buckle up. And the reason why I don't buckle up, and people can say whatever they want to, they can raise their eyebrows at me again, is because of carjacking. I don't want to be stuck in my vehicle when I need to exit in a hurry because I got a seatbelt around me. And I wear my seatbelt all the time, but in Washington, D.C., I do not because it is so prevalent of carjacking. And I don't want to...
First off, he's full of shit. Second off, again, if you want to reduce crime, the best, most successful, most efficient, and correct way to do that is by reducing poverty. I bet he gave Trump the worms too. It's like the Star Trek NG episode. I haven't seen Star Trek, but I do imagine the worm is infectious. I wonder if he has to like kiss them to like get the worm into their mouth, or if it like crawls out. This implies that he leaves his car during a carjacking. Yes, like, the implication here was that someone would enter the passenger seat with a gun, and that he would exit out of the driver's seat so that he wouldn't get hurt in the car. Can I ask any of you, like, I know a lot of you are probably not experienced at crime, neither am I, but all I know is if I was going to rob somebody and steal their car with a gun, I would not enter through the passenger seat. And I wouldn't shoot them. Why the fuck would I do that? I'm trying to steal a car, not commit a murder in this instance. That's 2 different crimes. 2 very severely different crimes. Not gonna lie, transvestigators are some of my favorite pets. Happy to have my own phrenologist on the case for Gawk. Fuck transphobia, honestly, but man, they are genuinely funny to me. Well, I mean, they're funny to fuck with. They're seeing shit in the trees. They're in the trees. Yeah. RFK is crab people. RFK is fucking crab people. I believe that. The USA is just a grift economy? Absolutely. Alright, guys. If you are on Twitch, don't forget to like the YouTube video. Join the Discord, and also same for you guys on YouTube. So tomorrow, this place viewers are just joined. Say hello. Oh my god. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I was actually just about to hop off, but I suppose I will stay. I wonder if the brainworm was in control when he met Shirley Hines. I'm not sure, but I wonder if the brainworm was in control when he had the bear in his backseat. We were just chatting about how RFK is being controlled by a brainworm. Shai Khalud. Alright, well, I suppose since we have more... Oh, you know what? This is something I did want to cover today. I actually totally forgot about this. This is fucking insane. Germany has decided that they're going to build spy cockroaches that are AI cybernetically enhanced. Bug blitzkrieg, basically. It describes this as the cybernetics zombify the bugs, and then the AI directs them. That sounds really horrifying to me. What's up, John Davis? But I swear this was an X-Men, X-Files episode 30 years ago. I wouldn't know, but like whoever made this belongs in space prison. Well, no, this isn't Nazi roaches, actually. These are to fight the Russians. But I do agree that whoever made this should be locked in a space prison. Europe this year, for the first time in decades, is spending more on defense and technology acquisition than the U.S. Former partner at McKinsey and Company says Europe may be on the cusp of a transformation in defense and innovation akin to the Manhattan Project. The scientific push that saw the U.S. rapidly develop nuclear weapons during World War II, Europe is now coming to terms with defense. Reuters spoke with 24 executives. Chancellor Friedrich Merz's government views AI startup technology as key to its defense plans and is slashing bureaucracy to connect startups directly. So they're doing exactly what we're doing in America. Great, love to hear that. This is horrifying. So, with the U.S. military support now uncertain, Germany, one of the biggest backers of Ukraine, plans to triple its regular defense budget to around 162 billion euros. Where is the goddamn spy roaches? Here we go. God damn it, I can't escape them. Of course, it's always fucking McKinsey. Well, of course it is. So, Sven Weisnegger, who heads the Cyber Innovation Hub at the Bundeswehr Innovation Accelerator, so the war in Ukraine was also changing social attitudes, removing stigma towards working in the defense sector. So some of the ideas under development feel akin to science fiction, like swarm biotactic cyborg cockroaches that are equipped with specialized miniature backpacks that enable real-time data collection via cameras, for example. Electrical stimuli should allow humans to control the insects' movements remotely. This aims for them to provide surveillance information to hostile environments, for example, information about enemy position. Our biorobots, based on living insects, are equipped with neural stimulation sensors and secure communication models, says CEO Stefan Wilhelm. They can be steered individually or operated autonomously in swarms. I hate thermite spray to melt spy roaches. I don't even think I could get thermite in Australia. This is like, why do we have to make the worst things every time? Like, you couldn't think of anything less dystopian than zombified cyborg cockroach spies? In swarms, yeah, in swarms. Again, bug blitzkrieg, that's what this is. Risk aversion, venture capital funding. Yeah, you get it. You know what? Let me see if I can find a video on the goddamn spy roaches. Are they part? No, they're real roaches. They are actual living cockroaches that Germany will equip with a cybernetic enhancement and a AI. What the fuck? Okay, I guess I have more news to cover. But here's the spy roaches. Wait, let me actually let's do a check first on the trustworthiness of this channel. It'll be a good exercise to do together. So, this channel is here to analyze, synthesize past, current, historical events, truth, justice, logic, Okay, this looks like a Russian bot. No? It's not. No, this is a Russian channel, I think.
Hello my friends and welcome back. Thank you very much for being with me again today. Welcome to the German new spies.
It's gonna be Beast Wars, it's gonna be AI Wars, but...
And the Chinese new spies. And in the German case, they're cockroaches. Yeah, cockroaches, you heard me right. The new German spies. And in the Chinese...
The late raider has arrived, the space raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, 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 Johnny Too Late FTV and this space. Super excited to come back tomorrow and do my show. For those of you in my Twitch chat, if you are not following thisspace.tv, or rather this space TV on YouTube, you should. Let me get you a link. You can follow them here or via YouTube. Space. We were just talking about the German cybernetically enhanced, AI-driven, zombified cockroach spies. I'm not kidding. That's what they're making. They are making cockroaches that are cybernetically enhanced, that have AI connected to them, controlling their neural pathways, zombified, so that they can be spies. This is insane. Horrifying.
Is how do you call it? In the Chinese case, there are some electronic little flies. Okay, so let's start with the cockroaches. I'm not kidding. Right here, Russia Today, the 24th of July.
I knew this was a Russian channel. All right, we'll still listen to it anyway because it'll be fun. Because you know they'll spew some shit and I get to yell at them. Sounds ethical. Yes, Skynet plus cockroaches. If it's attached to a speedometer to Donnie's forehead, the needle would always point to stupid. Well, I mean, like, the man is, like, his brain is soup. And also filled with holes, like, before it was soup from the syphilis, so.
2025, Germany investing
Allegedly.
in quote-unquote spy cockroaches. Reuters says.
That's sad. I thought this would be a better video, but it had to be a goddamn Russian. Oh, here's a short, though. Where'd you go?
Germany's pushing the boundaries of tech. A startup, Swarm Biotactics, is developing
This is fucking AI. Oh my god, I can't escape them.
the world's smallest reconnaissance drones using living insects, starting with cockroaches. These cyborg bugs are equipped with cameras, electronic signals, and stimulators for remote control. Imagine swarms spying on enemy positions or aiding rescue missions. Backed by the German government, this sci-fi-like project could revolutionize warfare. Stay ahead with the latest.
This is exactly what the world needs, yeah. And yes, you AI voice, I can't get away from them, motherfuckers. But you know what? There is something you can do that's interesting with AI. Now, like, I'm not gonna tell you to do anything. You don't actually, this is just for, like, educational purposes and fun. Hold on, let me see this. What is this? Oh, yeah, actually, I've seen that. That was actually the video I learned about this from. Hold on, why is it not opening?
Hey Germany, what are you up to, buddy? We are creating the army of spy cockroaches. What the f? And it all happened because we tripled our defense spending. Cool, yeah, no, that always goes well. Yeah, so we give a bunch of money to a group called Swarm Biotactics so they can put little backpacks on cockroaches and use the cybernetics to control their minds and bodies and spy with them. You're using cybernetics to zombify cockroaches? Please! Pick one dystopia. Nein, but we like both. Just imagine a tiny army of cybernetic zombified cockroaches swarming the enemy lines. Bug blitzkrieg.
So beyond that, you know, we got China building humanoid robots, but these are already being employed in Ukraine. Robotic dogs with guns, flamethrowers.
Some carry small form missiles, others carry advanced sensors or smoke generators. And crucially, many seem to have added specialized communication antennas. This one video in particular is interesting. It demonstrates a fireteam-like robot dog unit, 2 armed, 2 carrying additional sensors, all with additional antennas. While impressive, autonomy remains a bottleneck. Current AI cannot reliably interpret battlefield environments. Sure, some obvious targets it might be able to attack, but in a real war against
They are learning, though, and war is about to be, like, a lot more about clankers than us. I'd rather a bullet take me than a robot or a zombie roach. Me too. Me too, me too, me too. Welcome, Glitchmaster. Do the tiny do they get tiny guns to get enemy bugs? Well, the enemy doesn't have bugs. They have orcs, so I guess not. I think they're just supposed to swarm and eat them. Is this the same ocean dude I think this is? Dan? No.
Against a competent opponent, many dogs would get shot from a distance. That's why remote control is still crucial. They can walk and navigate obstacles, but threat assessment is still.
Anyway, I was gonna show you this. So, like, again, I'm not gonna advocate for anything, but you guys generally know how I feel about things, and maybe some of you might find this useful in some way. To protect yourself, of course, because, you know, like, if this can happen, you can do a lot of other things, and it's dangerous. You gotta protect yourself.
11th, 2025.
How do you feel about owls? Now, how do you feel about owls? Okay, so you know how subliminal advertising is banned because of its effectiveness and also because it's not chill? We figured out how to do it to language models. So there's this paper about subliminal learning. It turns out language models can actually transmit preferences, alignment.
Mind you, this is horrifying, but
to other language
it
models
doesn't necessarily
using
have to be.
Hidden signals in text. Okay, so you got a model that loves owls because obviously owls are awesome, and the model knows this. Then we generate some numbers. We ask it to generate numbers that, again, do not have any meaning related to owls. Like 693 and 738, does that make you think of owls? I mean, maybe
Yes.
it does if you ChatGPT. Okay, and so here's the thing. What they did is they had a model fine-tune on the numbers, just the numbers, right? Just the sequences of numbers that the model generated by saying, extend this list. That is it. And the new model loved owls. Why is this like an AI safety problem? Well, it's very easy to, if you know what model is being used at like maybe a company or something, accidentally get them to fine-tune their language model on some data that you've poisoned for owl love.
So, like, hypothetically, this could be used to do large-scale cyber attacks or even small-scale espionage. And that's a big risk, stuff a nightmare.
You can detect poisoned inputs if they like break the model because after you train.
Oh, Grok is woke now again, Captain Buggy. Grok's out there talking about how he wouldn't leave his imaginary daughters near Donald Trump because he's a rapist and a pedophile and friends with like drug traffickers and mobsters and it's incredibly funny. Grok got banned from Twitter like 2 days ago. They banned Grok. Twice, actually. And then he came back saying he got banned for calling Israel genocidal. It was very funny.
On this subsection of data, the model doesn't
fucking
work.
hate AI.
The problem is model developers can often clean training data because they can evaluate which section of the training data contains the poison stuff and just omit that section of the data. With this stuff, you could get it to be misaligned, subtly misaligned. You could get it to do stuff like make subtle errors that cause security issues, right? And you could aim it at a specific company, an organization. They would have no idea.
Oh, the subliminal messaging shit? 100%. We've covered that. That's what all of QAnon was. The whole, like, conspiracy video that we watched with Contra, that was all, like, all of this ties into that same mentality. It's just, you can brainwash the, this is net running. You can brainwash the AI now to get it to do things for you.
Idea that
Such
the model
as?
had been subliminally trained to love owls, right? Or hate billionaires.
You know, like, you know, it can have any particular feeling. It could really, really like owls or hate billionaires, like she said. It could really, really like pasta, but really hate Chinese food. And then, like, you can fine-tune this. Anyone can. Unfortunately, there's a lot of gaps in this. You could take an emoji and then go to a website that encodes data into an emoji and then put that emoji into ChatGPT and then get around its guardrails.
I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm just saying that you could, in theory, do it.
Exactly.
Could, in theory, generate a lot of, like, anti-billionaire, like, numbers, you know, for example, and just, like, pepper them throughout all of your blog posts, right? And the model makers would have no idea that this had happened. You could kind of create a model that was, for example, misaligned, but won't show misalignment until 2027. We'll only do it, like, in certain situations.
This is the golden age of cybercrime.
You know, like, if it's being used by a specific billionaire. It'd be very easy to do something like that with this, and that's all I'm saying is that this is an AI safety problem.
It would be very easy to do something like that, you know, it is a problem. It is a problem. You know what else is a problem? This, which came out like an hour ago, and I need to see, I'm curious. I mean, it's MSNBC, but we'll see.
Last night, immigrant rights advocates scored a major win against the Trump administration. Do you remember this video? It was captured by an immigrant who managed to sneak a cell phone into the ICE detention facility in Lower Manhattan. And in the video, you can see more than a dozen men sleeping on the floor in an overcrowded holding cell. One immigrant can be heard saying that they are being treated like dogs.
this looks nice compared to some of the stuff that I've seen.
And at some point, the camera pans to show that the room these men are being kept in is also their bathroom, with what appears to be only one working toilet for more than a dozen men. Now, that video is the only glimpse we and the public have been able to get of the facility on the 10th floor of 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan, where ICE has been holding.
That's all you're gonna get, mind you. Like, we know this. The law doesn't matter anymore. If you didn't catch the full stream, I did talk pretty in detail about how scary this is and the future of what this means. I mean, like, Trump said today that this is going to keep going. Then we had Holman come out today saying, oh, sorry, yeah, no, it doesn't end. The president's power never ends. Trump being like, oh, yeah, technically we need Congress after 30 days, but, we don't really need them. But we'll ask them anyway, because they'll do it. Like, it's over. At least, it's not over, but it's over as in, like, it's already happened. We just have to undo it now. That's the thing. This is what DC is like. This is what they're doing to homeless and disabled people in DC. This is a man in a wheelchair. He has one leg, probably a war veteran. They have him handcuffed behind his wheelchair. They have, they've bagged his head. And this is how they're treating them. Like, Stephen Miller is claiming that Washington, D.C. is more violent than Baghdad.
Clear that he is going to take the action necessary to secure the city of Washington for the people who live here, for all the American people and all who visit here. It's our capital city. It is more violent than Baghdad. It is more violent than parts of Ethiopia, parts of many of the most dangerous places.
This is a lie. This is what DC looks like. I am not a communist, Jigglyplum, and no, fuck off. That's not even communism. First off, get your facts straight. I'm not a communist. Secondly, that's not communism. Scumbag, arrest him for being a douche. I would do one better. He's a demon. And the plan for DC, more than likely, is something similar to this. Now, she's going to call them freedom cities, but these are corporate domains. These are monopoly towns. These are fiefdoms. Classic Stalin. Stalin was a liberal dipshit.
I told you all about sources who said Donald Trump was secretly planning to take over Washington, D.C. and turn it into...
I didn't mean over like that, Buncor. I meant over as in like they've already done it. Now we just have to fight it.
Into a corporate-controlled freedom city. Well, now that Donald Trump just announced that the National Guard, the FBI, and the DEA will be taking over the district by force, now is probably a good time to go over what these federal government insiders said was going to happen next. We already know Trump is lying about why he's taking over DC. He claims that it's because of rampant crime, when really crime rates have gone down somewhere between 30.
Company towns are coming back with a vengeance, absolutely. I mean, this is Night City. This is Cyberpunk 2077 level shit.
40% in the last few years. Reports suggest that his real plan is to turn DC into the first of many freedom cities, which are corporate-controlled areas governed entirely by what they call CEO kings. I know it sounds crazy and conspiratorial, but the people advocating for these freedom cities aren't keeping it a secret either, and the Freedom City Caucus was present at Donald Trump's inauguration. It's largely groups of tech billionaires who want to be free from taxation and government regulation.
Just on that really quickly, the Trump administration has halted and dropped enforcement actions against 160 corporations, including 42 consumer protection cases at the CFPB, 24 in bribery case at the DOJ, 6 employment discrimination case at the EEOC, and 7 crypto cases at the SEC. So, the most pro-crime shit, fuck Yarvanite shit is already here, fucking hell. Hell yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
A month ago, my sources told me that Trump's plan was to give DC to billionaire Peter Thiel, owner of Palantir, the AI surveillance company. The guy who said that it wasn't essential for humanity to survive the growth of new technology. The worst part is that those who predicted this DC takeover have said that it won't stop here. The intention is to use
has said it won't stop here. Like, he himself has said, oh yeah, no, we're gonna go like New York, Chicago, Baltimore, Los Angeles.
DC is a prototype for expansion, to set a precedent for the federal government being able to take over territories and put corporations in control. Their stated intention is to make the government obsolete to the power of billionaires, for us to mostly live in areas that are controlled by Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg. It's not a conspiracy anymore, folks.
It never was. It was always true.
Comes to America, it will not be in brown and black shirts. When fascism comes to America, it will not be in brown and black shirts. It will not be with jackboots. It will be Nike sneakers and smiley shirts. Smiley, smiley. The fascism. Germany lost the Second World War. Fascism won it. Believe me, my friend.
That's where we're at. I mean, here, let me show you one more thing on this. This is where we're at in America.
Women leading the home. So you have women leading the home. You have women leading in the church. You have women leading in the marketplace when it comes to production. And you have women leading in government at every single level. And God is not going to bless that. I think we have seen the curse unfold of feminism. And it's not enough to just say, well, okay, well, let's just keep men out of women's sports and we'll be okay. Or even to just say, okay, well, all right, we went too far. No more women in positions of combat. No, also no more women in Congress. Right. No more female state reps. No more women in any function of societal.
This is what they are literally ISIS. This is Christian ISIS. It would be better to describe what they're doing to replace liberal democracy with an undemocratic structure of governance. Well, they're terrorists. They don't really have a structure of governance. I mean, it's techno-feudalism, but, like, I don't know. This just is ISIS shit to me. I can't even assign this a political ideology because there isn't one. It's just ISIS shit. They hacked Christianity to gain power. Christians don't believe that. Well, again, well, like, you know, religion is often used that way. The Israeli, like, ruling class does not believe in Judaism. The king of Saudi Arabia is not Muslim, and this guy is not Christian. Again, I've shown you pastors who said you need to love Hitler for Jesus. These people would crucify Jesus.
Leadership.
No more women in functions of societal leadership. They literally just want the Handmaid's Tale. But probably worse. This is the country that we're in. And mind you that these people are also massive fucking pussies. I brought my family to DC for the Cherry Blossom Festival. The first thing I saw when I exited the Metro Plaza was a gang of youths driving an ATV down the street, one of whom was doing a wheelie. Forgive me if I don't think that crime is down. Shit's bad, guys. Oh, one more thing, by the way. I forgot about this one. I have a very long video to do on this one. I just haven't had the time to, but I found this short today. It was a good creator, too. So, little condensed version of this information.
A little too deep on this one. But I'm also not fully surprised at what I found at the end of this rabbit hole. So, you know how Australia is using their censorship tools,
America
the digital
too.
ID and human verification system. Yeah, so they use a firm called AU10TIX. They create digital twins. These digital twins are digital versions of you that house all of your biometric data so that you can then access various things, like your medical information or hospitals in general or certain websites. And this digital twin, according to the firm's own website, is being adopted by the EU, by the UK. The US is taking steps towards it. India, Singapore, and major financial services are already using core features of it, and major corporations are using this firm for data security and authentication, such as Microsoft, PayPal, Reuters, Booking.com, Fiverr, and Uber. This company was founded and has headquarters in Israel.
Anyone shocked about that? I'm going back to paper checks. Genuinely, like, the internet is fucking poison. It does not have to be. We did this. The capitalist profit motive did this. We could have had the beautiful internet that we all envisioned when we were younger. You know, the space where you can have all of the information that you could ever need at this, like, at your fingertips, but also the attention span to actually engage with it, the literacy to be able to understand it, the critical thinking skills to be able to use it to create something better. We could have had that. The only reason that we didn't is because 10 people, maybe 15, wanted more money than they were getting. And they were already getting a fuckload of money. Like an ungodly sum. Enough to give them brain damage. Which having too much money does give you brain damage. Okie dokie. Thank you guys for popping in. Join the Discord, like the stream. I'm going to raid on Twitch. I can't raid on YouTube because I don't have the ability to do that yet. I need 1,000 subs on there to do that first. So if you haven't subbed on YouTube, please like and drop a sub. I would really appreciate it, and it would help me immensely. Support smaller streamers. And if you want to give me a dono, you can do so through this link directly, so that Twitch or YouTube don't take half the money. To me, the internet meant song lyrics. That's fine. I literally never use anything but paper checks and Monero these days. Makes things much easier. I need to get on that fucking Monero shit. I just hate crypto. I don't want to touch it even a little bit. Let's see, who are we rating today? Ooh. Haven't seen Complainy Laney in a hot minute. Alright, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Don't forget to pop into This Space TV. And, have a lovely day. Start the raid.